Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil hindi Anglican po, he's very much Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It is Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. It is wonderful to be here together this morning. Hope you're doing absolutely just beautiful, amazing, wonderful. Hope it's a great day for you. I can tell you who it's not a great day for. I think, there it is, Kim. Kim, congratulations. Kim, first in chat today, Kim R16, you are the internet winner. Because of that, we're going to punish you. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility until we go live again tomorrow morning. So you get a full 24 hours of internet ownership to do with as you please, as long as you keep it running. You can't sell it. I'm sorry, you just can't get a buyer for the whole internet in one day. It just won't happen. So, all right, welcome. I'm not sure. Let me just double check. I don't think. Hang on 1 second. Somebody asked me a question. Sorry, squirrel moment. I'm not sure if Selena is in court. I'm not sure if she's there today. She did make it. Is she in chat? I wasn't reading, so I apologize. I was busy trying to fix the sound bites, which are not fixed yet, but they're one step closer. I've moved everything off the drive that it keeps losing track of. I'm going to put it on the main machine that actually looks for the file. That should fix all the problems.
Taking it easy.
But we'll get there. I'll probably fix it during court today. I've got a list of things to fix, and so that's good. Somebody asked me what application we're using to box Zoom. I'm trying to figure out what box Zoom is. Box Zoom. I'm lost. Clarify it for my puzzled brain. Let's guess which blouse color Selena was wearing today. She was wearing green, sort of like a great lime green yesterday. Also, I guess for bonus points, if you also get Kouri Richins' blouse color correct, I guess you get the twofer. But good morning. Good morning. I say good morning only because I'm a little bit late because I was waiting for the meds to kick in. My wife's like, just make an appointment already. So I think I have to do that today as well. I need to get my back or shoulder and neck worked on because, yeah, I'm a wuss when it comes to pain. You know that? I'm a wuss. My pain threshold of about 2, as everybody else is 10. But let's see. We've got one more thing to fix here. Let's see. Oh, we've got some birthdays as well. Let's jump to that. Hang on just 1 second. Taking a little bit of white out of there. It was sort of washed out a little bit. There we go. Fixed it. All right, we're going to be going to court here in a minute. Before we do that, we need to take care of the birthdays. By taking care of, I mean celebrate appropriately. And let's see. Happy heavenly birthday to Clara. Jojo Cupcake, Nikki, and Vera. So we're going to sing to these wonderful people whose birthdays it is today. And by we, I mean all of us, wherever you are, as long as it's safe and legal to do so. Stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with a neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. All right, we're ready. That music was super loud this morning, though. Sing with me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Clara, Jojo, Cupcake, Nikki, and Vera. Happy birthday to you. Heavenly birthday to Clara, Jojo, Cupcake, Nikki, and Vera. Happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you and make your day just a little bit more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village, and Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. That was quick. Jojo made cupcakes for all of us. Woo. Jojo, thank you. Stop by Jojo's house and pick up the cupcakes. For your birthday, I'm bringing you day 7 of the Kouri Richins trial live as it happens in Summit County, Utah. Just for you. Happy birthday. My mother turned 70 today, says 80s Music Band. 70. Happy birthday, Vera. An 80s Music Band, OG. Thank you very much. Good friend of the program. Longtime supporter. He is, in fact, an OG. All right. I tried to get free pancakes at Denny's for my birthday, and they wanted me to sign up for an app. Okay, I can't guarantee they won't try to harvest information out of you while you're doing this. You know, advertising and all. You just have to say, let me speak to the manager. Usually that works. High kicks go. Dancers are doing it. Drum solo for the big finish. Beautiful. I nailed every single one of those shots. It was perfect. We're just getting the flash that means we're about to connect to court, so we'll bring you that as soon as it happens. Audio's live if it comes through. First, we'll hear that for any hot mics, because 15 minutes before court is usually when the spice starts in this one. That's when the lawyers come in and they get just a little heads up with the judge, I think, before everything. So, Court TV pool feed showing us their logo here. Means their system's connected, but it doesn't have the feed from the camera yet. And
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Just waiting. I will fix those sound effects. I'm going to get those fixed today, by the way. I've decided I'm gonna call the masseuse. What do you call it? What is a female masseuse? Is it still a masseuse? Is the masseuse a man masseuse or a girl masseuse? The lady that does the massage that fixed my neck and back last time and shoulder. I think I'm going to call her, even though she just had a baby like a couple months ago. I'm going to be like, hey, are you working now? Because there's audio.
Rattled it.
Testing. 1 2 1 2. We hear you. Still about 14 minutes before court begins, but we'd love to have a picture from court in just a second. If they could take the lens cap off.
Bring the jury.
Let's see if I got a response on that box Zoom question. Let's see. Not yet. Excited because today is a new gear day for the studio. The pair of headphones I'm wearing, one of about, I think I've purchased this set of headphones 10 times because I use them for my kid for piano. Pretty sure I shipped some down to Thomas, so we have a matching set. I have a pair for Mrs. R.A. I had a pair for Mrs. R.A. I ran over the cord. Not only did I run over the cord, I ran over the cord and then got it wound around things and then yanked on it and just I destroyed a pair of headphones accidentally with my new rolly chair. And so I've got a new pair coming today, which is exciting, but they look exactly like the old ones, so you guys will not notice a difference. And I'm sure Mrs. R.A. will claim the new ones. So it's all good. It's all good. Just sitting tight, waiting for video. Let me do a quick little refresh on their feed to make sure I'm as current as I can be. Oh, it shows we are live. Hold, please. Refresh. Reconnect. There we go. All right. Beautiful. That's better. And so we're going to go ahead and go live on Top Mark Media this morning as well with the clean feed. If you want to watch over there with closed captioning, that's in place. Now, where are we? All right, let's get ready for court now that I've got all the technical stuff out of the way. Let's see. I have a birthday coming up. It's like 3 weeks away. Exactly. It's exactly 3 weeks away. 21 days. All right. Massage therapists are awesome. Is that what they're called? Somebody tell me. You probably told me and I missed it. Massage therapist is what you would call them. There's a blood moon tonight. I'll stay inside. Okay, so I'll go with a masseuse is generally shady. A massage therapist is the answer. Okay, definitely a massage therapist. We're sticking with that one for sure. That's 100% definite on that front. Been a massage therapist for 15 years. Best profession ever. Very rewarding. Jody, let me tell you what's happening. Neck, just like between the shoulder blades, when I tip my head back and lean that direction, a little like electrical impulse zing shoots all the way down to my wrist, and my arm just aches like core deep. So that's a fixable thing, right? That's something you can just massage out. I think is a pinched nerve, but it's day 5 of it. Just keeps getting worse. Have you tried the chiropractor? No, I've got a friend who's actually a chiropractor, but he also does the acupuncture. And I'm worried he's just going to be like, because I'm scared of needles. I'd just be like, I'm just here for the chiropractor stuff. I don't just like stick in me. I'm not sure if he'd tell me. He might just like, well, you need a needle or two just to fix the nerve thing. So I don't trust him, is what I'm saying. Don't trust him. Work in physical therapy, it's definitely a nerve issue. My only problem with my massage therapist is she told me I was supposed to get some of these rubber bands, these big, long, massive exercise rubber bands, and there was a certain stretch I was supposed to do. And I'm like, mentally, I committed it to memory right then when she told me. And then I didn't get the rubber bands, and now I've forgotten what the stretch was. So I'm going to go back, and she's like, oh, you're back again. Same problem? Huh, funny. Did the stretches work? And I'm going to have to be like, I didn't do it because I forgot, and I was too stupid to call you back and ask. I didn't listen to her. And so she's probably going to charge me double because she has to explain it slowly as she would to a child so that I would understand. Let's see. I did some metal detecting work for my acupuncturist, who I've never had do acupuncture. I helped him find some stuff in his yard. And so maybe he'll treat me right. Men, yeah, I'm terrible with this. All right. Tinnitus or tinnitus, as I've been saying it all these years. Acupuncture works for that? Acupuncture and chiropractic massage. If I could do like the trifecta, that should fix everything. Anyway, let's talk about court because that's where we are. First thing this morning, there's an issue we need to sort out, so we might have some spice in the morning. We may lose a juror first thing this morning because one juror, as soon as one of the witnesses took the stand, I had to scribble a little note and send it to the judge through the bailiff, which was like, hey, I know her. I've done business with her a couple times. We might have to talk to the juror, bring the juror out at the defense's request. They're thinking on it overnight. If this is a juror they really think that's in their pocket that they have. And right now, I don't think, okay, let me tell you this. I don't think the defense knows which juror provided the note. And if they find out which juror it is and it's one they're like, hey, he's the one that's on our side, they're going to want to keep him because they only need one, right? And if they can keep him and increase the odds of having somebody who's sympathetic to the defense on the jury, they would do that in a heartbeat. So I wonder if they do say we'd like to ask some questions just to know the full scope. And then as soon as he walks out, they're like, oh, it's him or her. I think it's a him. And they were like, oh, we're good, Judge. We're good with this one. Don't worry about it. We'll keep him. It's not a problem. Taxi Horses. Thank you very much for the super sticker. You're number one. Thank you. Thank you. A couple messages I missed this morning. Let me go back and get those before court starts. Let's see, just making sure we have audio everywhere. And we do. It's looking good. Jennifer Juniper, member for 25 months. OG. Whoop, whoop. I love it. JJJ, Triple J, thank you very much. 25 months. That's amazing. Just over the 2-year mark. Jojo Cupcake, member for 6 months, says, hey, everyone. I've been on catch-up for a few days and forgot to add my birthday for yesterday. Sorry, Jojo Cupcakes. Did we sing to you today? Jojo, did we add you? Happy birthday if not. Hope you had a wonderful birthday. Simply Nikki, member for 13 months. Happy birthday, peeps. Taxi Horses, thank you for the super sticker this morning. Megan with 8 letters, MEAHGANN. That is 8. Congratulations on 13 months. Woohoo. Love this channel. Thank you, Megan. Kayla Newell, member for 30 months, says, I'm still recovering from my shoulder surgery. Shaved my bone and 9 hooks. Ouch. It hurts to think about. That hurts to think about, Kayla. Yay. Heads and lupus for recovery. I missed some. Can I get a recap? Well, here's what I'll tell you, Kayla. This trial has been really good. There have been a couple moments that are a little bit slower and tedious, but overall, this is a trial that I would recommend a rewatch on. If this is something, if in your schedule you've got like some Netflix binge time coming up, I would highly recommend you follow this because there are a lot of key players. There's a lot of people involved. There's a lot of different lawyers involved, and their personalities are great, and how they change is great. We're looking at you, Mr. Ramos. Day 1, Mr. Ramos became the least favorite person in the courtroom, and day 2, he's your best friend, and he's stayed the best friend one since then. So there's just great stuff that's happened throughout this trial. Basically, Kouri Richins is charged with poisoning and killing her husband, Eric, with a fentanyl overdose. The state says she bought the drugs through Carmen, her house cleaner that she used to clean houses and do work on houses while she was flipping them for her real estate business. Carmen bought them from Robbie. Robbie's just your average street drug dealer who's drives from Ogden to Draper to make the deal a couple times and doesn't know much else about it. Robbie's cooperating, sort of. He's got a deal. Carmen's cooperating. She's got a deal. The family does not like Kouri. Like Eric's family does not like Kouri. It sounds like they didn't really like Kouri very much before either. A lot of drama there. There's a ton of financial stuff that we're about to get into in this case. Also, yesterday we covered a lot of electronic stuff, things that Kouri searched on the internet, and it was bad. It was on the list of things not to search for if you ever kill someone and want to get away with it. She searched for those things, so that looks really bad. The 2 cooperating witnesses are a little bit. They're shady witnesses, right? They were actively using, abusing, selling, buying, trading drugs at the time that all this happened, and so their testimony was a little bit questionable. Their memory was a little bit questionable, but some of the evidence that they were able to recover from phones through a little bit of Celebrate magic does corroborate. Oh my goodness, it's early. It almost feels like a Monday. Their testimony quite a bit and helps out a ton to help substantiate their claims. So good stuff, great stuff. We've had 26 witnesses so far. Quite a few officers. We got to watch body cam from the day that, or the morning, Eric was found unresponsive in bed. Kouri says that she went, they had a drink. They were going to celebrate her upcoming business deal the next day, buying this house that Eric hated. And so they celebrated with a Moscow Mule. They didn't finish their drinks. One of the kids was having night terrors, so Kouri went and slept with them until about 3 o'clock in the morning. Then she came back to bed, and eventually it was like, Eric's really quiet, and he's cold and stiff and not breathing. Called 911, says she performed CPR on him. Not sure if she did, but she was attempting, or at least following instructions, to prepare to perform CPR when the police arrived. They did CPR using a Lucas machine. No response, no signs of life. I think they called it there. They did call it because they sheeted him and left him. So Kouri's reaction to everything, I see the judge's head possibly, or maybe a clerk's head in the court camera. Kouri's reaction when the police were there was a little strange. It was different. Not a lot of eye contact made, covering the face a lot of times. Just very, very different than what police officers are used to, and they testified to that. But we got to see a lot of that video, and we've been able to see Robbie's interrogation. Robbie was the drug dealer who has changed his story since, and now says he did not sell fentanyl. Initially, he said he did. So there's been a lot of pieces here that have come in. We're still in the state's case, still early in the state's case. This is supposed to go another probably 4.5 weeks of trial is what they have booked out for this one. So we're about a week and a half into this one. The state has a ton of witnesses to come in, and defense has potentially a lot as well. All right, where did we leave off? Stacey Ray, member for 19 months. Best place to be. Love this family. Stacey, I think you're an OG. OG? I'll do it. The family, 4444, member for 2 months, says yesterday was a must-watch, and so was Carmen's testimony. I agree. If you want to watch the whole thing without my commentary, I try not to talk over anything that happens in court, but if you want to watch it without me, I'd be sad, but you can go over to Top Mark Media, our sister channel, where we have a clean feed that looks a lot like this of the entire day. So you can watch every day of court that way on that channel. That's Top Mark Media on YouTube. Let's see. I think that's... Let me check chat and see if there's something big that I need to recap for you, or if I should save it as a surprise for the rewatch. I will say thank you to all those who have been hyping the feed. After the live is over, if you go back and you're on the rewatch crew, there's an option you're allowed to hype a video 3 times a week, and a few of you have been choosing that option on our videos. And let me tell you, that helps immensely. It tells YouTube that you're interested, and other people would be interested if they get shown our videos, and it does show more people our videos. So that's wonderful. Do know that we might have a few new people in here today. As that happens, if they do show up, please welcome them. Help them by example, showing them that this is a friendly place to watch court, where we're respectful of the people in court and out of court, both on the YouTubes and in surrounding this case. So, no name calling, please. Be polite. We'd love to hear your opinions. Just keep them respectful. And if for some reason you're typing something, it just doesn't appear on the screen, you keep typing over and over, it probably is using one of the banned words. Try to make the comment a little bit nicer, or remove a word that might be perceived as negative, and share it with us, and that would be great. All right. Let's see. What part of Utah is this trial taking place? Tequila Mockingbird. This is in Summit County. So if you're familiar with the Wasatch Front, that's basically a north-south running mountain range. At the north part of Utah, the narrow part. Salt Lake City is towards the lower part of that Wasatch Front. This is just east of Salt Lake City. So up and over the mountain range in the Park City area, where the 2002 Winter Olympics, a lot of them were held up there. They were actually held all over northern Utah, but sort of based out of Park City. So it's not far from there, Summit County. It's a beautiful, beautiful area that typically this time of year is covered in snow. It doesn't have very much this year. Amanda H., member for 34 months on the jury. Amanda says, almost to a new courthouse. Thanks for all you do, and the mods do. Amanda, thank you. Thank you very much. It would not be the same without you here. Congratulations. And thank you for your support. That is massive and makes it possible for us to do what we do here. Autumn says, glad this popped up. I'm glad we can be here for you. Hope you enjoy watching with us. We'll try to answer your questions as we go along. Let me see. Your streams have been popping up as a YouTube featured video on my homepage for the last couple of weeks. That's wonderful. That's amazing. I'm turning, for those that are new here, I'm turning over a new leaf. I used to answer every spam call I got, like the one I'm getting right now. And for this trial, I'm trying to do things a little bit different. I'm trying not to answer any spam calls, even when it's during a break like this. I like to give people a hard time when they call to scam me. And once this trial's over, I might start answering them again because I feel a little withdrawal symptoms. Shelly Small gifted 5 memberships. Shelly, thank you very much for your generosity this morning. That's wonderful. Oh, there's the judge. He pops up like a gopher in this trial. He also drops out of sight sometimes like that. So waiting for the audio to clip in. We're off the record right now, so as soon as he says we're on the record, we'll know. What is the other channel name, please? It's called Top Mark Media, and Red Pen just linked it for you right there. There's just a handful of people over there right now. Now I've got a call from Washington, D.C. They can call back. Hang on. Hang on. Let me plug this in. Hello. Sorry.
Yes, hi. I'm calling about your car's extended warranty. Did you know that your car's warranty has expired? I'm here to help.
Oh, wonderful. I'm worried that something would happen to it. How much do I have to pay, and who do I have to pay to make sure it gets covered in case there's an incident?
It is not a problem. All you need to do is write me a check for about $5,000 per month, and I will cover all of your car's needs. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Well, Kurt.
Yeah. So you just the Cars Extended Warranty Inc.
Yes.
Yeah. Cars Extended Warranty Inc. Send me a check, and we'll take care of everything you need.
Care of Kurt on civil law. Kurt, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. You said you weren't taking spam calls anymore, so I figured I'd help.
I recognize the number. I'm like, this is a spam. Well, no, it's not. So, thank you. I'm excited about this morning. Did you see what we ended on yesterday with the juror issue? The note from the juror where he knew one of the witnesses. I'm thinking the state's going to make a deal out of this, right?
Sure, of course they are.
But we heard from one of our court watchers that there was one person on the jury that's writing notes whenever the defense talks, and sort of looking disinterested when the prosecution talks. And if it's that juror, the defense will want to keep them, right?
Yeah.
So it should be interesting.
I mean, this is completely predictable, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, whatever way the situation favors, that side's obviously going to want that bias to exist, right? Yeah. So this particular thing seems to break, the way that you're saying, and therefore, the side that's like, it helps me. Of course they want it. So that's exactly what you'd expect. Yeah. This breaks in my favor. Of course I want it. And the other side is like, no, it doesn't break in my favor. I don't want it. What a surprise, right?
Yeah. I'm excited. I think this court is, this trial is a great one. I love the personalities. They're great lawyers on both sides. We like to sort of poke fun at their style sometimes and how they do things, but this is really an epic battle of powerhouse lawyers with a great judge with a great personality. I didn't like his ruling initially. It looks like we're starting in just a second. I didn't like his ruling initially when he ruled that cameras outside the courthouse were not allowed to take pictures in the parking lot. I thought that was a little restrictive on First Amendment rights, but other than that, I think he's been rock solid.
I mean, I tend to agree overall, but, it gets to, if the jurors are driving into the courthouse, then, it's another way of just protecting the jurors. Yeah. So sometimes in, big cases, the juries will meet up at some unknown location and then be bussed in. But if, the jurors are driving to the courthouse, then, it's another thing that's necessary to prevent exposing the jury. Yeah. This all, by the way, goes back, for those of you who want the historical reason, this all goes back to the Shepard case from the 1960s. It was rumored to be the basis of The Fugitive, although the producers denied it. A famous doctor on trial for murder of his wife. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, for legal reasons. But it's a famous doctor on trial for murder of his wife. It was a really big deal at the time. It was kind of like the OJ of its time. Huge, huge, huge deal. And the media went insane. They were doing interviews of the jury while the case was ongoing.
Oh, that's
like
terrible.
they were stopping them in the halls and asking them questions while the case was happening. And then newspapers were publishing pictures of the jury while the case was ongoing.
So they're getting
right next to articles about with like their with their names, place of business, who they are, where they live. Like right next to the articles that says this guy is super duper guilty. He's all guilty. He's guilty forever and ever in a day and a half. Right. So they're publishing jurors' names and photographs and all that stuff right next to those articles. The U.S. Supreme Court thought that was a little much.
Really?
They thought that maybe interviewing the juries and publishing their photos next to the article say he's super, super duper guilty and deserves to die. Maybe that might, in some ways, potentially
tip the
influence
scales
the right to a fair trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tips the scales a little bit. So that's kind of why judges are a little bit paranoid about that because, yeah, that absolutely happened. That was a thing. And this is also why a lot of judges are nervous about having cameras in the courthouse in the first place, because it turns out we can't have nice things because the media sometimes goes insane.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why we can't have nice things.
I will say this.
So there's a historical reason for this.
Yeah, I agree. And Utah has historically been the Utah Supreme Court has looked favorably on time, place, and manner restrictions on public places. They've had this fight several times before that I'm aware of. So looks like everyone's in seat. I see Nate Eaton there. Kurt, I've got to let you go. They're calling the case. So
I have a couple.
Thank you, my friend.
But I have some news from your credit card company too.
Mr. Bloodworth, give me a preview of the state's witnesses today.
Bye-bye.
Your Honor, beginning with the forensic accountant Brooke Carrington.
I see Nate Eaton.
My sense is she takes most, if not all, of the day. But if we get on to additional witnesses, there is 3 witnesses related to insurance coverage that are lined up.
Okay, very good. With respect to Ms. Carrington, we'll need to have a plan for a 404B instruction or instructions. I'd like to do that in an efficient way, Ms. Nestor. Have you given any thought about that?
Well, I have, and my initial thought was to do just a continuing objection to everything, but the reality is there's definitely things she's going to testify to that we agree are appropriate for this trial, and there's a whole bunch of things she's going to testify to that we don't think belong in this trial. So my thought, what I was planning to do, is when she got into an area that we believe falls under our original motion in limine, and I would just stand up and say we object to 401, 403, 404B, and just make the record right then, no speaking objection, and then you can just rule, and I've made a contemporaneous objection at the time, and we don't have to stop and have arguments. I mean,
Do you have, I feel like we veered into defendant preserving her record for appeal, and that's a different than my question, but we can start there and then go back to my question.
well, I mean,
The
my
403 issue, put that aside.
Okay.
I recognize that it's possible that Ms. Carrington's testimony would get to the point where defendant would want to make a 403 objection based not on unfair prejudice, but on cumulative evidence, wasting time, things like that. And you won't know that till you see it come in. So put that aside. I've already ruled on the unfair prejudice piece. I've already ruled on the 404B issue. I need to give the jury a contemporaneous instruction, though, rather than do it every 15, 20 minutes. I thought it might be better just to do it up front at some point. And it's how to do that in a way that's fair to both sides that I'm asking about.
Well, my concern about that would be that it would, if there's just a blanket instruction, they're not going to know which parts of her testimony that relates to.
Well, in the written jury instructions, I think we're going to have to tell them. we talked about this during the motions eliminate hearing, that I think the 404B instruction will need to have some specificity about qualitatively this transaction or that transaction or this part of this transaction or this conduct in that transaction cannot be considered for, but can be considered for.
It's just that the expanse of what she's going to testify to is vast, right?
Well, maybe. I don't know.
She's going to talk about taxes. She's going to talk about business. She's going to talk about assets and liabilities. She's going to talk about...
yeah, but not all of that is 404B information.
That's exactly my point,
Right.
which it makes it complicated. I mean, if you're recommending that we start with just an admonishment that some of her testimony will involve, I just don't know how you do it before we get to the topic. It's so broad. I don't know how you would even word it. I mean, I'll happily sit down and try to work with the court and the state and try to come up with a broad admonishment for the beginning. I just don't know it's going to have much effect because she's going to be all over the place.
They're talking about
And
crimes,
there is a lot of what she's
wrongs,
going
and
to
other
testify
acts.
to that we're like, fine. I mean, it goes to motive. I'm not going to be unreasonable. I recognize their theory. I disagree with it, but I recognize it. And if they're trying to establish, her financial condition at the time of death, I think that's going to come in. I'm not unrealistic about that. But I think she's going to go pretty far beyond that, right? So at that point, I feel like I'm going to want a contemporaneous objection, and I may want the court, because as you ruled, I think wisely in the motion to eliminate hearing, a lot of this you can't tell till you hear it as it comes in, because it may have a foundation and it may not. And if it doesn't, I may want to be heard at that time and say, look, we shouldn't even go into any of this because they haven't established how it's linked to motive. They haven't established how it's linked to relevance to this case because of the temporal distance, because it's so far removed from any argument of motive. And at that point, we may need to have a quick break and just talk about it. But I'm going to try to, not be unrealistic about what I expect you will allow in, but I also want the ability to object when I think she's gone way past what we're doing.
Okay. Can we have an agreement that there will be no speaking objection?
Yes, I wasn't planning on doing that anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
That may be the best we can do for now, Mr. Bloodworth. Any other suggestions?
And I mean, I would say 4143444B, but I won't elaborate.
That's fine.
I've got to at least put some ground on the record.
Yeah, and just don't say the same three rules every time unless you mean it.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on this? The hope was to try and not unnecessarily slow down the presentation of evidence, but it just may not be possible to do what I am suggesting.
Your Honor, I think it's possible. It's interesting. I don't know. I think the defense, by objecting all along, may draw attention to the amount of 404B evidence.
Well, they're allowed to make that choice, though.
So it seems to me if that's their choice, let's roll with it.
All right, we'll take it. We'll do it in real time. If we need to take a break and have a more fulsome conversation, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Okay.
The judge is okay with
Mr.
it.
Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. Tasia, please.
I'm going to call it, I think they handled the jury issue outside the presence of the public as well, so we won't know if the juror was dismissed until the public looks over and says, why we're missing one, or if the judge comments on it. Sounds like they probably did not dismiss one, but he probably will explain it to the other jurors if one is missing. When they're talking about 401, 402, 403, these are rule of evidence laws from the Utah Rules of Evidence. Relevant, it has to be relevant, it has to be admissible, it has to be specifically the 404 stuff. They're saying has to do with crimes and other acts. At some point, it's just prejudicial. because it's something else. It's not what she was charged with. Yes, she was a bad person financially. Yes, she screwed people over financially, or was doing bad loans and bouncing checks, but that doesn't mean she was a murderer. So we're going to hear that objection today, because I'm positive the defense is not happy with the amount of this evidence that the state wants to get in to show her financial condition at the time. Selena will know. Yes, we'll hear from Selena at lunch if we don't hear from the judge earlier. I do see Nate Eaton there. He said he was going to be in court a couple times this week, and he is there a second from the wall on the witness, or excuse me, the media row just behind the lawyers. He's really good at live tweeting, so if there's something happens in the public eye, but outside of our view, might be to keep taking a close look at that from him on Twitter. Is that Selena on the third row? Yes, it is. I can't see what she's wearing. She hasn't stood up yet. Defense is standing, nobody else. Miss Nestor and I did get the memo. We said blue shirt. I didn't know she was wearing the black jacket as well, or else I would have to match. I can go get mine, but I prefer to not because it's hot. If people are having sound problems, first of all, they can't hear this, but it's a YouTube issue. Just refresh. Just refresh your browser, and it should work.
If you will bring the jury.
Thank you, Judge Newman, for that.
Okay, have a seat. Folks, a quick scheduling note. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin at 9:30. On Friday, no trial this week. So to the extent you want to make plans for tomorrow morning or for Friday, you have a little bit of unexpected time. All right, we will proceed with additional witnesses in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Brooke Carrington.
Ms. Carrington, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, Judge.
This is going to be a lot, but this paints the financial picture very well.
Hi. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Brooke Carrington.
Is that spelled Karrington?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic accountant.
What is a forensic accountant?
Well, it is based on accounting, but it takes it some extra steps. Further than that, I look for a lot of the source of funds, the disposition of funds, what the transactions really mean, more than just the balancing of transactions and getting to a black and white number at the bottom. I try to understand more of the landscape and more of why things make sense and why they don't in the financial documentation that I look at.
More of a narrative?
Yes.
What, ma'am, is your education and training in forensic accounting?
I've been at this for 38 years, and I have a bachelor's in English, I have an MBA, and I have several certifications that support that.
Who's your employer?
I have a firm. It's a small firm. We're based in Salt Lake City.
Do you teach or present as it relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, I've presented many times over the years to Masters of Accounting students, mostly quite often at the business school at the University of Utah, and I am the adjunct professor of the Fraud Examination and Forensic Accounting course at the University of Utah's Business School.
Did you also have hand in developing the curriculum for that course?
I did. I created it from scratch. I got no help.
You had two hands.
Two hands.
Ma'am, have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in state cases?
State cases, yes.
Federal cases?
Federal cases, yes.
Have you testified on behalf of both plaintiffs and plaintiffs and defendants?
That's correct, yes.
And both the state and the defense?
Yes.
About how many times?
Hundreds. I don't know how many.
When did you begin testifying?
I think the first time I testified for real was probably in 1991 or two, something like that.
Wow.
And consistently since then?
Yeah, fairly consistently, yes.
It was just pretend before then. She's good.
Did the state engage you to forensically examine Kouri Richins' finances and related business practices leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death?
Yes.
And to value Eric Richins' estate at the time of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Did the state put any restrictions whatsoever on the scope of your forensic examination?
None.
Did the state restrict the time frame?
No.
Did the state restrict the types of transactions?
No.
The types of loans involved?
No.
Any restrictions at all?
No.
Did the state engage you on May the 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Is Summit County paying you for your time?
Yes, they are.
Are they paying you at your customary rate?
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Prior to the state engaging you, did you perform forensic accounting work for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes, I did.
What accounting work did you perform for the estate of Eric Richins?
As I recall, most of the focus at that time was the use by Kouri Richins of the estates, the family money, and particularly the home equity line of credit that she had taken out against the home where the family lived.
Did there come a time when you stopped working for the estate of Eric Richins?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I began working for them when Kouri Richins had filed a lawsuit against Katie Benson as the trustee of Eric's estate. And so that was the very end of April into May of 2022. And then I worked throughout that summer. And then at some point, the estate got new attorneys. And I had a Zoom call, maybe two, with them to kind of get them up to speed. And then after that, I didn't have a role in the case. I recall maybe they asked me for some follow-up to clarify some of the work that I'd already done. So it's really hard for me to determine exactly when I stopped working, but by the fall of 2022, I was done. I did have some additional kind of follow-up stuff. It's kind of a cloudy answer, but that's my best guess.
Did the estate of Eric Richins pay you approximately $14,000 for your services?
Yes.
After they paid you, did you have any further interaction with the estate of Eric Richins?
No.
Ma'am, what documents did you study to conduct your forensic analysis related to this case?
I've reviewed probably hundreds of thousands of documents, and their deeds of properties, the loan agreements for the loans on those properties, loan agreements for a set of payday loans that Kouri Richins had, the UCC filings that are filed with the state of Utah associated with many of those loans, bank account statements for 27 accounts, and those include the family account that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins shared, from which they paid their household expenses. Eric's business accounts, Kouri Richins' business accounts, her personal accounts, checking accounts at America First Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, credit card accounts, the home equity line of credit account. I also reviewed, were we just talking documents?
Yeah, let's continue with documents. Did you review any emails?
Tons of emails for many different purposes. I reviewed insurance policies and insurance payout documents, the estate planning documents like the will, the trust, the premarital agreement, the buy-sell agreement that Eric Richins and his business partner had for their business. I've reviewed the real estate purchase contracts, the REPSIs, for most or all of the properties, specifically the 12 or 13 on the big Midway house.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody? Did you speak with anyone as part of your analysis?
I did.
Who did you speak with, or what types of people did you speak with?
Okay, so I interviewed a number of people. Interviewed the CPA who had done tax accounting work for the Richins. I interviewed the realtor, Mike Malmrose. I interviewed the insurance companies. I interviewed bank representatives. I interviewed lenders. I interviewed the prior owner of the big Midway house, the current owners of the Midway house, the building department of Wasatch County, that's the permitting entity for the big Midway house. I feel like I'm missing somebody, but
did you interview any representatives from insurance companies?
Yes, I did.
She basically told the Murdaugh trial, "Hold my beer." Objection there from the defense. We are counting objections in this trial, and we are currently up to 105. This makes 106 so far. We expect to add quite a bit to this number today. Judges said no speaking objections, so we just know that they're going to be looking at relevance. They're going to be looking at the temporal comparison of when the event happened in relation to this crime. They're going to be looking at other acts that might be too prejudicial to bring in that aren't related directly to this crime. And she's going to be fighting those at sidebar. So we might get a lot of sidebar time. Meanwhile, I am working to correct the audio, so the audio files, I'm fixing it.
What, ma'am, is your methodology or process for forensically examining someone's finances?
My process usually begins with the bank account statements, because that tells a lot about a business or a person, and helps me understand the landscape of things, and helps create a narrative, because those are the things where it tells me the source of funds, how much it is, how often it comes in, how it's used. And you think about someone who has young kids at home, their expenses are going to look very different than people who are later on in their life. And so it describes a lot. And then also what's left over at the end of the month, and what things look like over time. And that helps me understand then. I get to know an account specifically, and I get to know what's typical in that account, and then therefore it helps me understand what is atypical, so what's not typical. And it also helps me understand the different points along a chronology about what happened when, and that is also very informative.
Does that inform the narrative that you referenced?
Yes, it does.
Let's please now step through how you apply your methodology in this case, okay?
Okay.
Did you apply your methodology in this case by first analyzing Kouri Richins' bank accounts?
That was my beginning point, yes.
What bank accounts did she have?
She had her business account for K. Richins Realty, and that's at America First Credit Union. And we refer to the the bank account number by the last 4 digits, just for brevity, 6577. And then she had a personal checking account at America First Credit Union that's technically a joint checking account. It was opened about the time that Eric and Kouri Richins got married. Over time, I can't see any indication that Eric ever even used that account. So that's what I refer to as Kouri's personal account, 5244. Her Navy Federal Credit Union account, there's a line of credit there and a checking account. The checking account especially is one that becomes important. The family account at America First Credit Union, that's where the household expenses were paid. It's a joint account. 2204 is that one. And then I know you asked me about Kouri's accounts, but I also looked at Eric's business accounts, 7664, and then he also had a personal account.
Let's go back to Kouri Richins' accounts.
Okay.
I think I got all those.
You mentioned business accounts. To analyze her business accounts, did you first have to understand her business?
Yes, that's helpful.
Scott, can I get 4-4, please? Can you see 4-4? I'm sorry, I'm locked out here.
Yes, I can.
It requires a password, Your Honor.
No problem.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
This is just for the witness to see so far. It hasn't been admitted for the jury or us yet.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the business registration that K. Richins Realty filed with the state of Utah. And this was returned in response to a subpoena that the prosecution sent to the state.
Your Honor, the state moves 4-4 into evidence.
No objection.
States 4-4 is admitted.
Your Honor, can the court publish it, please?
There you go.
This will probably be hard to read.
Okay, ma'am. What, beginning with the header, does this document tell us?
It tells us the registration number, which is a number the state gives it. The business name is K. Richins Realty, LLC. It's a limited liability company. It was registered April 26th of 2019.
Page 2, Scott. What, ma'am, does this page tell us?
Well, it repeats the name of the business, K. Richins Realty. Article 2 shows that it's in the business of selling and buying real estate.
Did you investigate kind of what part of the selling and buying of real estate business Kouri Richins was involved in?
Yes.
What part?
Well, she's a licensed realtor, but mostly she's in the business of buying and selling real estate for the purpose of fixing and flipping it. So buying a home, remodeling it, rehabbing it, and selling it.
If you could look down at Article 3, what information does this provide?
This shows who the registered agent is, and that is Kouri Richins, and the 282 Willow Court in Camas is the family home.
Did you investigate whether K. Richins Realty used any additional business addresses?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know that address?
Yes, it's a P.O. Box in Camas, P.O. Box 759 in Camas.
Page 3, please, Scott. What does Article 4 tell us?
Article 4 is the section where the members of that company are listed, and this lists Eric Richins at the family home.
Can we go back down, Scott? Next page, please.
Send me a clip. I'll do it.
What, ma'am, does this tell us?
So this is, as it states, the summary of the online changes. It's very typical for companies when ownership changes or the address changes that they can go into the portal and change things. So this shows that 4 days later, the previous member was changed to be Kouri Richins.
Virginia.
Removing Eric
Thank you.
Richins.
OG.
So am I right then that the business was registered on April the 26th and then in Eric Richins' name, and then 4 days later the member was changed to Kouri Richins?
That's right.
Going forward, did the member remain Kouri Richins?
That's correct. I've checked it periodically and there have been no changes.
Thanks, Scott. Ma'am, what in terms of financing and accounting is an alter ego?
An alter ego is where there are a couple of businesses or a business and a person that are so related that they're indistinguishable. And that can be the commingling of funds, or one relies so heavily on the other for capitalization. There's such a sameness that there's no distinguishing one from the other.
Did you analyze the relationship between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty to determine whether there are any indicators that they are alter egos of each other?
I did.
Are there any indicators?
There are many, yes.
And what are they?
The use of funds, the transfer of funds between the business and the person assist each other. There is a sameness, the same addresses are used, the same accounts are used. The business account is primarily for business, but there are many personal expenses that do appear there. And so, and the capitalization for the business squarely comes from the acts of Kouri Richins.
When analyzing Kouri Richins' business and personal accounts, what first struck you?
Well, I usually take a first pass and just to try and absorb things. And when I got to October of 2021, there are many transactions that didn't clear the bank. Either they didn't clear the bank without a fee. Some of them were overdrafted and paid by the bank, and some were just returned non-sufficient funds. Most of us know that as NSF. And the account was perpetually in the hole. Even though there was money coming in, it was going out at a very exhaustive pace. And then
let me stop you there. We'll unpack this bit by bit.
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-106 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Can't see it.
Did he say recognize?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This is drawn directly from the K. Richins Realty account 6577 at America First Credit Union.
What's Mr.
State
Ramos
moves
do?
to admit 5-106 Delta.
No objection.
States 5-106 Delta is admitted.
Can the court publish it, please?
Done.
Okay, let's zoom in on this. What generally does this exhibit depict?
So this is just the overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions for each of these months, just in that one account. And so I started in January of 2021, and this follows through March of 2022.
Holy smokes, that's a lot of bounce checks.
Does this provide us, or does this tell us that for that 15-month period, there were 236 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions from that single account?
That's correct. So
And that the amount of transactions that tried to pass but didn't was $360,000?
That's right.
And that as a result of that, this account was assessed $5,600 in fees?
That's correct.
Does this exhibit provide you as a forensic accountant any information regarding trends?
Yes. As I mentioned before, I try to understand the chronology of things, and so understand kind of what is typical for an account. So when things change, I can understand that a little bit more, or at least seek to find an understanding of it. So if you go down the number of transactions column, what I did is just count up the number of transactions in a particular month, and you can see that for most of the year 2021, it's minimal, de minimis, not really that big of a deal, relatively speaking. And then in October through the end of March, it's a drastic increase in funds that did not clear the bank, or transactions that didn't clear the bank without a fee. And then if you go over to the amount column, that represents the amount. I just added up the transactions, the value of each transaction in each of those months. So in November and December, those are separate buckets of transactions that she tried to pay without a fee, and that didn't happen. So $91,000 in each of those months.
So these might not have bounced.
Pick an example. December.
Might have used an overdraft.
That in December, she had 77 overdraft or non-sufficient fund transactions totaling $91,000.
That's what that says, yes.
And that cost $2,000 in fees.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that upward trend began in October and continued through March.
That is correct.
Did you trace these overdraft and non-sufficient fund transactions?
I did.
What did she use the money for?
A lot of them were debt payments or expenses that she either paid or attempted to pay to rehab vendors, like contractors and subs and trades for her properties.
Did she also try to pay herself?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get 5-109
Did those go through?
Delta, please?
Did you pay yourself first?
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
This also drew from that same account at America First, the K. Richins Realty account 6577, and the personal account 5244 in some instances, and then also that Navy Federal Credit Union checking account for Kouri Richins.
The state moves to admit 5-109 Delta.
No objection.
5-109D is admitted.
Okay, can we go in, Scott, please zoom on that, that kind of left-hand block. Perfect. What, ma'am, does this depict?
They are pairs. And so on the left hand, these are the checks that Kouri Richins wrote from her Navy Federal Credit Union account to herself and deposited them into the America First Credit Union accounts, and they were returned unpaid. They bounced.
She bounced checks to herself.
Does this show that Kouri Richins wrote approximately $60,000 in checks to herself beginning in August of 2021 through May of 2022 that bounced?
That's correct.
And she wrote them from a checking account that had a balance of either that had a balance that ranged between negative $51 and $29?
That's right.
So taking the December 23rd, 2021 line as an example, does this show that on December the 23rd, Kouri Richins wrote a check from her Navy Federal account for $10,000, deposited that in her America First Credit Union account at a time that she was $51 in the hole on her Navy account?
That's correct. She wrote two of those checks, the one for $10,000 and then the next one for $4,000.
Got it.
So she's
and there was another $10,000 the next day, right?
Then it gets
That's
returned.
right.
Thanks, Scott.
It's frozen up again.
No problem. Let's fix it.
Unplug it, plug it back in again, please.
One moment, please.
I knew it was bad, but this is really bad. This isn't like I made an error balancing my checkbook. This is like,
Scott, if you'd unplug and plug back in.
how can I commit fraud this morning?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, ma'am, you mentioned how in analyzing the non-sufficient and overdraft fund transactions, that beginning in October there was an increase in the number of overdraft and NSF transactions. Did that cause you to then drill down into the October through March bank statements?
I did, yes.
Scott, can I please get 5-29 Delta?
We're going to get to her debt service. These are the ones that bounced. Let's see if ones went through.
Echo? Foxtrot? Golf? Hotel? Ma'am, do you recognize Exhibit 5-29D through H?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are they?
They are the America First Credit Union bank account statements for the K. Richins Realty account 6577 from October 21 to February 22 that America First Credit Union responded pursuant to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibits 529D through H into evidence.
No objection.
5-29D through H are admitted.
I'm surprised the
Scott,
bank
can we
didn't close their accounts.
Bring up, please, 529D to publish.
Scott's back there just rocking the tech and the mustache. Doing great.
Ma'am, for those of us whose spouses handle the banking, what are we looking at?
This is a bank account statement.
What I'd like to do is, well, did you analyze this bank account statements and the others to, or did you analyze them?
Yes, I did.
If agreeable, Can you maybe grab, there's a hand mic up there.
Sing your favorite karaoke song.
That's okay. If you promise to stay tethered to the podium and turn your lav off, this will work.
I just turned it off, yeah.
There you go.
Thanks, Judge.
Mr. Blood was like, I don't talk. I can't walk around.
Ms. Carrington, what I'd like you to do, please, is walk the jury through how you analyze this bank statement.
Ms. Nestor moves for better view.
Oh, we have a pointer.
Laser has been sourced. Bloodworth wants to use it first.
And I don't
It's a fake
really,
laser.
And please ask Scott to blow it up, highlight it.
Okay. Does this work? Scott, would you please, let's start with the header. I don't know. Okay, so this is the header that shows. Scott, am I doing this right? Yeah. Okay. This is the header. So this will show the owner of the account. This is K. Richins Realty, LLC. This is that P.O. Box 759 in Camas that we talked about. And then this is the account statement for October 31st of 2021. Here's the account number 6577.
You can see through the blackout.
And then this section below
redacted.
is the summary account, the summary of the account. So there's a share savings that is reported on this bank account statement along with the checking account. And it shows at the end of the month, these two accounts were in the negative $1,684.75. So this is that same month.
Thank you, Angela.
We've just been talking about. And so then I would start to look at the transactions. So Scott, can we do the body, please? Maybe just the checking is fine. Okay, so what happens here is we have the posted date. The effective date is like the date of that the transaction came through, and then the posted date is when it is posted to the account. So you can see in the body here under the description, some of them are very descriptive, and you can tell who the payee is. That's the entity who receives the money on this transaction. Some do not. They say bank-to-bank transfer, and we'll go back to that in a little bit. And then you go over here to the transaction amount. I'm just going to skip it. Excuse me. You go here to the transaction amount, and these are negatives, meaning they're paid out of the account. And if they do not have a negative here, that's a deposit into the account. And then on the far right is the running total balance of the account. Sorry.
I have it.
Did you? Oh, thank you. Okay, Scott, can we go to the next page, please? So, oh, I'm sorry. Can we back up a little bit? Back to the first page, transactions. Sorry.
Kouri's not interested. This never made sense to
so
her
this
anyway.
part here, down here, these automatic withdrawals. Chemical Bank is the payment on a HELOC. It's usually more than $100, but that's what that is. And then the Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava are going to become familiar names. Those four I could see posting on October 1st. And then, Scott, could we please go to the second page? And then you can see that those, we'll get to those in a second. She also has Boomerang ×3 and Fund Fi. And so the Boomerang ones we can describe in a minute are property payments that are monthly. And this Fund Fi is $3,107 that she obligated to pay every single week. Can we go down to the bottom,
every week,
please? Okay, stop. A little bit up, please. Okay, right there is good. Okay, so remember those names from before. We can get to here. Remember these 4 names, Delta Bridge, Blue Bridge, Fairmont, and Zahava. Those were paid on October 1st. They're also paid on October 4th, down here on October 5th, and then on October 6th. These are 4 payday lenders. They're accounts receivable loans where she's committed to pay every single day these amounts over here. So $2,100 a day plus the other ones that we've noted. And so.
Sure. Are you also, well, scroll down and if you could also, what if anything are you seeing about?
Get to the podium.
Tethered. What if anything are you seeing about the balance history as you're looking at this?
So I'm looking here. Let's see if I can get this to go over to the running total over here on the side. You can see at the top of where we're looking here, she gets down to about $2,600 in the account, and then here comes $16,800 into the account, bumps it back up, and then there's those daily payments that she has to pay, and then she gets another bump of $18,900, and then down here at the bottom you see this $39,000 coming in. That's a deposit from Merchant Capital. So those are representing incoming funds to the account, and so that caused me to look at where those are coming from, especially these that say just the bank-to-bank transfer up here. I'm sorry, this is not
never
working.
Existed.
This bank-to-bank transfer here, this bank-to-bank transfer here. So where did those come from? And so that caused me then to look at the UCC filings.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Does that trend of automatic withdrawals to service debt just continue throughout the month of October?
Yes, it did. You can see, again, the same devices, and I don't agree. I'm so sorry. Okay, you can see the same payments here. Then she's added a few. Here's the Advantage platform is a new one. And then you go down here, FundFi Merchant is a new one.
She's paid for a credit
Capital
report.
is one that she's been paying for a while. And this one will be significant. Kind of put a pin in this one, $5,438. So she's got all these others that are daily payments. FundFi and Greengrass Capital are weekly payments. And so what I started to do was calculate how much were these debt payments and who were these lenders, what are these loans. And so she's obligated herself on these, the consistent of $2,100 every day. So that's about $10,000 a week. And then she adds the FundFi for $3,100 and the Greengrass for $5,438. And that's every single week she has to come up with that money just to stay current and avoid default, because the default clauses on all of these, they're already starting at high interest rates. But if they go into default, the interest rate almost doubles.
And then, ma'am, what else as we go through? We can just go down maybe, Scott, to the end of the statement. Just scroll through so we can look at the balance history. What is the balance history, if anything, telling you?
Well, the balance history fluctuates greatly, right? And it hovers into the low figures, and then it goes into the negative. And then this is what I'm talking about, where you see here, like on, starting on about October 13th, these start to be overdrawn, and they were paid initially. And then you look over here at the account balance, it starts to go into the negative. And so then that, if you, let's go to the next page. Just maybe start at the top. And so then You can see here that the top ones were returned. They incurred a fee. She's got a little bit of money coming in, but not much. And then can we scroll down, please? Then this just really caught my eye that something obviously was going on at this time. Here she's trying to pay for business expenses, for debt payments, a couple of personal expenses, and these are all being returned. And she's $6,000 in the hole at the end of this page. Could we go to the next page, please? She has a new deposit from a new lender, One Main Financial, on October 20th for $31,680, and then she used that money. As you can see, you just pay attention to the balance on the right-hand side. She used that to pay debt, and then you can also see here on the 20th. She's got CashNet USA, which is a new one.
Kouri's wilting at the table.
Can we scroll down a little bit more, please? Oh, let's stop here. Right here on October 22nd, this bank-to-bank transfer, she's got $77,000 that comes in here. This is where she's sold one of her properties. So in addition to selling her properties, and she's got the accounts receivable loans, the payday loans, she has money coming in, but then I started to look at the velocity, how quickly, how long did that money last? And so if we keep scrolling down, you can see, and can we continue, please? Next page. She pays for some rehab expenses for painters and things like that. She's managing the business using some of her revenues from her sales of properties, but then she's also incurring more and more debt because it's not enough. And you can see here on October 27th, she's got a new one for QSF Capital. And this payment, so there's QFS Capital. This lender gives her the income in stages. And then you see down, Scott, can you highlight October 27th, where QFS Capital, down, that one, please? The $1,689.75. And that's a payment that she needs to pay every day in order to stay current on that. So that's on top of the other loans that she already has to pay.
Whoa.
You can see down on the 28th, the very bottom line of this screen, on October 28th, you can see another payment right there for QFS Capital of $1,689.75. And so then back to my process, I start to look at this and try to understand
credit removers,
where this money is coming from, who these lenders are, where the money is going to, and what's the end game.
Perfect. I'll take.
Turn that off and turn your lapel mic on. Wow.
Thank you.
This is hard money lending. Daily interest payments required. Daily service
Okay, ma'am.
payments.
That was the October statement, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
My fault.
Fine.
We're not going to go through November, December, January, February, but let me ask you, do those months present the same as October?
Yeah, in the fundamental nature, yes.
And by fundamental nature, do you show that, or do you mean that she had similar debt service throughout that time period?
Similar, yes. I mean, there are changes, of course, but yes, the same fluctuations in the bank account, the same adding new lenders consistently, and using a lot of the new money to pay for debt.
Do those other statements present the same low balance history?
Yes.
Does she deplete, whenever she receives funds into the account, does she deplete them with similar velocity?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
So you just said that analyzing this statement caused you to caused you to next analyze her debt. Is that right?
That's right.
Let's turn there, please. Scott, can I get 5-13 Delta? And I think there are 4 pages. If you could scroll through them, please. 5-113. Ma'am, do you recognize that?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you review to prepare it?
So this was a combination of the bank account statements, the loan documents for the accounts receivable payday loans, the credit card accounts, her lines of credit at different banks, and the home equity line of credit.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-113 Delta.
No objection.
5-113D is admitted.
Can we please publish the first page? Ma'am, what does this depict?
So in that same time period as before, starting in January of 2021 through March of 2022, the total debt she owed on real properties, the credit accounts, the credit cards and her lines of credit, and the account receivable loans, the payday loans that we've talked about.
Does this show that on March of 2022, she owed $7.5 million and was paying approximately $80,000 a month towards that debt?
That is what that shows, yes.
Scott, can we split screen, please, Delta with Foxtrot?
Which Foxtrot?
113? 113, oh.
113F hasn't been offered yet.
Can we split them out, or are they two?
Mr. Bloodworth, 113F hasn't been offered yet.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, they were a package. They're marked as one.
Was that D or 113? Can we have a more clear record on
Sure.
that? 113. I admitted 113D. Ms. Nestor didn't object.
I've confused the record.
Okay.
Let me try again.
Please.
Scott, can I get the first page split with the third page?
Understood.
Sorry. Ma'am, what does this depict?
So this is just a graphic depiction, a line graph that uses the information from the chart.
There's a trend. Holy
And
smokes.
Go ahead.
Sorry. The orange line along the bottom is the total debt paid, and then the blue line above is the total debt owed. And this is for, again, all the real estate, all the lines of credit, credit cards, and the payday loans.
Does this exhibit show that between January 21 and March of 22, her debt was generally increasing except for a dip between, call it, August and February?
That's correct.
And that whole time, the amount she was paying to service that debt remained generally the same except for a blip in April of 2021?
That's right.
Scott, can I get page 2 of this exhibit, please? And we can take down page 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
This is that same concept. I just wondered if we might want to discuss this without the real estate. So this is just the loans, the lines of credit, the credit cards, payday loans, So I've just taken out the loans on the properties.
So does this, for example, show that in March of 22, she owed $800,000 in non-real estate debt?
That's what this shows, yes.
Non-real
And she
estate
was also that
consumer.
month paid about $80,000 to service the debt.
That's right.
Which is about the same $80,000 she was paying to service everything.
It is the same. Well, and for most of her real estate loans were balloons. So her notes were balloons, like a 6 month. She'd borrow here, and they did not require monthly pay. Most of them did not require monthly payments, and so that's why you'd see the same numbers there.
Scott, can we split that with page 4, please? Is this again then the graph of what's on the left-hand side?
That's right. So the same concept, just without the loans on the real estate.
The total debt owed seems to flatline about October 2021.
Yes, it pretty much does, yeah.
Why?
There are a lot of reasons why. I don't know all of them.
She got blacklisted.
It looks to me like she's just exhausted her funding sources, and there are very few new funding sources that kind of come in after that first period. You know, we talked a lot about some of the new ones. Kind of after that, there weren't a lot of new ones. And so that's the explanation I believe is correct.
Thank you, Scott. Does understanding Kouri Richins' debt narrative begin with any particular loan?
Yes.
What loan?
When she started her business, the home equity line of credit that was taken out in March of 2019.
What is a home equity line of credit?
So it is a loan, but the funds are held and they're available for a borrower to draw from as needed. So it could sit there just as an open line of credit and not be used. And it's based on whatever equity that someone has in their home.
And was the home involved the home that she and Eric Richins and their children lived in?
Yes, it did.
Scott, can I get 6-1, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the warranty deed from November of 2012, in which Eric Richins took ownership of the property that he bought from Clint and Katie Benson. This is the Willow Court home.
Your Honor, the state moves 6-1 into evidence.
No objection.
State 6-1 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on kind of the top half.
Atticus, welcome to the jury. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support.
Ma'am, what information does this provide?
So the warranty deed is a transfer of ownership. And so shows that Clint and Katie Benson previously owned the property, and Eric Richins is the new owner of the property. Lot D11 Wild Willow subdivision is the part of the legal description. And then finally, there is the date of November 9th, 2012.
Was this the warranty deed in place on the home at the time the HELOC was taken out?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up 5-4?
We're getting to this. I think this might be the beginning of her.
Your Honor, we
missteps.
would, at this point, lodge a 404B objection to this document and all the testimony that flows from it.
This is crimes or other acts objection. Yes, she did bad things in other places, but this is not what this case is about. 404A is character evidence. 404B is crimes, wrongs, and other acts. Prohibited uses. Evidence of a crime, wrong, or other act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that a particular occasion the person acted in conformity with the character. So they're going to try to keep this from coming in because it looks bad, as you guys can all see. And I know many of us are not the financial geniuses that our parents hoped we would become. But Kouri looked at the national debt and said, "Oh, two can play that game." This is insane. This is crazy and not just that she was stacking loans, but that she went through her traditional sources with loans, burned through those, then had to go to these high risk, shady loans that require daily service. You have to pay every day. It's not like once a month your bill becomes due. Oh, every day you had to pay this amount. The interest rate on those must have been ridiculous, absolutely insane. But that's how she set up her business, and for months you've got that plus shooting yourself in the foot financially with over a 6-month period over $5,000 in bounce check fees. These are things you can control. Don't spend that much. But all she knew was to get more loans to drive more business. So on the outside, you're seeing her buying houses and hiring contractors and flipping houses, but internally, financially, it's just that debt number is skyrocketing, and it flatlines because she ran out of people who were stupid enough to loan her money.
The witness can see 5-4.
State moves to admit 5-4.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
Just same objection, but I understand what was said at the bench.
Okay. States 5-4 is admitted. I'll publish it now.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that top third. Yep. Ma'am, what is this?
This is the HELOC, the home equity line of credit. This is the agreement that kind of outlines the terms of the loan.
Borrower, Eric Richins.
Who does it identify as the borrower?
Eric Richins.
And what does it identify as the credit limit on the loan?
$250,000.
Scott, if you can scroll down, please, to the first signature. Actually, it may be the only signature. Can you zoom in on the signature, please? Ma'am, who does this show signed as the borrower?
The borrower was Eric Richins, but signed by Kouri Darden Richins as attorney in fact.
And she signed as attorney in fact for Eric Richins on March the 19th, 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, please. 5-89 Delta. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the HELOC statements from TCF Bank / Huntington Bank.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-89 Delta.
No objection.
5-89D is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this depict?
So along the top are the months, every other month, but each bar represents a month, and the negative numbers indicate the balance of the loan as of that month. So, for example, on March 1st, March of 2019, there was a draw of $60,000 shortly after the loan was approved. And so that stayed at that balance for a few months. And then following that, every month I've just taken the balance of the account and depicted it in a bar.
And the bars go downward because this is a negative number. It's the amount owed?
That's right. And so I've got like on the left-hand side, those are negative numbers. And you can see the negative $250,000. That's the limit, the credit limit of this loan. And so you can see relative to the credit limit where the balance was in any given month.
What did you determine was the balance on the HELOC at the time of Eric Richins' death?
At the time of his death, it was over its limit, $254,000.
Did you analyze the payments made towards this balance?
Yes.
You mentioned the 60 was a draw. So what did your analysis show regarding payments?
With the exception of one, the payments were interest-only payments, so the minimum payment. And then you can see in October of 2020, there's a rise in the balance. There was a $50,000 payment made in October 2020. And so that's why the balance is different there. And then by the June and July of 2021, it was at its balance or exceeding.
You guys, it gets worse. You guys
so
are
am I
asking a
right
great
then
question.
that
It gets
for the
worse.
one $50,000 payment in October 2020, the only payments were minimum monthly interest payments?
That's correct.
Were you able to trace the HELOC draws to see where the money went?
Yes.
What did you determine?
They were by and large for rehab expenses related to Kouri Richins projects.
Let me back up half a step. When you analyze the payment history, what were the source of the payment? What was the source of the payments?
The source of the payments that made those interest-only payments and the $50,000, those were from the K. Richins Realty accounts and sometimes from the Kouri's personal checking 5244 from America First.
So am I right then that the money was drawn from the HELOC to support Kouri Richins' business, and the payments were made from Kouri Richins to the HELOC?
That's correct.
Any transaction history involving Eric Richins?
Not that I could see. I've looked at every transaction available. I couldn't see any.
Thank you, Scott. Can I get 5-6, please?
Liz, this is not a recommended, not a recommended business strategy.
Scott, if you would briefly disconnect and reconnect so I can see your connection again. Thank you, sir.
There's a point when your credit catches up to you, and we're going to see what she did to
there you go,
to get around that here in a little bit.
Scott, can you scroll through that, please?
She did pay for her own credit score. She ran her credit score through Experian to see what she was. And
would you scroll through this one more time for me, Scott?
Judge, if you could straighten your mic out.
One more page. Okay. I now understand.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the original draw of $60,000, a copy of that. And this was from TCF National Bank / Huntington Bank in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-6.
No objection.
5-6 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in on the check. Ma'am, who's the check made out to?
It's payable to Eric Richins.
And do you know why?
Object to speculation.
So you lay a little foundation.
Ms. Carrington, who was the home equity line of credit? Who was the borrower for the home equity line of credit?
Eric Richins.
Is it typical for the borrower to be the named payee on draws of an account?
Yes.
Did you trace where this $60,000 went?
Yes.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 5-7?
Your Honor, at this point, I renew my 404B objection.
Would you folks approach for a second?
Defense is saying this is other acts. This is things that Kouri did wrong, crimes specifically, financial crimes, forging signatures, getting loans on things that she didn't own, namely her house. The power of attorney issue, obviously, that Eric had potentially created one, but didn't know she was using it in this way or something like that. That's going to be decided. The majority of her financial crimes are split away from this trial. There is a separate trial where she will face this music, but some of them are included here. Defense would like to have none of them come in for this because it's very easy to convict her for the financial crimes. And once you have a home run guilty on one, it might be very easy to see, and that's why it went to murder. I see an appeal in the future. This is exactly what they did to Alex Murdaugh to prove his motive and guilt. Yes, but in Alex Murdaugh, they took weeks and weeks to go through the checks. Here, Mr. Bloodworth is flying through it, even saying, we're only covering 1 month. Did this continue for the next 4 or 5 months? Yes, it did. All right. Moving on. They're just scraping the top. Who's this? I mean, I know that's Eric's dad. But who was walking in front of the camera there in the pink? Let's see. Uncivil. What was the thought there? If they split the financial crimes away, the prosecution needs to be careful, or we're just going to do the Murdaugh conviction appeal all over again. And Murdoch was worse because they brought the people he cheated to. I think this judge will stop at some point. Well, mostly it was companies that she was dealing with. This was like contractors that she was working with on banks.
Forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, did you move to admit 5-7?
I did not. I do so now.
Okay. Any additional objection, Ms. Nestor?
Not other than what I've already covered, Your Honor.
Okay. 5-7 is admitted.
It's coming in.
Ms. Carrington, what are we looking at?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins. This is that personal checking account 5244 for April of 2019, which would have covered the March of 2019 transactions.
And did you trace that $60,000 draw that we just looked at into this account?
I did.
Can you please show us where it lands in this account?
Yes, I think it's the second. If you can see on March 29th, there's a deposit of $60,000 into the account.
Did you then trace the funds from that account?
I did.
Where did the funds go?
Basically for rehab expenses and debt payments. Well, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Scott, can I get 6-23D, please?
Janet, that's funny.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the loan documents for the different properties, the deeds, the warranty deeds and trust deeds for the properties, the bank account statements for K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins. I think that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-23 Delta.
Defense? Same objections?
It's just the one page, right?
It is.
Okay.
No objection.
6-23 Delta is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what does this depict?
This is what I've called a purchase timeline, and it depicts the purchase of the properties in these years by K. Richins Realty and Kouri Richins.
What trend information, if any, does this depiction provide?
Well, the numbers of, there are a couple of things. The numbers of projects from 1 in 2019 to 5 in 2020 to 15 in 2021, and then finally the one large project in 2022. And then also the aggregate amount. So this is based on the purchase price. So she purchased one for $215,000 in 2019, and then when you get to 21, it's $6.7 million for all of those projects.
What does your teaching and training tell you about, if anything, about rapid growth in a business?
I look at a lot of businesses, and it doesn't matter what kind of industry or what kind of business or what kind of solvency they have. Managing growth is really challenging, and managing this kind of exponential growth is challenging for any kind of a business. And so this depicts that, I mean, you don't really need to know much else, but to see a growth from 5 projects to 15 from one year to the next, or 2.2 to 6.7 in 1 year, that presents a challenge for anybody.
Did you analyze each of the purchases depicted here?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 6-24 Delta, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
A lot of those same documents, a lot of the deeds, the warranty deeds, trust deeds. The trust deeds show or reflected of the loan. So all the loan documents, the primary lender, all the second, third, and fourth lender, position lenders that I call rehab lenders. The settlement statements for the purchase, the settlement statements for the sale, and then what the rehab expenses were. And for that, I've used what Kouri Richins reported to her tax preparer, and then I did an analysis of every transaction in her accounts to understand what the expenses were.
We'll get there in a minute. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to admit it first.
Sorry.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 6-24 Delta.
No objection.
6-24D is admitted.
Scott, can you show that in split screen, 2 pages?
Mr. Bloodworth, for me personally, will you identify a spot where we can take a restroom break?
Yes, Your Honor, I got it planned out right after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Judge says, I'm not a camel. I can't hold it much longer.
Okay. Do each of these columns, and we're going to drill down in some here in a minute, but do each of these columns vertically depict one of those transactions, one of those property transactions?
Yes, each column is one property.
Scott, let's zoom in on the far left column and the first property. Can you please explain to the jury what that far left column, purchase, sale, rehab expenses, depicts?
Yes. So at the top, it's the 550 house. The address is 550 and 550, and it's in Heber. So it's called, I call it the 550 house. It was $215,000 to purchase.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me stop you. I mean, interrupt. I'm one column to the left.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first section is the purchase. So that's the purchase, what she borrowed to buy it, and there were other funds that she borrowed, and then the closing costs. And so the equity in the property at the time of the purchase.
Okay. And then what's the next column, the next section, the sales section?
That's, so when she sold it, what was the sales price? She had to repay those borrowed funds. If I knew the closing costs, I've included them. If I haven't, if I wasn't sure I had the final settlement statement, I didn't include it. And then I get what the net proceeds were at the time of the sale. So that would have been the amount that landed in her bank account.
So her first,
and
first house made her net profit of $47,000.
Rehab expenses section. What is that, and how did you calculate it?
So the rehab expenses, as I said, she reported some to her tax preparer, her CPA, and most of the times I went back to her bank account and I looked at her memo notations about which project a specific expense was for. Okay. They're not all labeled.
Let me stop you there. Okay. Why did you not use the expenses that she gave to her tax CPA?
They were not correct.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yep.
They were not correct. She self-reported her figures, and they were not correct. So I think if anyone is going to testify that the numbers were wrong, a forensic accountant would be the one that could come up with that. I'm not sure you'd want to pit Kouri's financial prowess against Miss Carrington, but here we go. Let's see if this is allowed or not. It might need a little foundation before you can make that statement, or maybe delve deeper into it to say what was wrong. This is unbelievable. This prosecution is doing a very good job of keeping this story understandable. The evidence, the evidence we're seeing here, especially, these are very complicated transactions that span a wide time frame. They're putting together a display that makes sense. Oh, you bought it for this amount? This is how much your total loan was. Here's your rehab cost, repaying the loan. It breaks down very clearly over something that happened in a month's period, and there were multiples of these happening at the same time, especially after the first year. She just did the one house. The next year she did 5, and then the year after she's doing 15 of these at the same time. This is crazy. Let's see here. Sidebar's taking a little while. Might take a minute or two more. I don't blame her for going from 1 to 5 houses, right? The first year, she made $47,000 profit, take-home money, on flipping that first house. I think she put a ton in the rehab costs, just looking at the percentages. Usually, you buy a house for $100,000, you want to put, I don't know, maybe 10% in. She bought a house for $212,000 and put $98,000 in. But she did flip it for nearly double what she paid for it. So I guess she thought, well, we can rinse, wash, and repeat and do that again with 5 houses, and it just didn't. The math didn't math as she went forward, and then that's when the loans started coming in. All right. Give them just a minute longer here. It looks like they should be wrapping up. There they are.
Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am, you said you did not use expense reporting to the tax accountants because they were inaccurate. How then did you determine the rehab expenses?
So I went through every transaction in that K. Richins Realty 6577 account. And I looked at the check copies, and I looked at the notations. Sometimes the transactions had a notation or a payee in the body of the statement. So I took those, and quite often Kouri Richins would write on a check, this is for Mill Creek, or this is for Centerville, or this is for Sandy. And so then I've taken those at face value, and it's a sorting exercise. So that's how I arrived at this number.
Were you able to allocate all rehab expenses to particular projects?
I was not.
So if it's shown in the accounting for one particular project, you can definitely trace it to that project.
Based on Kouri Richins' notations, yes.
And by using the approach of not allocating expenses unless you were certain, is that a conservative approach to accounting?
Back to leading.
Let's let him finish the question, and then I'll rule on it. Would you state it again for me, sir?
By not allocating expenses to a particular project unless you could trace them to that project, is that a conservative accounting approach?
It is.
Overruled.
Does it underestimate the expenses for one particular project?
It does. For example, in 2021, there's $400,000 of expenses that I can tell go to trades or vendors, her subs, for projects, but I can't tell what project they're for. So there's $400,000 in 2021.
So that $400,000 doesn't even appear on this entire chart.
That's right.
But you know they were expenses towards rehab.
They were the same payees, so yes.
You also mentioned that you didn't include closing costs at sale unless you were certain of them.
Right, because there are different versions, different draft versions of a settlement statement, and they change as the title company's trying to get to the final numbers. So if I wasn't confident that was the final one that I had, then I've left that blank.
Okay. Now let's talk about the net proceeds, the 100, let's go into the 550 house. That's just the first one. We'll take it as an example, okay?
Okay,
So she purchased that house for $215,000, is that right?
that's right.
And she borrowed $221 initially on it,
Yes,
and she had $7,000 in closing costs.
yes,
So does that first total negative $13,800 show that the minute she closed on the house, she was $13,800 in the hole?
that's right.
And is that why it is color-coded red on your chart?
Yes,
She lost money on the
Okay,
deal.
and then she rehabbed it,
that's correct.
and she sold it. And she sold it for $404,000.
Yes,
But she had all kinds of transaction costs. She had to repay borrowed funds. She had closing costs, perhaps none on this project. And at the end of the day, when she sold it, what amount of money hit her bank account?
$145,802,
And how do you know that?
because it hit her bank account.
And can you see it in her bank account statement?
Yes,
Now, we get down to the rehab expenses for the 550 house, that column. You were able to trace $98,000 to it.
yes,
There may be more out there, but you were only able to trace $98,000 to it.
yes,
So for this project, she made, it appears, based on your conservative accounting, $47,000.
right. And I have that in gray because so much of the HELOC funds were used for this project. She bought this. She had the HELOC in March, and then she started drawing on it again when she bought this property in August of 2021. And I believe that some of those funds were, I don't want to double dip. So
Okay.
I've left it gray.
So because it's gray, she made $47,000 or less on this house.
Yeah, and I think she probably made a profit, bottom line profit on this house.
Let's turn to one more example, please, okay? Scott, can I get the Mill Creek example? Okay. To make sure we all understand. She purchased, does this say that she purchased the Mill Creek house for $650,000?
Yes,
And that she borrowed 3 times right away, $721,115 and $41.
yeah, so she bought this in March, so the borrowed funds of 721 is what she borrowed out of the gate, and then the 115 came a few months later.
Okay, and how about the 41?
And that was also a few months later.
So kind of equity at the time of purchase, or within a few months of purchase, she was $228,000 in the hole on this house.
Yes,
She sold it for $115,000, or sorry, $1,115,000.
that's correct.
But she had closing costs. She had to repay what she bought on it. And she had $836,000 in costs unrelated to the rehab. Is that correct?
Right, that's just the loan, and you'll notice that the repayment of borrowed funds is the same amount as the borrowed funds above.
Right.
So, and I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly why I did that, but that is, the interest should be on top of that. So that's a conservative amount. There should be interest payment, or interest costs.
And why did you not include the interest costs?
I can't remember. I had a reason, and I can't remember.
But your reason at bottom was
Did she mess
it was
up?
conservative to not include them?
It was, she had to repay at least what she borrowed,
Okay.
so.
But at the end of this transaction, when it closed, how much money hit her bank account?
$32,467.43.
And were you able to trace rehab expenses to this project?
Yes,
How much did you trace to this project?
188,000.
But there could be more that you were unable to trace.
There could be more, yeah.
There could be more out of that pot of 400,000.
This was a big project, and yes.
So at the end of the day, 32 minus the 188 left her losing $155,000 on this project?
At least that, yes.
Maybe more?
Yes.
Okay, Scott, let's back out of the whole shebang and go to the far right column. Okay, let's look at the numbers kind of off the page. There's two outlying numbers. The first is what does that 2.142 million mean?
That is her net equity in all of these projects. So I've taken, that's a horizontal sum. So negative 2.1 million that she was in the hole as soon as she purchased the projects.
It is so bad. It is
Then we go down to that negative 469,000. What does that number mean?
That means again, that's a horizontal sum across all properties. What I estimate her net loss was on all those properties. Yes, net loss on all those properties.
So she lost 469,000 based on this accounting.
Right, and that doesn't include the 400,000 in additional expenses. Actually, it's 460,000 for all of the projects. So add that together, and then it also, there's no net loss that I've included in this number for the properties that were lost in foreclosure.
Okay.
Because they weren't sold.
So this is only properties that were sold. She lost
floored.
469,000 plus another 460 that you were unable to directly trace to a project. So just on properties that were sold, forgetting about properties that were foreclosed, she lost over $900,000.
That's correct.
Scott, can you go to the Barney column?
The judge is
Okay.
trying to catch
I
Mr.
just
Bloodworth's
want to
attention.
show the Barney column. I think, Your Honor, this would be a good time to pause, and we can come back and address the Barney house.
Very good. Folks, let's take a break. Please rise for the jury.
All right, this is a couple things. You know, the rehab business, flipping houses, it is a big business. A lot of people do it. And honestly, it's a business that that a lot of people can get. I've got family on my wife's side that are, that basically made their start in business by flipping houses. Some of them built them and flipped them, and some of them they'd build and sell and build and sell and just keep repeating the process as just would buy, rehab.
You are welcome to take a walk, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anyone during the break. 20 of 11, is that agreeable, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
we'll be in recess
14-minute break.
until 10:40. Thank you.
All right. Basically, the idea behind this is you're always trying to make a profit. So if you are going into a deal, you want to make sure you purchase the house at a price that is at a premium. It's not high. It's low. It's a low price. Probably low for the area. You find that because you have a house that's in, it looks terrible from the curb. The lawn's overgrown. There's a couple cars on it or something. Inside, it's been trashed by the last renter or something. It smells bad. You basically have a home you walk into that other people would not want to buy. And so the seller, who doesn't want to fix it, is going to sell it for less than it's worth. But you walk through it, and mentally in your head, you're adding up, okay, I've got to replace all the carpet. I've got to do the paint. There's another 10,000 there. And you do the math, and you say, okay, I can make this work. I can buy the house. I know the value from the comps in the area, what the home is worth. Holy smokes. Josh just gifted Just gifted 20 memberships. Josh, thank you. Appreciate that. That's super generous. Congratulations to the new people in green. Let me finish my thought here on this home buying thing. On every deal, you would want to have a safety net, right? If things don't go well, there's got to be a point where you can bail out and at least recoup your losses and just break even. Okay, that's going to be your last ditch. Oh, it's not going the way it did. I dug into the carpet, found out we had to replace subfloor, things like that. You want to be able to have enough room in there that you can break even, worst case scenario. Kouri, clearly from the numbers that she's putting into the home as far as the investment, just doubled down and just dumped money into rehabbing these homes. And then she's losing money on the deals. And possibly because she's doing so many deals at the same time and her balancing the checkbook thing, she might not have even known how bad it was for each home. She might not have been breaking it down and tracking her expenses from her loan payments and the rehab and all the sub work and everything. She might not even know that she was losing money. It was just do more and more work. The first one worked. If we do more, I'll make more. That is absolutely, absolutely terrible. All right. Math was not her strong suit. I'm wondering if she's sitting there in court right now. So I'm like, oh, now it makes sense. Now I know what went wrong. This might be the first time she's seen these numbers and been like, oh, that's the problem. That's the problem. I was paying too much for rehab. Oh, she did understand at least how finances worked, like the moving money, where to get it from, how to move it from one place to another. It seemed like she was very short-sighted there on the loans, where she wouldn't calculate into her budget or her business what was going to happen after the loan payments were due.
Angela.
Hey, Angela. This is R.A. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing great. I love this witness. My math heart loves this witness. I am like, can I have her job? Please.
Forensic accounting. This was a mess. This account, plus you've got the commingled account issues. So you've got mixed in with, the Stanley Steamer carpet rental or the carpet cleaning business. You've got her Starbucks and everything else, the massage that she's got in there. It's a mess. And trying to sort it out and assign it to each. They weren't even able to do it all the way. I mean, there's still $400,000 in expenses that they couldn't figure out what it belonged to. Sorry, that was the end of my thought.
Yeah. I mean, now, can I retract something that I said yesterday?
Sure. I don't remember what it was, but consider it retracted.
When I said that witness who bought the house from her in 2022, that I thought that they put her in the wrong place, because I thought they should have put her a little bit closer to the financial stuff as a motive, because she said something that was the motive that, I mean, if she did poor job on that property, of course Eric didn't want her to buy that other $1 million dollar property. I retract that, because they put her in perfect place. They tied her to both I am in a public place, so the illegal stuff and the financial crime.
Yeah.
So I think that she was perfect.
The state's doing a great job
in the
on
perfect
this case.
spot.
And I have to say, I was afraid in this trial. I was afraid of the financial stuff, having lived through Murdaugh. Right? Murdaugh was a slog to go through the Alex Murdaugh trial and figure out all the finances and how it tied in and track where it is. Where there was a little bit here when Brooke Carrington was going through the accounts, trying to understand what accounts they were. I was able to follow and track that down. So every time she mentions the account number, I can reference my key and say, 6577, that's the Kouri Richins business AFCU account. And, their personal account was the 5244. That helps. And so I've been able to follow these transactions as they move back and forth. But the displays and everything, I think the jury is also just right there with them. And their jaws are probably like most of us as we listen to this and think about our own personal finances. Okay, whatever the situation, I'm sure they're very varied across the board. But everyone's probably feeling better about, whatever situation they're in. They're like, wow, I thought I felt terrible when I bounced a check as a kid. 17 years old at the sporting goods store buying, salmon eggs and power bait for going fishing. And my check bounced because I had forgot to move my paycheck from savings into the checking account. And I was just like mortified. And Kouri's like, hold my beer, $5,000 in bounce check fees.
Okay, that brings me, is quarterback or something else I hear in the background?
That's just sound effects. People are playing the Alex Murdoch stole it.
Okay. Yes, I did not follow Murdoch trials for, I don't know why, so I don't have a good excuse.
You would have loved it.
I would have loved it.
You might get
and
another
I am
shot.
a terrible, that's why I might be a terrible person that I am saying this, because I'm hoping that he wins the retrial so I can watch this.
That's awesome.
Sorry for being terrible.
I'm glad that the math people are loving this testimony today. I'm hoping it doesn't get so thick that it's hard to wade through. But
and I'm going to say one last thing before if anyone else wants to, and it's more a question than a statement. Because all of these bounce checks and some of it if I understood right, the definition of bank fraud, it does kind of fall into the definition of bank fraud, and that, if I remember correctly, that is federal crime. So how does that do not fall into federal jurisdiction? So like so those charges that they separated, how it is not in federal court instead of in state court? I'm not an expert on all this, so please, someone who knows this.
It may be the crossing state lines. She was working with local businesses, but some of them were out of state. There's got to be some out of state ones. I don't know if there are federal charges as well, or if the state's just the one pursuing and the feds say, have at her. She's going down for this. We don't want to waste our time. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to happen. I know some financial stuff has been split off, and there's a separate case for that. But we're going to get into some of the financial stuff here, both with insurance and continue what we're doing here.
Yes, and thank you so much. So I will also, I hope that lawyer, who I forgot her name, who jumped two-story ladder yesterday, can maybe, Nicole, yes. Maybe she can, Nicole, if you hear this, please, can you give us your perspective into all of these financial crimes as a lawyer, please? I'd love to hear your perspective.
Awesome.
As a lawyer.
Angela, thank you very much. Good talking to you. We'll see you.
You too. Bye-bye.
One of the things that I saw a question came from several people when they're looking at this. They're like, how in the world did she continue getting these loans with all this debt? You think about your credit score and your debt to equity ratio and all those other things. And like, why would people give her the loans? We're going to get to that. And that's probably included in some of the fraud charges because not all the information Kouri presented at these to lenders was accurate. And we're gonna see that here. We're gonna start looking at documents and comparing and seeing changes, which seems to go hand in hand with financial situations like this and this type of business. But I answered it already. Says Nicole, I missed it. Where was it in chat? So, and this is why people who are bad at math should never ever have their own business. Kouri got a master's degree, right? Like an MBA, Master's in Business Administration. There's got to be some financial classes included in that the professor should be stripped of their teaching license. I don't know. How do you pass Kouri if this is what she learned? I know it's not on the professor. Clearly she made her own choices, but I just thought that was funny. Let's see. The bank enabled her. You can't blame the bank. You can't blame the bank, especially when, some of these, you look at, like, say, AFCU, America First Credit Union. This is a big bank out in Utah. It's not actually, credit union is different than a bank, and I wanted to bring this point out as well. For those of you that work in a bank or work with the bank for your financial needs, banks tend to have higher fees. They view their people who trust them with their money, who open accounts, as their customers, and the customers are where they source their revenue from, in addition to some of the transactions. A credit union views the people who deposit money and have accounts there as members, where members are working for the same benefit, and so costs, fees are generally much lower. Interest rates are usually a little more favorable, and things like that. So when Kouri racks up 5,000 something in overdraft or non-sufficient fund fees, had this been at a bank, say like Bank of America or Wells Fargo, whatever, I'm not picking on them, I'm just giving examples, it would be expected that those fees would be considerably higher, like much, much higher. Nicole says, I'll call over lunch. She's probably elbow deep in paint still. Let's see. Ari thought Freddie Mac was innocent. I bank at a credit union. I personally do not like big banks. They have their purpose. Like there are some things that are some services that banks do better than credit unions because they do make profit. They can offer some things that credit unions can't offer because of the expense. So they have their purpose for sure. But personally, I'm a fan of credit unions. I've had an account at the same credit union since I was 16. Since I started working, which I think I was before 16. All right. The same way you can get an A grade on a paper you didn't write, says John Davenport, right? That's how you get away with it. She may be book smart and not common sense smart. Janet says, I'm behind and watching at 2 times speed. Kouri looks like she's hyperventilating. I was starting to feel the pressure of the loans, just myself. And I hate owing money, right? It's it weighs on you night and day. Right? When you have a loan, somebody owns a part of you. You can't just choose to, I'm gonna change my job and or quit my job and look for something else. You have to keep making these payments, and that pressure weighs on you. And as we're hearing about all these loans, even with daily required payments, I think Kouri is reliving the pressure she was under. And that could be why she's, you're seeing her chest rise and fall even in real time pretty quickly. I hate that. It gives me the hives. There's some situations where it's practically unavoidable. But being able to get out of debt was incredibly freeing for me. And it's funny because it coincided with me doing a whole bunch of financial stuff similar to what Kouri did, but legally. I bought this house using a HELOC, a home equity line of credit. So I had one house that we were working towards paying off. We're not able to pay off, but for some reason the market where I owned that house went nuts. I was blessed beyond belief that we had bought the house for dirt cheap, and people thought it was worth a lot more. And because of that, I got a home equity line of credit. I was able to pull all that money out. Like, we wrote ourselves a check from a home equity line of credit legally and took it in cash to our other bank and deposited it, and then used that money to buy the house here. And then sold the first house and paid off the home equity line of credit. It was crazy. Ari only blows money on taillights, Oreos, and pickles, right? And a few times cables.
00139.
Here we go. We're back.
Forgive me, Ms. Nestor. The Barney house, among other things, went into foreclosure, correct?
After Ms. Richins was arrested, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this is the house in which there was a loan from a friend that was used for a purpose different than what was represented? Is this that one?
Kind of. So originally, Kouri Richins Realty purchased the property. She ended up moving a friend in after she had purchased it. They were trying to arrange a purchase. The friend could not qualify for a loan. So they were trying to do a seller financing agreement where the friend would pay a chunk to Kouri to make up, so Kouri could pay off the hard money lenders, and then Kouri would just keep the property. They would seller finance it over time. there was a dispute right before Ms. Richins was arrested. She was holding off switching the deed to the name of the friend because there's reasons why that was. It had to do with a insurance claim on the house that was pending. But there is debate about whether or not the delay in switching the deed to the friend's name was somehow dishonest or misleading to the friend or had been misled, that's up in the air. So if we're only looking at the Barney property for the purpose of this property profit analysis, I don't have a problem with that. If we're going to get into all of the representations that were made about the property, whether or not there was, I don't even think they're saying there was fraud, but whether there was dishonesty or any of that, then I want to have a 404B analysis. So I guess I'm just alerting everybody that this was one of the issues in my motion in limine. This was one of the issues the court said you probably have to hear foundation for at trial.
No, I ruled on this one specifically, but that's fine. We can raise it again.
Right. So I guess I'm just, as an abundance of caution before the jury comes back in, if we're going to get into all of that, I want to have a 404B analysis. If we're not, then I don't mind for purposes of just whether did she make a profit or loss on the property. That is irrelevant to me. I don't care about that.
Mr. Bloodworth, tell me where the state's headed with respect to the Barney property.
Your Honor, it is beyond that column of profit and loss analysis. It will go into the $45,000 down payment that Ms. Barney made on the property, tracing those funds to pay, I think it was Fund 5, Payday lender.
Put differently, to pay something other than the hard money loan on the property.
Correct.
Okay. And then it eventually went into foreclosure.
It did eventually go into foreclosure. We may get there. I don't know that we will get there.
Okay. Any other detail regarding the Barney property that you tend to elicit?
Yes, Your Honor. So initially the Barney property was financed by a more traditional mortgage lender. In getting financing on the Barney property in June of 2021, Kouri Richins submitted a bank statement to the lender purportedly from AFCU showing a certain balance. Her bank statement from AFCU shows a different balance. C&E's bank statement from AFCU shows that first certain balance. And so it would be
account balances.
An exercise in admitting those 3 bank statements and moving on. I think that is consistent with the court's ruling. The other issue that may arise is there was an email from that hard money lender questioning Ms. Richins about her credit score in comparison to the available cash in the purported bank statement. And then in response, Kouri Richins provides an explanation of her credit score that is relevant because, the inquiry is relevant because the lender had noticed a disconnect between her balance and her credit score. Kouri Richins' response is relevant because she had a very different response to a different lender in response to a similar question.
Okay, so Ms. Nestor, I think it would be appropriate to give the jury a 404B instruction to the following effect, and we can have a conversation about the details here, but something to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations to her lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining a non-character issue such as motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time.
Your Honor, could you please read that very first part where you said you're about to hear, what was that?
Evidence that defendant's representations to lenders were not accurate before the acts charged in this case.
Okay, it's not just lenders, though. It's also her statements to Ms. Barney, who was her tenant.
I don't know that we're going to get into evidence of that, are we?
So
I can add that to the list, that's fine. But it wasn't clear to me that the back and forth between...
The lenders and others, because part of this is in an email to her, to a banker. It's not, I mean, through her...
Lenders and others is not a problem.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I am so a visual person. May I just look at it? What you have in your hand?
It's CR 411. It is the standard Muji second 404B
No, just the very
instruction.
first part. The part that you wrote.
Representations to lenders and others were not accurate.
And then you said prior to...
The acts charged in this case.
Give me just a minute.
Or around the time of the acts charged in this case. There's no science to this.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
understand.
point is the cannot consider it for the character-based purpose.
I understand.
Your Honor, let me provide more context. There is an email between Kouri Richins and Miss Barney where, Kouri Richins explains, Miss Barney indicates her understanding that this money is a down payment. We will get to that email with Miss Barney, but as it relates to Miss Carrington, the state will ask, what was your understanding of the purpose of this $45,000? Let me head off maybe a 403 cumulative objection. So I mentioned the inconsistent bank statements.
Right.
I mentioned the first set. There are 5 more in the history of this Barney home, kind of in short order before Eric Richins' death. They are not cumulative because they show an evolution between Kouri Richins and the lender of essentially the lender saying, I need to see this, Kouri Richins provides this number. And then when that doesn't get the job done, lender comes back and says, I need to see a bank statement showing this, and then Ms. Richins comes back with a bank statement showing this. So there is a relevance to the iteration that is beyond a cumulative effect.
And remind me the month and year that this is all occurring.
Here's the temporal question. The timing.
So, Your Honor, it begins in the summer of, kind of late summer, early fall 2021 into January 2022.
Okay. So, Ms. Nestor.
Okay, so that language is fine in the instruction, but I just want to make sure the record is very, very clear that my objection is to it coming in at all, that to inject wire fraud with respect to Ms. Barney, banking fraud, wire fraud with respect to the email that she sent, banking fraud with respect to altering bank statements, all into an aggravated murder case where she is not charged with any of these counts, is significantly prejudicial. It is a significant attack on her character, offered to show action in conformity. It is irrelevant. It is 404B, and just to make sure I've made the record, 401, 403, 404B, as to all of that coming in, period.
Okay. As discussed on the record, in multiple days of motion in limine hearing, and in 2 written rulings by the court, both on defendants' motions in limine and the court's amended ruling regarding intrinsic evidence. Defendant's 404B objection to the admissibility and defendant's objection to the admissibility of this evidence under Rules 401, 02, and 03 are overruled for the reasons discussed on the record previously and written about extensively by the court. The issue before the court today is the form of a 404B instruction to be given before the evidence comes in. I think we've arrived at that form, correct, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, any addition there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else before we invite the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're ready for the jury.
So 403 has to do with, it's a broad thing that excludes evidence that's prejudicial, confusing, a waste of time, or other reasons. So she's basically throwing the book at it, saying 401 is not relevant. It's a waste of time, it's confusing, other reasons, and then the 404B is the prior bad acts, other bad acts. So all the objections overruled, and it's coming in. I didn't know she did a rehab house in Centerville. I'm curious. Having grown up there and lived there, I'd like to know which house it was. Somebody have the address for me and send it to my burner phone. Apparently the jury was indisposed at the time they got paged. Sadie says she never played Monopoly growing up.
You're not waiting on me, right? Okay. Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you.
The other day, Kouri and her lawyer both sat down when the judge said, "Please be seated," but he was talking to the jurors, and so they had to stand back up again. They sort of both looked at each other, stood up, and laughed, smiled. It's the only time I've really seen Kouri smile.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in additional instruction, please listen carefully. You are about to hear evidence that defendants' representations to lenders and other individuals and entities were not accurate during the time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining defendant's motive. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, when we left off, we had highlighted the column labeled 299/Barney. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What does 299/Barney refer to?
There's a house, the address starts with 299, and it's a house where Kouri Richins' best friend, Chelsea Barney, lived. So that's my abbreviation of that house.
And did you analyze that purchase transaction?
I did.
Are you familiar with Iron Bridge Financial?
Yes.
What is Iron Bridge?
They are a hard money lender, and they are the lender that Kouri Richins engaged for this particular property purchase.
What, ma'am, is a hard money lender?
Hard money lenders are typically it's called hard money because the terms are hard, and they're hard. The interest rates are higher than conventional loans, like from a bank or a credit union. Typically, they also have very strict default clauses. They're usually used for shorter term lending. So there will be like a specific term, usually 6 months or 12 or something. And the terms are defined at a certain interest rate. And then upon default, it's an exponential growth. You know, the default, or excuse me, the interest rate quite often will double or other terms, yeah.
And do fix and flip businesses often use hard money lenders?
They do.
Did Kouri Richins apply to Iron Bridge for a loan secured by the Barney home?
Yes.
Did you review the materials in Iron Bridge's loan file?
I did.
Scott, can I get 5-57, please?
Scott is the mustached man with the curly mustache. He's running all the tech.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is an America First Credit Union bank account statement for K. Richins Realty. The account 6577 for May of 2021, and this was directly from Iron Bridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-57.
It's previous objections, Your Honor.
5-57 is admitted.
Scott, if you could kind of zoom in on the top portion. Yep. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So, as I said, there's the header, K. Richins Realty, LLC. The account number is 6577, and the statement of May 2021. And then...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. And then in the summary section, you can see that there's 3 different accounts that are reported on this statement, and collectively at month end, the balance was $210,898.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
Scott, can I have 5-29 alpha?
At think the witness can see it.
Okay.
Can you see it?
I do now, sorry. Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for K. Richins Realty from America First for the account number 6577 for May of 2021. And this was directly from the credit union pursuant to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 529A.
Same objections.
529A is admitted. Published now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Scott, if you can zoom in.
We're up to 216 objections so far.
Ma'am, what does this present?
This shows in the header, the K. Richins Realty LLC. This time it's using that P.O. Box 759 in Camas. This is for the account number 6577, and this is the May of 2021 statement.
And what does it show as the balance?
It shows 2 accounts, not 3, and the total at month end is $15,609.93.
Thank you, Scott. If you can swoop to 5-32B.
Rob's going to love this. We swoop. Rob and Ian. I think they trademarked.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for C&D Stone Masonry, which is Eric Richins' account company. And this is the May of 2021 statement that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to admit 5-32B, Your Honor.
Same objection.
5-32B.
EDB
is
also
admitted.
has the swoops. I want to see the swoop.
And what, ma'am, does this present?
So in the header, we can see the company is C&E Stone Masonry LLC, which is Eric Richins and his business partner's company, and their account is 7664, and this is the account statement for May of 2021.
And what is the ending balance?
The ending balance of those 3 accounts is $210,898.61.
Is it accurate then that the statement provided by the lender Ironbridge contained the header of K. Richins Realty and the account summary for C&E Stone Masonry?
That's right, and also the body of the transactions.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-6, please?
Little copy and paste on a loan application for supporting documents.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Ironbridge and Kouri Richins, and this was from Ironbridge in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-6 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay, Your Honor.
Add hearsay onto that one.
Let's see.
Might have to sidebar.
Do we need the top half? Can we focus just on Kouri's? But Mike, I'm sorry, let me restate my question. Do you care about the before and after or just Kouri's statement?
Your Honor, the email, of course, reads from the bottom up.
Right.
The state needs to admit the bottom to understand Ms. Richins'
response.
The effect on the here being
okay.
Ms. Richins. We can redact that first line. I think it doesn't matter either way to the state.
Objection to instructing the jury that they cannot consider any of these statements other than those written by Ms. Richins for the truth.
No objection to that instruction.
Ms. Nestor.
Not to the instruction, but remain my objection to the entire document.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see an email string. Ms. Richins' portion of the email string you may consider for any purpose to whatever extent you decide. The other portions of the email string you may consider only for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins, upon the listener, not for the truth of any matter asserted in those other portions. Published 2-6?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Brittany, in case I didn't say it, 2-6 is admitted.
Jennifer, thanks for the gifted membership.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the bottom and enlarge that, please. Yes.
We just got docs out. Looking forward to closing our first deal together. Just wanted to reach out. When I ran your credit, it was lower than I expected, 650. It looks like there's some delinquencies with regards to a few credit cards. I was just surprised a bit by that. I know you have a lot of money in the bank to cover expenses. If you wouldn't mind shedding a little light on this, it would be great. It would be appreciated. Thanks so much. Enjoy the long weekend.
And then, Scott, if you can scroll up to Ms. Richins' reply, please.
That's under Happy Friday, Kouri. And she replies and says, "Hi, Richard. Hope you had a great 4th of July weekend. Yes, sure. Everything is paid off now. It just probably hasn't updated. I recently learned about all this as well, LOL. And then my husband decided to explain to me this was his doing a while ago. We're in the process of separation for one of many reasons, but this is one of them to keep it short and sweet, LOL. It's been crazy to say the least. I look forward to working with you guys on our first and hopefully many projects, Kouri." Throws the husband under the bus, says he's about to be my husband.
Thank you, Scott.
It was all him.
Ms. Carrington, did you analyze whether all of Kouri Richins' credit card delinquencies were paid off in July of 2021?
I did.
Were they?
No.
Scott, can I get 5-21? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the promissory note between Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge for the purchase of this house.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-21.
Same objections.
5-21 is admitted.
Scott Wright, if you can zoom in, please, on that top portion. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
Well, starting with the top on the right is it's called a bait stamp number. That's something that's applied after the fact, so that tells me that this came from Iron Bridge. This is then the secured promissory note between K. Richins Realty and Iron Bridge, and the loan amount, where it says principal amount, is $346,500 at a 10% interest rate. And it also tells me that this is a note that matures, means it's due on January 8th of 2022.
For context, ma'am, what at this time were traditional mortgage interest rates?
They were at those historic lows, 2.5%, 3.5% for a 30-year mortgage.
And did this loan involve a balloon payment?
It did.
So am I right then that for the 6 months term of the loan, Kouri Richins did not owe any money?
This one, it was a balloon, but this one did require monthly payments.
Okay. But then everything was due
diem?
on January the 8th, 2022.
That's correct. So it was started in the summer, and she had the monthly payments on it, and then she had to either refinance or pay it off by January 8th of 2022.
Thank you, Scott. Did Kouri Richins endeavor to refinance?
Yes, she did.
And did she use Excel Financial Services to try to refinance that loan?
Yes, she did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-60, please?
Jennifer, thank you once again. Another gifted membership. A balloon payment is due at the end of the loan term. Is a
Ma'am,
big
do you
payment.
recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's the America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal checking 5244 for July of 2021. And this is from Excel Financial and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state, Your Honor, moves 5-60 into evidence.
Same objections.
5-60 is admitted.
Scott, can you blow it up? Real quick, Ms. Carrington, we're going to go through this a few times, but real quick.
This is America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244, July of 2021. And then the three accounts in the summary section shows that she had $694,730.15 at the month end.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
I did.
5-35A, please, Scott. Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is directly from America First Credit Union for Kouri Richins, her personal account 5244 in August of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
State moves to admit 5-35A.
Same objections.
5-35A is admitted.
Scott, if you could enlarge it, please.
This tells a different story. This is the copy from the bank.
It's enlarged.
Oh.
It's quite big.
Doubly enlarged. Ma'am, what does this present?
That this is Kouri Richins' account using that P.O. Box 759, the account number 5244, which is that personal checking account, August of 2021, and the total of the two accounts is $1,893.94 at the end of the month.
Scott, can you bring up 5-32A, please?
So she said she had about $650,000 more
Ma'am,
than
do
she
you
did.
recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the American First Credit Union account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664, January of 2021, that came directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 532A into evidence.
Same objections.
5-32A is admitted.
Ma'am, what does this present?
So this is from the credit union, C&D Stonemasonry's account 7664 in January of 2021. And there are three accounts collectively at month end, $694,730.15.
Another header swap. Copy and paste.
Thank you, Scott. Can you please bring up Exhibit 2-7, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a document in response to the subpoena from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 2-7 into evidence.
Same objections, Your Honor.
That takes us to objection number 123. We are keeping tabs here. Sorry, I just got a little squampus. Judge might be wondering how far the state wants to go with this. With each objection, the defense is sort of building up credibility to their complaint, saying this is too much. This is outside the scope. The judge is looking at the prosecutor here, not the defense. So he is questioning the prosecutor, saying that, really, do you need all of this? Do we need to go this far? I think the prosecutor will be able to get to the end of this this one house deal and the loans that went along with it. But might be the limit. The copy and paste was really bad. It was really bad. Taking her husband's bank statements for his masonry business, putting her personal or her business header from America First Credit Union on the top, and then submitting it as if that were her account balance to justify loans. Clearly, if you're sitting on a ton of cash, the banks would feel a lot more comfortable giving you a loan than if you were, in the hole. So that supporting document might have helped them issue the loan, even at bad interest rates. Looks like they're done here. Here we go.
Moving to admit 2-7.
Yes, Your Honor.
States 2-7 is admitted. One moment, please.
Ma'am, I'm sorry again, was this information that came from Excel Financial Services and its principal, David Ige?
Yes.
Scott, if you could enlarge the bio portion of, thank you.
All right, I've been doing real estate investing for 4 years, from fix and flip projects to buy and holds to investing in companies and wholesaling. I've done small projects as low as $2,500 for an auction home up to selling multi-million-dollar fix and flips projects. I have a master's degree in human resources, which has become very valuable in running my company of 147 employees based out of Park City, Utah. I'm currently working on my general contractor's license that will be completed within the next month. I've been certified through Renitus Real Estate Investment Education. I also obtain a real estate license. In my last 5 deals alone, I have profited nearly $1 million. I'm very confident in my work, in my team, and like projects I invest in. I would love to work with new investors on upcoming projects.
Analyze Kouri Richins' finances to determine if she employed anyone, and if so, how many employees she had?
Yes.
How many employees did she have?
I don't know how many employees, but the payroll expenses that appear in her bank account statements are in the neighborhood of like $1,500 or $2,500. They're not consistent. So I don't know how many, but it's a very low number.
When you say her payroll expenses are, what did you say, 1,500?
Some of them are $1,500 or in the neighborhood of $2,000 or $2,500. They're not consistent.
Okay. And is it, call it $1,500 to $2,500 weekly, biweekly, monthly?
No, they're occasional, they're periodic, and nothing that would rise to the level of paying, I don't think, paying over 100 people.
Would it rise to the level of paying over 3 people?
Depends on how much they're making.
Less than minimum wage, not full-time. There was a typo in there.
In your analysis, did you find any evidence that Kouri Richins profited $1 million on any 5 of her deals combined?
No.
Thank you, Scott. Can we get, please, Exhibit 4-5? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the operating agreement for K. Richins Realty dated June 7th, 2021, and this is from Excel and Mr. Ige in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 4-5 into evidence.
Same objections.
4-5 is admitted.
Your Honor, before we publish, well,
My apologies.
that page doesn't matter.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that, Scott, can you scroll down one page? 2 pages, 3 pages, 4 pages.
Just keep scrolling.
Your Honor, stop there. Article 4 is that's the relevancy.
Okay.
I thought it was allowed. I thought he said it was
I
admitted.
may be missing a nuance here. Ms. Nestor, anything, folks, I apologize. In an abundance of caution, please approach the bench for a moment.
I thought the judge admitted this, and then the prosecution went on to argue for its admittance, and the judge was like, what are you getting at here? Thought it came in. Maybe I heard wrong. Quick sidebar, just to make sure. This is the, they said the Kouri Richins, the business plan, the purpose of the company. I don't think she was involved in any PPP loans. I don't think she was. If she was, those would definitely go federal. Sadie, this is, it just keeps growing. This is absolutely wild. We haven't even got to comparing the signatures yet on some of these documents. That'll come. Insurance documents, applications. This witness is great. They're getting some good experts on the stand. The state has a good expert here. She knows what she's doing. She was doing this before I graduated high school. Okay, now they can publish.
Actually, Scott, can you bring us back to the front?
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Ms. Carrington, what is this document?
This is the operating agreement of K. Richins Realty, dated June 7th of 2021. And this was provided by Excel Financial and David Egay in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please, to Article 4. Thank you.
Doreen Kouri, whoa. Doreen Kouri owns 81%. Kouri owns 19%.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-61, please.
Is that her mom? Who was Doreen Kouri?
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Darden Richins, the account 5244 for September 2021 that was sent by Excel Financial and Mr. Egay in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-61.
Same objections.
5-61 is admitted.
And what information does that present?
It's an America First Credit Union statement. It says Kouri Darden Richins in the header for September 2021 for the personal account 5244. And in the summary section, those three accounts collectively at the end of September were $169,442.28.
Did you attempt to verify this statement?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 5-35B? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement for Kouri Darden Richins, her account 5244 for October 2021. This came directly from the credit union. And then if you look in the, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This came from, in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
State moves to admit 5-35B.
Same objections.
5-35B is admitted.
This is the actual balance based on what the bank says she
Scott,
had.
5-32D.
And Biggin, please.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the America First Credit Union statement from the credit union of C&E Stonemasonry, account 7664 in September 2001, directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
He skipped a step. He didn't tell us what Kouri's
State
actual
moves
balance
to admit
was.
5-32D.
Same objections.
5-32D is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what does this present?
That for the account for C&E Stonemasonry, the account 7664 in September 2021, the three accounts collectively were $169,442.28.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 5-62? Scott, can you bring up can you take 562 down? Can you bring up 5-29D, split screened with 5-29C? Ma'am, do these documents follow the same pattern we've just discussed?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, the state moves 562D, 529D, and 529C into evidence.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Was it 562 or 562D?
I don't know what.
It's just 562.
Would
I
you
don't
like to
know.
see that again, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, so same objections to 529C and 529D. I don't remember seeing 562, so if we could just put that up for a second.
Sure.
Same objections.
Okay. 5-62 and 5-29D and -29C are admitted.
Okay, Your Honor, we're not going to publish them. I
Understood.
think everybody understands.
Okay.
I'm going to bring up another set of three. Scott, if you could start with 524.
Would you pause for 1 second? Do you need a moment? Do you need any clarification? Correct. Correct.
He's talking to his clerk here.
Would you say the number again?
5-24.
The witness hasn't. At least I think you do.
I do have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm tracking wrong. I'm tracking the wrong exhibit number, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Hold on.
That's all right.
It's got a number wrong somewhere. If you're just joining us, we're on the first witness of the day, Brooke Carrington, a forensic accountant who was pouring through Kouri's bank accounts, the transactions, the deals, the flipping deals she did. And by flipping, I'm talking about house flipping. And it's a scary picture if you don't like debt. It is a scary, scary picture. Daily loan payments.
Hold on. I had a screen problem.
$8 million.
Do we need to do something to help you?
No, I think we're good now.
In debt. Hard money lenders.
The page that I'm seeing and the witness is seeing doesn't have a sticker on it. Can we go back to page 1 so I can make sure? 5-24, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I apologize, Scott. I go back to wherever Mr. Bloodworth wanted you to be.
That's page 149. So, Scott, can you please bring up 5-29E? And then 5-32E. Ma'am, do those documents follow the same pattern you've just testified to?
They do.
Your Honor, the statement was 524, 529E, and 532E into evidence.
Same objections.
524, 529E, and 532E are admitted.
The Bates number I'm interested, that's that number at the top for the 524s. The Bates number ending in 149.
So I was just trying to keep Mrs. R.A. up to date on what happened. Somebody made the point.
Scott, can you bring up 5-29F?
Why didn't she have some financial, an accountant or something?
And 5-32F?
The accountant couldn't help if she was breaking the law. They would have to not help or turn her in.
Ma'am, do those two documents, along with 524 at page 152, follow the same pattern that you've just testified to?
They do.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last thing. 529F, 532F, and what?
Exhibit 5-24 that we just admitted, but page 152.
Same objections.
Okay, 5-29F and 532F are admitted.
Ma'am, I want to ask you now about a $45,000 set of wire transfers related to the Barney home. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
What is your understanding of the purpose of those wire transfers?
Those were in January of 2022 from Chelsea Barney to Kouri Richins for the purpose of a down payment to buy the 299 Barney house.
So it was a down payment?
Objection to speculation about what it was for and hearsay. Move to strike.
Whoa.
Sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 2-19?
Fine, we'll go through the documents and show it. I think Mr. Bloodworth does not look flustered. He looks like he's going to get there. Now we're just going to do it the slow way.
Would you mind blowing it up, Scott? I can't read the text.
Mr. Bloodworth can't be plussed. He's just another day at the office.
There's several pages, Your Honor.
The Scott they're talking to is the gentleman who has the mustache with curls up in court, sits behind the prosecutors.
Just so the court knows where I'm going, I'll just move to admit it.
He handles all their displays of exhibits digitally. Defense has their own individual to do the same thing for them.
Okay. Same objection to this exhibit, Your Honor, that we've already, same objections.
403 and 404B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those objections are respectfully overruled. Forgive me, this was a long number. Would you go back to page 1?
Yes.
States Exhibit 2-19D-R is admitted. Did this witness see this document?
Yes, she did, Your Honor.
Okay, take it from there.
Good publish.
And just, I think the court is aware, but the labeling 2-19 is the exhibit number. D means it's a demonstrative. R means it's redacted. Ms. Carrington, have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Your Honor, can the court publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Scott, if you could just slowly, please walk the
Ha ha,
jury
I
down the
totally
text
pulled an
string.
Eric. Ha, I bet you were, oh, come on. I bet you're dying, Shells. Ha, what time do you get off? I have no idea what you're working. Did Derek have fun? He seemed to like it. This is from friend.
Ma'am, is this a text string between Chelsea Barney and Kouri Richins?
That's my understanding, yes.
Oh, heck no. Those kids are probably so dang confused. It's sad. As soon as she meets someone else, she will do this all over again. Okay, so for the house, we're finally getting everything done. I don't have an exact number on your mortgage yet, but it'll be about $2,300, maybe $100 more or less. I will have final numbers this week, and then I'll let you know. And the response. I'll also let you know, I'll also let you know I'm down payment when I get that. It'll be
Kouri
this
Richins
week.
is in blue, right, at the 1987 number?
I believe so, yes.
But don't stress, it will be affordable for what you have, no worries. Okay, a couple things. Do you guys have any paint left over at your house? My mom said she used some kind of paint to touch up the cabinet there. We're going to be closed on your house Tuesday. What are you comfortable with putting as a down payment? The response, oh yes, sorry, she texted me about it. She forgot to text you back that I found it. Okay, what are they wanting as one? Talking about the down payment. Let's see, 59,000. Don't freak. I knew you only had around 47,000, so I want to see what you're comfortable with, and I'll float the rest. You guys will be seller financing it for me, so what will happen is I'll close on it in my name Tuesday, and then we're going to set another closing for 2 weeks to close to change it to your name. Talking about paint, it's on the porch. Let me count my cash and see what all that I have. I have 40 for sure. Let me see what I have made over the past couple months. I'm doing my taxes tonight, so depending on how fast that comes, I can use that if I need to up front. If I do need you to front me some, I'll pay you back with the taxes. I'm springing this on you last minute. They're just finishing docs. I knew that I would have to float some cash, not stressed, all as well. Just get ready to get this wrapped up so I can pay out my lenders and put this in a long-term loan. Don't worry about paying me back. It will just be wrapped into loan. If you can do around 45K, that would be perfect. If not, don't stress. Yeah, effing wild. Okay, I'll count how much I have. I'm sure I can do 45, no problem. Okay, call when you can. Kouri says, sweet, okay, will do. The friend says, okay, I've got 45,000. Kouri says, woot woot, okay, can you deposit in your bank tomorrow and then just wire it to my account, then I'll wire it to the title company, then I'll send you the receipt and docs. Oh man, this is bad. I know where this is going. This is a friend, too. This is a friend. Yes, I will do that tomorrow, says the friend. That was sent on January 10th, 2022. Awesome. Here's the information. Kouri Richins. We didn't redact your full account number. Nice. Does the one that ends in 6577 with the routing number. Objection. I'm kind of nervous, says Kouri. After giving her all the banking information throughout the wire to her account. Friend says, okay, I'm so excited, but scared as heck. Ha. Oh boy, let me know how that goes. I feel so bad, so bad for him. He posted a picture of him and the kids today, just them, no Al. So they're talking about some other relationship that's not related to this at all, in the mix of this. Haha, oh, I bet it's so much money and your own house. Eek, how exciting. I totally will. I do too. I can't believe how much he's still respecting her. That's the conversation about some other couple that's going through a divorce or something. This is still on the 10th of January. Friend says, yes, I hope I can get back on track and develop savings on again. Not that that was much, but I thought so. Oh, I want to effing slap her. She's such a witch, and I can't believe he's being so nice still. So this is, I think it's talking about the friend's ex and the new replacement for her, for the friend. Hey, you're not wanting Derek on the title, right? Just you, written as Chelsea Barney. So Derek obviously is, maybe I was wrong. It's not the friend's ex, not Chelsea's. Correct. I'm wanting for you, CCU, to transfer the rest of the money. I'm waiting to transfer the rest of the money to my MACU account, Mountain America Credit Union account, and I will send it right over. I'll have to tell you how this lady was at the bank about me depositing my cash. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Okay, no worries. Did they think you robbed a bank or something? Says Kouri. This is on the 11th. This is the day they promised to make the transfer. Friend says, this lady was such a witch. I will have to call you and tell you. Kouri replies, 1 sec, I'm finishing volunteering at school. Give me 15. What's your bank? Says the friend. Kouri replies, America First Credit Union. The friend says, okay, I don't know if my bank is weird or what, but it sent you 2 trial deposits. When you get them, let me know the amounts. They both are what they sent. Then I can send the rest. Test deposits, those are refunded. So it's like under 10 cents each. Kouri says, nothing. Definitely weird. I've never heard of that, says Kouri. Friend says, I know it's asking for all these questions. Friend continues, would Venmo work? Can I just Venmo you the $45,000? Kouri says, no, you can't Venmo that much. Venmo maxes out at $5,000. Did you go into your bank and do it? Friend says, no, I was trying to do it online. Will I have to go in? Kouri says, yes, if you can. It's so much easier. Because then you can just show an ID and they'll let you do transactions. Okay, I just asked when Derek is home because Burks is sleeping. Then I will go in. Sorry, friend. Kouri says, no biggie. Chelsea replies, holy shoot, I did it. You will get 2. UCCU will be $18,300 and MACU will be $26,700. Woohoo! You did your first wire transfer, Chelsea. Congratulations. I do about 10 of those a week. That's how my business functions. Okay, I'll let you know when the funds are received. It'll be first thing in the morning. That's how my business functions. I do 10 of these a week. That was so difficult for me, but now I know what to do. If I ever have to do it again, okay, thanks, friend, says Chelsea. Kouri replies, she laughs at it, at the previous comment. And then she says, forgot to text you, this is on the 12th. Wires received this morning. Are you working Saturday? And Chelsea says, yes, I'm working Saturday. So those are a three-day period.
That text exchange mentioned a $45,000 down payment. Did you trace those two wires?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could bring up 5-29G at Bates 794. Your Honor, this has already been admitted.
D or G?
G.
Is that correct, Brittany? Okay. Go ahead.
Ms. Carrington, what is this again?
This is the K. Richins Realty account statement 6577 for January of 2022 from America First Credit Union.
And when you trace that, those two wires totaling $45,000, did they land in this account?
Yes, they did.
Can you please show us where?
Sure. Scott, could we do the, well?
Zoom. In biggin?
Let's see, it's the middle. We need to go down a little bit to like the 11th.
Yeah, you're in my space.
The 12th, like the 11th and 12th. Yes, thank you. So you can see on the 12th, the $26,700 coming in. And then if you go down a few other lines, also on the 12th, down a little bit more right there, that bank-to-bank transfer, that's $18,300 coming into the account. Those are those two wires from Chelsea Barney.
What about the
Scott,
mobile
if you
banking
can
to
move it to the left? At the time they hit the account, what was
Eric?
the account's balance?
It was in the negative $1,996.68.
Did you then trace the funds from this account?
I did.
Can you please show us what happened to that money?
Well, the majority of it, well, a lot of it, almost half, went to the family account, the $19,299 on the 12th, that middle transaction. That went to the family account, the 2204, that says Eric Richins. That's the joint checking account that Eric and Kouri Richins used for family expenses.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to this whole line on the same grounds?
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
And, sorry. And then also, there were, she paid debt payments.
Okay, so the $19,300 went out. And then how long did it take her to deplete the rest of that $45,000?
Well, we have to account for another $9,000 that came into the account, but it was gone within a few days.
Did any of it go to a mortgage on the Barney home?
No.
What did it go to?
The transaction that's highlighted, the $19,299, that is the same amount that was paid to FundFi, which is one of Kouri Richins' payday lenders.
So that money went from
Chelsea's down payment to
this
Kouri's
KR
hard money
account
lender.
to the personal joint account, and
That's
then
correct.
to FundFi to pay off debt.
The part of that's true. So this amount on January 12th went to the family account. And if we go to the family account, you can see right before this payment had been made. So this money going back to the family account replenishes that exact amount.
Let's do that. Let's go to 5-33A.
She took her friend for all she had and used it to pay her own debt.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that?
This is the America First Credit Union statement of the family account 2204 of February of 2022, which includes the January 22 transactions. and this is in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-33A.
Same objections.
533A is admitted.
I wonder if we're going to hear from Chelsea.
Can you show us on this account that 19,299 transaction you were just referencing?
Yes, Scott, I think it's on the second page, yes. Thank you. So you can see on January 10th, a bank-to-bank transfer of $19,299. So that came out of the family account. And I know from tracing this, that went to Fund 5 for Kouri Darden Richins.
And Fund 5 was one of her payday lenders?
Yes.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-30, please? Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the information from America First Credit Union that details the incoming wire, or the outgoing wire, and it was returned in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-30.
Same objections.
5-30 is admitted.
137 objections so far.
And what information does this present?
This tells us the date at the top left, January 10th, 22. It tells us the amount that is $19,299 there on the left. And in the middle column, it tells us that it came from the account 2204-9, but 2204. That's the family account. On the right column, it tells us the beneficiary, who's the receiver of the wire, is Fundify Merchant Funding. And then if you go down to the bottom, so the originator is the person who sends the wire, the beneficiary is the one who receives it. So this is instructions or notations from Kouri Richins or someone who sent this to pay off K. Richins. That's the instruction.
Let's go back to the loans for a minute. You had testified earlier that that Iron Bridge loan became due on January the 8th, 2022. Is that right?
That's right.
Did Ms. Richins make that balloon payment to satisfy that loan on January the 8th?
No, she did not.
What happened?
She extended that loan for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. She extended the loan, giving her more time to pay it.
And during that time, was she trying to get a new loan from Excel Financial?
That's true, yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Check to speculation.
Maybe sustain that
one. Did you review her correspondence with Excel Financial?
I did.
Did that correspondence explain why she submitted so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Yes.
Why did she submit so many bank statements to Excel Financial?
Well, initially, the loan was in her name, just Kouri Richins at K. Richins Realty, and she had some bank account statements were submitted for that. And then as the underwriting process went forward, they asked for a co-signer. And so that's when the operating agreement that now showed Doreen Kouri with some ownership of K. Richins Realty, when that was submitted, and also bank account statements were submitted for that. And then another stage where they needed to show a specific amount in a bank account statement in order to close. And the loan then became Doreen Kouri's loan as the principal of K. Richins Realty.
Did K. Richins Realty ever enter into a financing agreement with Excel?
No.
What then happened with the Iron Bridge loan once it was extended once?
It remained unpaid, and it was extended again to March 8th, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, this may be a good point to break.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
12:40 reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
43-minute lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, normal instructions. Please don't talk about the case. You'll have access to your devices, and so please be careful to not read, watch, or listen to any report about the case from any source. Please don't do any research about the case. You're welcome to talk to each other about all kinds of other things, but not this case. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat, folks. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Ms. Carrington, please don't consult with anyone regarding your testimony during the lunch break. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll be back at 12:40. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Do we have... Did I miss a witness? I've just got to witness number 27 as Brooke Carrington. There wasn't a gentleman on the stand today, was there? And by that, I'm talking about this guy. Who was this? Was he today? That was Chris Kotradimos, right? Just my file numbers are messed up, so all right. Let me quickly we expect Selena's going to be calling in really quickly to give her update, or a brief update here, so hold the phone for her before we run to lunch. Wow. The financial stuff is really bad for Kouri. Really, really bad. We've had a lot of objections. As a matter of fact, we're up to, 138 of them right now. So they've been climbing rapidly today, more so than any other day, as the state's objected to virtually everything that comes in based on this, other bad acts thing, irrelevance, admissibility. Also, they're basically throwing everything they can. Here's Selena.
Call from Selena.
Hey, Selena, are you there?
I am. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, what a boring morning.
Okay, so it was boring for you guys, but we could actually see everything.
We
can read the numbers.
Cannot. We are frustrated because we're like, maybe we should be home so we can see them. We could not. Okay, so help me out then with the text string too. I could not see.
The text string was between her friend Chelsea and Kouri.
Right,
basically
but
they're talking about
what were they about?
About Chelsea buying a house from Kouri, and Chelsea was trying to figure it out. This is a new process for her buying her first house, and Kouri's like, oh, here's what you're going to do. How much down payment can you do? They want $59,000. I knew you didn't have that. What do you have? Kouri's like, I can count all my money. I've got up to $45,000. Kouri's like, okay, just wire it to my account. I'll take care of everything. And so she, walks her through wiring it from two different banks to Kouri's account and the process there. As soon as it hits the bank, Kouri's spending it. She's moving it and spending it. And, 19,000 of it goes. I mean, first of all, it hit a bank that was $1,000 in the hole. Okay, so 1,000 just disappears off the top of this 45,000. Then 19,300 of it goes to pay one of her hard money lenders. That she's just barely paid, that she doesn't have the money to pay, and the money's just gone. It's just like that, and she doesn't make the payment. She doesn't make the loan payment on the house. I think we're going to hear that this home gets foreclosed on And the friend
because of this,
loses.
because she didn't. Oh my goodness! Wow.
So
wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see the friend in court at some point, Chelsea. This is tough.
But they didn't make any jury changes, so that's good.
Oh, good. That's what we were worried about. I know that happened, I think, before they let you guys in, right?
Yeah, we did not. We weren't able to. But I'm like, they're all there. They're all there.
Okay. That's good. That's good. No issues. But this is really bad. I've been taking screenshots of a lot of this financial stuff. The letters, when they show 3 letters from America First Credit Union, the first one they show is Kouri's that she submitted to a lending organization, and they got it from the lender saying, yeah, we got to give a loan to Kouri. Here's what she sent us. So they give us this America First, and it looks like Kouri's business has tons of money. Then they go to the America First Credit Union with a subpoena and say, show us what she actually had at that time. That's the second document. It shows that Kouri Richins' account has no money. And then they say, show us what C&E, Eric's business account, had at that time. And lo and behold, it keeps on matching what she had sent to the company as her balance at the time. So she was cutting the header off her statements and gluing it onto Eric's statements to give the basis for the loans, to justify the loans.
Okay, that makes sense, because I'm sitting there with a question like, how in the world did she keep getting more money?
Yeah.
That's how.
And we saw some emails from one lender, I think it was the Iron Bridge, who's like, we've got some issues here. You owe a whole bunch of credit card companies and stuff, late payments. What's this? Because we pulled your credit, and it's telling a different story. I mean, we're looking at your bank account statement. You got $650,000, and we pulled your credit, and it says you're in the hole. And and she's like, yeah, that was my husband. I figured out what it was. We paid it. It probably just hasn't reflected yet. We paid all that off, and he's in trouble. You know? But everything's fine. And they're like, all right. You got that much money, I believe you, and they go ahead at 10% rate
and give her money and loan her. Oh wow, wow. Yeah. See, the only thing we could gather is when the questions were asked or she'd answered, but that kept us in the dark so much. One thing I did notice, and I wanted to ask you what this means. On one of the documents, she signed her name and something attorney for him. What? Do you recall that one?
Red, what was that? What did she say she was? Attorney? She basically...
Something.
They'll tell me here in the chat.
Yeah. I just wondered what that meant, and if she had done that more than just that one time.
Attorney at will or something?
I think so. Attorney at will for Eric? Something like that.
Attorney of fact.
Fact. Okay. So... Tell me, what does that mean? And did she do it more than that?
It means that she's an authorized person to manage another person's money. It's the power of attorney, the legal wording you would use to signify power of attorney on a document. Okay. Wow. Because I was just like, he brought that up and he made that big. So, it must have, I thought, that must have been really something. That's the only one we saw the signature on, right?
Right.
But that was the HELOC that she took out on the home that was in Eric's name. So their family home, she takes out $250,000 HELOC, home equity line of credit, to basically fund her business, which really started a lot of this mess going.
Gosh. Today was a horrible day for her. Today was really bad day. For the defense.
It's not over.
And it's not over.
No.
We have more.
We haven't even gotten into the insurance stuff yet. And
what I kept thinking was, how did she even sleep at night with all of this scheming and the debt? That's what kept spinning through my mind.
This is my own thought, but it might make sense why you might need some gummies to calm down.
Absolutely.
To
good.
sleep.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, so I'm glad you did. Gummies or the pills she was buying, one of the two.
Yeah. Just
because it just blew me away. Just hearing, now I'm going to have to go home and watch again.
I get anxiety just thinking about this much debt. And it was like debt pile on debt and loans to pay loans and interest rates that were just growing and balloon payments that are looming, and you're trying to push things out. I mean, the amount of juggling that went on here is phenomenal. Had the skills she was using, if she'd used them for, I guess, good, this is a great business skill to be able to keep all this up in the air at the same time. Unfortunately, she was not quite good enough in this, and that she wasn't making the money to support it, and she was always just a little bit behind. So
yeah, I wrote this question down. Did she ever make a profit? I never really heard all morning that she was above board ever.
The first home that she sold, according to the paperwork that this witness, the forensic accountant, has, she made about $47,000 on that one, on that home number one. She did one home that year. Next year she does 5 homes, loses money, and next year she does 15 homes and loses money, and it's, she's.
So that first one was the only profit that they've shown so far.
Yep.
So in all of oh my goodness, wow.
But then they did show a resume cover sheet or something you want to call it, where she's talking about how amazing she was. It was just a whole bunch of text on the screen about all her business prowess. She's got 147 employees, and in the last 5 deals she made $1 million alone. That was just bragging about her, and it was just lies.
I wondered what that was about, because they went into the employee thing, and I'm like, because we were just felt like we were only getting, just bits and pieces. So that's why they brought up how many employees. Okay, that makes sense now. Yeah, my goodness. Yeah. My goodness.
She was dumping a ton of money into these rehabs. Like, there's one home she purchased for $212,000. She put $98,000, 50% of her purchase price, into the home for rehab. That one is the one that she turned a profit on. But that was the model she was using at the beginning, just dumping in money to fix it. She sold it for over $400,000, so she came out in the black on that one. But I think she kept that same pattern, but wasn't finding that either the diamond in the rough on the price on the front end, or it needed more work in the middle. But she was just dumping in whatever money she needed and just buying more houses and getting more loans to keep the ball rolling.
My gosh. Well, the jury was writing notes nonstop when those documents were up on the screen, and when the lady that did the audit, the witness that's on now, they were tuned in without a doubt. Even, the judge gave them that whatever it is,
the charge
they give them instruction, that they can only, she can only be charged for what she's been charged for in this trial. So, they can't think of her as, but they can use this for motive. So they were really paying attention to when he did give them that information. Every one of the jurors nodded. So they're like, we get it,
Yep.
But they had no idea what was to come. That was at the very beginning before it all started,
Yeah, I think the prosecution is just skimming over this. There's a lot of this for months and months they could show. They've cherry picked a couple examples, probably the worst ones, honestly. The worst examples that they can show and say that the others were of the same nature. But so it looks, it makes it look to the court like, Your Honor, we're not trying to pile on this. We just need to take a little bit to show you what happened. And the judge is allowing that, but they're showing the worst of it. And
that's about all they need. If they brought it all in, they would be checked out, so. Yeah. Also today, there were 2 experts that were sitting with Kouri's family. I think they must be their financial, experts that are going to counter some of this. So that was
sense. I did see a few new faces there on the back row.
And that's who they were. Yeah, there was a blonde one, and then one without any hair, and then the guy that sits with Kouri's family,
the young one.
I haven't been able to figure out if he was is he her stepdad? Is he her dad? But as I was waiting to go in this morning, he came over to me and said, well, it's good to see you here again, and kind of put his hand on my shoulder. And I'm like, nice to see you too.
Who are you?
So I want to know who he is, how he fits in with Kouri.
Yeah, interesting. I've got
Does
a couple
anybody
screenshots,
know?
but I don't know. We'll have to check and see who you're talking about.
Dark hair. He's been sitting, when he sits, he usually sits close to the mom, except today he sat over by the experts.
Is he wearing blue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yes.
I can see his shoulder. I'm just looking for a still shot that shows him a little better.
I need you to do some sleuthing and figure he walked right over from his car straight to me, and I just, all I knew.
And he's got the glasses, or?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me show. I can put
And
it on the
he's wearing a
screen.
blue shirt today.
I think it's this guy up here. And
all I really knew what to say to him was, I'm sorry that you have to be here, because I've seen him sitting with the Kouri's family, so I'm like, what else do I really say? Yeah. So
maybe he's trying to get a feel on who you are and your relation to the court.
I think so. He has looked at me. I happened to glance back once, and they were looking at me, and the attorneys have started. The defense attorneys have started to smile at me as I walked past them today and yesterday, and they didn't do that before. I'm like, they're all trying to figure who I am.
Yep, they're doing some scouting. Don't be surprised if somebody runs your credit report here soon. No, just kidding. Selena,
boy, that'll be a.
We have to ask you what color your blouse color is today. What's officially?
Okay, it's like mauve.
Mauve.
Kind of a mauve color, and then I have that sweater over it.
Nate Eaton is sort of seated in front of you, and he's a big guy. So
Nate is right in front of me, and yeah, it's probably hard to see me. I might be better. I might scoot over a little bit in the afternoon. But I said hi. We got to see Nate. We're like, hi, Nate.
Yep, it's awesome. Selena, thank you. Please find out what kind of tea the judge drinks. I'm not sure if you can find that out.
I know he likes his tea, yep. And he's just so impressive as a judge. I don't think I've liked a judge more than him. I think he's just very fair, runs his courtroom very smooth, pause is his favorite word, and I like that.
He does. He takes it slow, and he's calm. I mean, regardless of how much
no matter
vitriol
what
comes up against him, he's like, all right, here's the situation. Here's where we are.
Right.
I do love that. There's the level-headed approach.
Even one day that the attorneys were kind of arguing. Yeah. He's like, he just said it calmly. Okay, pause, and that's about as direct as he gets. Is pause, and he doesn't even say it in a bad way. But I will send you. I'm sitting right, I'll send you a screenshot of what I'm wearing. But I am pretty close behind Nate, and I'm in the same place I was
by the wall
yesterday.
There. Couple things. Let's see. Denise Feldman Ursland says, Selena, ask him who he is. Don't be afraid. If you do have the courage to ask the gentleman, you could just ask in the way and say, what's your connection to the case? Just
okay.
Like
I'll do that.
And then, if he wants to share, that's fine. And if you want to share that with us, that's fine. Red Pen says, ask Selena about the juror issue from yesterday. That was the note with, the jurors not kicked out. All the jurors are there. There's
they're out. Yeah, they dealt with that out of our presence first, but they did not dismiss a juror for that. So they must have liked the answers.
So you don't know which juror gave that note, right?
I have no idea. None. Zip.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I could have told you today if there was one missing.
Yep, that would be easy to figure out.
Right.
All right. Well, Selena, I know you've got lunch, and it's only half an hour left, or 25 minutes.
Yes, and I'm going to go see if I can ask him. That's great. I'm going to do that, and I'll report back. Okay.
Right. Thank you, Selena. Appreciate it.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
I know Nicole wanted to call in at lunch. I'm not sure if she's still available. We'll give her just a minute in case she does. Otherwise, we're going to just basically continue watching the wall and wait for the court to come back. It's only 25 minutes, a very short lunch. This court, it starts a little late for us on the East Coast, but the short lunch helps keep it from going very late in the evening. Let's see. The tea is making him calm. That's why I need to know, says Pantule. Okay, we'll have to look. Nicole says either way. Now or then. It's fine. Let's see if she wants to call now. I'll wait for a text back. All right, let's see. What was the juror problem? One of the jurors did not know he knew one of the witnesses until the witness took the stand. The juror had known them by another name before they got married. And so as soon as the witness took the stand, the juror wrote a note, sent it to the bailiff, and the judge addressed it later in the day and said, well, we got this note from the juror, says, yeah, this witness took the stand. I believe it was Molly Crosswhite, who bought the Midway, the cute house. And so she took the stand and they said, we need to talk to that juror on his own. So they talked to the juror outside the presence of the public and outside the presence of the other jury this morning, asked some questions, obviously got the clarification they needed. It was really in the defense's court whether they wanted to do anything about it. But for whatever reason, the defense did not push to have him excused. He probably would have been had they asked for it, just as an abundance of caution. But okay, Nicole's going to call after court today, so sounds good. That means you all get some lunch. We've got now just about 20 minutes until lunch is over. So run and grab something to eat. This is just getting exciting. We're plowing through this financial stuff much faster than I expected. I feared this was going to take a week to get into, but between the defense objecting the way they have on this 404 stuff specifically, with these bad acts and the prejudicial impact of this testimony, it's being limited quite a bit, and it's going very quickly. So it's easy to follow. It's not like the Murdaugh case where we're just the same thing again and again. We can't tell them all apart. But I'm hoping we get to some good stuff here real quick. I don't know if lack you to knowledge, but is Midway the location? Because the mansion is Midway too. There's a couple different cities that are involved that they've talked about, but Midway is a key one. That's going to be up there in the Camas region, where the Mirror Lake Highway Diner, where she got the sandwich that was allegedly poisoned the first time, that all happened in that area. So it's all in the same mountain valley area on the back side of the Wasatch Front. So you've got the Salt Lake City, and then a big ridge of mountains, and then like the next series of valleys over, and in the mountains up there are where all these towns are. So beautiful, beautiful area. If you ever get the chance to drive and go up through Camas up into Wyoming through the Uintas, it takes you all the way up. The pass is, I think, Mirror Lake Highway Pass is probably, I don't know, 10 or 11,000 feet. It's really, really high. So you're almost up above the tree line and then you drop down the other side. There's great four-wheeling, hiking, camping, fishing, and just rugged wilderness up there. Very easy to get injured, very easy to get lost up there. And, if you're very, very unlucky, you might get eaten by a bear. Thank you all for being here. If you're new here and have not subscribed for some reason, now's a great time to do it during the break so you won't miss anything. Ring the bell, be notified every time we go live. We're going to stay live right here with court. The live feed from court will continue. I'm just going to change my view so that you can see my desk instead of me. And then I'm going to grab some lunch, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So catch you guys in just a little bit. Bye-bye. Alrighty, I made it back from lunch. Had some bow tie pasta. Bow tie pasta salad, I think. All right, so it looks like there's an unofficial poll going on. What's everyone talking about? Let's see. Do you think Kara will testify? 2. Okay, I'll give it 2 as well. All right. I left you without commands? Are they not working? I thought I fixed them. Let me check. Oh, refresh. Try now. Left us in silence. They most definitely are not working. So let's bounce that really quickly. Oh, there's an update. That's why. Hang on. They patched something, which means they broke everything else. So I have to update it or else it won't work. Give me a second. It'll work, and then it will stop working, then it'll work again. I'll give it a minute. Still nothing. Let me try to test them. Oh, it's verifying. All right, we've got just a couple minutes before the judge comes back. It is, I'm showing it is 2:33 here, which means 12:33 in Utah. He said 12:40 for the return. Let's see, commands.
He's the guy.
Now they're working. Just had to bounce it. And I think...
Bar sucks anyways.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I think you guys found the secret one, Christina. I think...
Hush! I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
I think Christina found a secret one.
I'm about to catch a whooping.
Hello?
It's sidebar. It has 2 audio.
I'm not a cat.
Hang on. It's not going to do sidebar because it's got a 1-minute timer on it. It's an old, the sidebar audio that you just heard was one that was played in Judge Simpson's court when there was a guy who was in trouble for getting in trouble down at the bar or getting rowdy or something. And he was bad-mouthing the bar. He said, "This bar sucks anyways." So I added that to the sidebar.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Let's see if I can trigger it manually so you know what it says. Because we've got to start here in just a second. Okay, sidebar is... Here it is. It's got this one.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
And it has this one.
I was told counsel...
The bar sucks anyways.
It's got those.
Yes.
Okay. Polo's not...
Hello?
Procedural matters, and unfortunately you have not...
Hello?
What was that? Okay, you guys need to stop. Clearly I've broken something.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Okay, so stop. I'm going to turn off commands for a little bit. I've clearly broken something.
Hello?
Polo's not working.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoop.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I get negative 10 points. Okay. All right. I'm turning off the sound effects for now as I sort out what I did wrong. So apparently I broke the chicken one. Polo. For those that are new here, wondering what in the world we're talking about, we occasionally will make sound bites from things that happen in court, and they can usually be triggered by viewers like yourselves using a little command that starts with an exclamation point. We try to make these sound bites out of moments that would apply in other court situations as well. So. Just close this. Why does Polo not work? Let's try that again.
I saw a chicken fight.
I'm not sure why it's not working right, but all right. About to go back to court. The fun times are over. Turning off the sound effects, and we'll be focusing on court here. Because that's what we all came for, not the sound effects. Let's see. Just waiting for the judge here as this financial testimony continues that is really not a good look for Kouri Richins. I mean that in a big way. This really, really hurts her. So much so that the objections of the defense are starting to resonate in the judge's ears and maybe in the jurors' ears. This is a lot. They aren't hearing the actual objection of other bad acts, but yeah, there's a lot of other bad acts in this one. We'll see how much more they have on this. They said they were going to be with this witness most of the day, but they've been making good time, so maybe we'll be done before we know it. We've not had cross for this account yet. It's gonna go all day and maybe into tomorrow, says Red Pen. I don't know. What are they gonna attack on this? I think she did make some mistakes. There was that one line on the first house she purchased where it should have had interest, and instead she listed a number that $115,000 that was identical to a previous. Let's see if I can pull that one up for you. That was with the home purchases. Where did we put that one? That was right here. Okay. Let me show you this. This was the home in Mill Creek, and you've got the other borrowed funds at $115,000. And then the closing cost at sale was also at $115,000. I don't know if that's right. I think there should have been some interest somewhere, but she said she didn't include it for some reason, but she has two identical numbers. That might have been a typo. If so, I'm sure the defense will pick away at that quite quickly. Let's see. As a forensic accountant myself, I'm loving this testimony, says Kiwi Chick, New Zealand. See. I am Super T. What did you guys? Saturday will be 100 days smoke free. That is awesome. That is incredible. I'm going to play the party sound just for you. That is awesome. Congratulations, Super T. That is a great milestone. All right. How many objections have we had just today? Well, we are at, on the objection counter, 138. And we started at, does anyone remember? I can pull it back and check. Waiting for court to start. Let's see. You guys can probably find it before I can. 106. Thanks, Cody, for that. 106 where we started. So we've got 32 objections today, and it's day 7. So mathematically, more today than any other day, and we're not done. I'm working on quitting vaping as a recent asthma attack. Awesome. Timothy, I hope that that goes very well for you, and congratulations. I know it's hard, but know that you've got supporters in us. We do support everyone on their pathway to sobriety, regardless of the addiction. So thank you for that. Tammy Lee says, we need to get Ari up to 70,000 subs. We can do it. It'll happen in time. No rush. Atticus is caught up now, back to live. Yes, we're about to go back with the judge popping out any minute now. And when I say pop out, you'll see he sort of just pops into frame. He's sort of like Tigger that way. He bounces up and bounces down. Tumwater Troy gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Tumwater Troy. Appreciate it. As Kouri went to court on the financial stuff, she has a separate court case with financial stuff. I don't know. I'll have to check the docket. I don't know if there's a date for that yet, but I thought it happened after this trial. So possibly later this year or in a month or two. I haven't checked because Utah charges me money every time I check. Their court record system is a racket. They're just raking in money. Just to do a search, it costs money. And if you type something wrong and you don't get any results, it still costs money. And then, you quickly download it while you have it, or else if you try to pull up something you had before, go back and go forward again, it costs money again. It's a mess. Yeah. Utah court system is bad. I wish I knew how much they actually collected in that, because I'm sure it's not. Yeah. I guess they don't have parimutuel betting and gambling and stuff in Utah, so they have to collect it somehow. There's the judge, looking quite judicial in his black robe. Blackbird ear, 517 days. That is awesome. Congratulations. Sounds illegal. It should be, Ninnis. It should be. All right. I do apologize a little bit. You know that YouTube thing that keeps me in pesky with my account manager? Today, 15 minutes. I sort of have to make an appearance on that, so.
We're back on the record. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. Tasia, we're ready for the jury.
We've had a suggestion to use this judge, slow down, that comment. A little bit of a shuffling. I don't know what her name is, the media person who looks like Wednesday by the wall. I don't see her. Nate Eaton by the wall now. Mr. Gaffin or Ferridan, I forget his name, still there. Frodo's here. Got all the regulars in attendance. Some of you were commenting about how many people in court look like famous people, and this witness has a little bit of a Celine Dion look to her. So we normally don't comment about appearances, but when it's complimentary, we let it slide sometimes. The Frodo was complimentary too. Defense going through the Post-it notes in a hurry. Send somebody out with a Post-it note on an errand. Miss Lewis wonders what it is. Oh, we're doing that? Okay. There's Nate Eaton in the blue shirt with the media number 14 badge. His channel, East Idaho News, is also providing coverage of this court case. We've had a suggestion for sound bites. Scott, can you enlarge that? Yeah.
Please have a seat as you come in.
Or let's back out of this whole shebang. That's another one we might deal with.
All right, folks, have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with testimony from Ms. Carrington. Ms. Carrington, you are still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can we please have 8-12? Your Honor, this is in evidence already if the court could publish.
Understood. One moment. There you are.
Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this home?
I do.
Is this one of the projects of Kouri Richins' real estate business?
Yes, it is.
Did she use Boomerang Finance to finance this project?
Yes, she did.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 5-58, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is an America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty, K. Richins Realty, account 6577 from June of 2021. This is sent directly from Boomerang in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-58.
Same objection.
5-58 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in. Ma'am, what, again, does this information or does this statement present?
This is like the others. This is K. Richins Realty, the account 6577 for June 2021. And you can tell at the top this came from Boomerang. And then the summary section says, calculates the three accounts. The total is $702,831.96 at the end of June.
Did you attempt to verify this bank statement?
Yes, I did.
Scott, can I get 5-29B, please?
It sounds like a terrible
Ma'am, what is
lender.
this document?
Boomerang.
This is directly from America First Credit Union for K. Richins Realty, LLC, 6577 for June of 2021 in response to a prosecution subpoena.
The state moves to enter 5-29B.
Same objections.
5-29B as in boy is admitted. Publish now. Go ahead.
Again, Ms. Carrington, can you show what information this bank statement presents?
K. Richins Realty at the P.O. Box 759, the account number 6577 for June of 2021. This came directly from the credit union, and the two accounts at the end of the month had the balances of $15,339.12.
Scott, 5-32 Charlie.
So she
please.
overstated her account by about $685,000.
Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the America First Bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry for June of 2021. The account number 7664 that came directly from the credit union in response to a subpoena from the prosecution.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-32C.
Same objections.
5-32C is admitted.
One more time, ma'am.
Okay. This is the America First Bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry, the account 7664 from June of 2021. This one came directly from the credit union, and you can see in the summary section the three accounts totaling $702,831.96.
Thank you. I want to switch gears a little bit now. You've used the term funding sources a couple of times. We're going to talk about funding sources, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get 5-93 Delta 2? Ma'am, did you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare this document?
Yes.
What material did you use to prepare this document?
This is based on the lender documents, the loan documents from the lenders for each of the properties, the home equity line of credit, the bank account statements, settlement statements for the purchase and the sale, and the deeds, the trust deeds that were recorded with the different county recorder offices.
The state moves to admit 5-93D2.
No objection.
No objection.
5-93D2 is admitted.
Okay, Ms. Carrington, it might be easiest to step down. I'll let you decide that, but can you explain to the jury the information presented on this document?
It might be easier if I step down.
It's up to you.
Would you turn the lab off? Thank you.
I'm going to try and do this without the pointer. So what I've done here along the bottom are just some phases of funding. And as far as the phases of funding, it's not a very hard and fast scientific analysis. But as I looked at all the transactions, they kind of fall into kind of different phases. And so what I've said is, she started a business in 2019. She had the one project early on, and then she had some other projects. And in the beginning, she used a primary lender, Sierra West and Matt Strong, and that's a name that I think you're going to hear over and over. So he's her primary lender for almost all of her, not all of them, but almost all of her projects, a significant number. And then in the very beginning, as we've already talked about, she used that HELOC, draws from the HELOC to fund the projects, the rehab expenses, until it was no longer available because it was maxed out. And in the very beginning, she had a little bit of cash. There's like a $10,000 or $15,000 that I can see coming from her own sources to pay for projects. And she had a seller financing project. And I should stop and say too, I'm sorry, I'm getting long-winded, but she had prior projects that she'd done in South Carolina. And those seemed to be fairly successful. They were smaller projects, and they were before Utah, before she registered her business, so I've kind of left those off. But I do feel like to complete the picture, we need to talk about that. And then Cockerhands and Blackwell, those are two of her lenders so Matt Strong would be her primary lender, so she'd acquire the house with his funds, and then these would be what I'm terming, it's my term, rehab lenders. These are funds that she borrowed to give her money to fix up the house. So I have put these, what I'm trying to depict here, that as time went on, the proportions change a little bit. And then, as time went on, the funding sources changed. So no longer was she using her own cash. That was only in the very beginning. And the HELOC was, as you've seen, remember the chart where it was maxed out pretty quickly.
Your Honor, object to narrative.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, ask a question.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor. What changes from the
Please
first
continue.
column to the second column?
Okay, from the first column, there's the HELOC and the seller financing and cash. Those don't appear in the second column because those are no longer available.
What changes from the second column to the third column?
The third column, you can see that the proportions change here. This is where we've talked about Iron Bridge and Boomerang, and Doreen Kouri, as you've heard, comes in. My understanding is that is Kouri Richins' aunt. The accounts receivable loans, those are those payday loans. We've talked a little bit about those. And then Cocker Hands and Blackwell are still part of her lenders here.
How does Doreen Kouri contribute as a funding source?
As far as actual funds coming in, I have not been able to locate any funds that came in from her, but her name during this time period is used. She's on that operating agreement that's dated in June of 2021 that gets submitted in the fall of 2021. Her credit is used for the Excel financing and the David E. Gay potential refinances. So she's part of that process. And she's also used for a lot of these payday loan applications. Doreen had a company, a cleaning company, and I understand. And her name individually she's a guarantor on a lot of these payday loans.
So is it right then to summarize that she's a funding source because her name and credit is used, but she's not a funding source in terms of a source of cash?
I don't believe she's a funding source as a source of cash. I haven't been able to track any of that coming in from her. There might be some, but I've tried my best to identify every transaction. There are some that I still don't know, but definitely her credit and her name are used.
So what then changes from the third column to the fourth column?
What I attempt to show here is the growth during the fall and winter of 2021, the growth of the accounts receivable loans and Doreen Kouri. This is a time of intense activity in the fall. We've talked about October, November, December, into the new year, and that's what that's supposed to show. Blackwell's dropped off until later. Those are the significant changes there.
And then what is the change from the fourth column to the final column?
So in early 2021, she had sold, Kouri Richins had sold the last significant project that she was going to sell for a while. And so there's not a whole lot of new funding activity except for what I've called the Legacy Way house. Some others are referring to it as the Midway mansion. That's that big house that she buys and signs on the day after Eric Richins died. And what's different from this column to this column, you see this is all blue. Matt Strong is her primary lender on that house. But then also she uses Cocker Hands and Blackwells and the Burns and then these other Lieb, Soto, and Sills, all to come together. She uses all of those lenders just to acquire the property. So as opposed to somewhere over here, for example, where she uses Matt Strong to acquire the property and then she uses these lenders for rehab funds, over here she uses all of those lenders just to acquire it, leaving nothing left over for rehab expenses.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We can trade mics now.
Thank you. It's off now. You can turn it back on if you'd like.
That's important.
Okay, ma'am, let's talk about the accounts receivable loans portion of that chart.
Hard money lenders on the purchase.
What are accounts receivable loans?
They are, so accounts receivables are future revenues that have been earned but haven't come in yet. They're coming in later. And pardon me, this is, you can call these factor loans or future receivables loans, but also payday loans. Like, in exchange for $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. That's what someone might say.
What receivables did Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty have?
They had properties that were in the middle of rehabilitation, remodeling, whatever, and then would have been sold. So those, when they're sold, those are the revenues. So those are future receivables.
Scott, can I get 5-97D, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I used the bank account statements that we've talked about, the lending documents where I could find them as identified from the bank account statements, and then I did searches of the state's database, not the prosecution, but the state of Utah database for the UCC filings to identify some other information.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-97D.
No objection.
5-97D is admitted.
Okay, ma'am. Scott, if you could just zoom in a little bit. Oh, you did. Man. There we go. Ms. Carrington, what information does this present?
So these represent separate and distinct loans that Kouri Richins took out. The date is the date that the UCC filing was not. I need to explain UCC filings. Is that okay?
Please do.
Okay. If someone buys a piece of property like a piece of land or a house or something, there's a deed that gets recorded at the county recorder office and then if they borrow against it, the loan gets recorded there, documented there in a trust deed. On the other hand, say someone buys a piano or a piece of equipment for their farm or something, that is not something that the lender can advertise to the world that they have an ownership interest in it until the loan's paid off. So they can't record it at the county recorder's office. So they file something with the state of Utah or whatever state they're in that says, I own this property until this borrower pays back the loan. And it's called a UCC filing. It's Uniform Commercial Code. And that's with the Department of Commerce at the state. So what I did is all public record. So I pulled up whatever UCC filings I could find under Kouri Richins, K. Richins Realty, Doreen Kouri, any of those. And I was able to piece together a lot of information. And this is the result.
So does this present that she borrowed $645,000 of payday loans that she received? Well, that's the amount she owed, right? And then she received $474,000 of that?
Yeah, and I could see how I can make this a little bit better, but so then the column that starts with net funds, that's the amount that hit her bank account. And you can see that I've got some gray shaded areas. I can tell from her bank account that she's paying this loan. But there's sometimes when I can't tell which funds came in. Like it says just bank to bank transfer, and I don't know which one applies to, for example, on June 5th of 2021, the funded.com. I can see how she starts to pay $149 monthly to funded.com. but I haven't been able to figure out, and they didn't file a UCC filing, so I don't know how much she borrowed. So I'm not going to make an assumption and put a value in there and calculate a number that I can't support. So the net funds column, she got at least $474,000 into her bank account.
And she owed then at least $645,000.
That's right. So the receivables purchased, so in my example they gave you a minute ago, she took out a loan. Okay, let's look down here. 9/30/2021, the Greengrass Holdings. So she committed $87,000 of her future receivables to get $60,000 today. And by the time origination fees were taken out, she got $54,000 that landed in her bank account. And in exchange for that, they filed a UCC filing later, actually. But the payment that Kouri Richins committed to was that payment that we've seen, that $5,438. And she committed to pay that every week until the loan was paid back. And so she got $54,000, but she had to pay back $87,000.
Let's follow that thread then. Scott,
That is
can I get
brutal.
5-10, please?
That kind of interest will just eat you alive. And she was just stacking these deals.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that the green grass funding revenue purchase agreement that you just referenced and you showed the line item?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-10 into evidence.
Defense?
That's just, is that the only page? It's just the agreement? Just 2 pages? Keep going. I don't have an objection to that, Your Honor.
States 5-10 is admitted.
Scott, if we could zoom in on kind of the merchant information down to, yep, right there. Okay, Ms. Carrington, what does this tell us?
So this is the agreement between K. Richins Realty and other companies with Greengrass as of September 30th, 2021.
Did you investigate those other companies listed under the merchant's legal name?
Yes, I did.
What did you determine?
Some of these are related to Kouri Richins, like where she holds her contract or license or something else. And then the LTD's personal cleaning, I believe, is related to Doreen Kouri.
Other than the one related to Doreen Kouri. And is that, by the way, what you meant by Doreen Kouri as a funding source in part?
Your
Yes.
Honor, based on that, this line of questioning, I would object this line of questioning, continuing objection on our prior objections.
Overruled. Please proceed.
Except for the LTD personal cleaning, did any of the other companies connected with Kouri Richins have revenues?
I don't believe so, no. It's possible the WCA Enterprises, she's got a couple of projects where the buyer is K. Richins Realty LLC doing business as WCA, but as a standalone enterprise, I had requested the state subpoena documents, bank accounts, or anything that would support the fact that they had revenues, and I'm not aware of any bank accounts that they have.
Scott, can you scroll down to the loan amounts? Right there. So is this what, if you can highlight that line at 60,000 to the right? I think you already did, but just to be super clear, can you please explain that line?
Okay, so this is the, someone might say, if I could have $60,000 today, I'll pay you $87,000 down the road. And that's that's what happened here. It was purchased at 15%. The payment frequency is weekly, and there's that $5,438 payment requirement.
And did we see some of those payments being withdrawn from her bank account in that October statement that we reviewed early on?
That's true, yes.
Did Kouri Richins continue to pay on that loan throughout the end of 2021 and into early 2022?
She did not.
Why not? What happened?
So this document, you can see at the very top of the document, this is from Kings County Court in New York, the very top, right there. And the date there is December 9th, 2021. Greengrass filed a lawsuit against K. Richins Realty, all of these companies, Kouri Richins personally and Doreen Kouri personally, for non-payment of the debt. I can identify a small set of payments, and after that, payments were not made from the bank account, and that is also what the complaint says.
Objection to this whole line of questioning based on our former objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
That was number 144.
Scott, can I get 4-17, please? Do you recognize this document, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the summons that's related to that lawsuit that I just explained. And I believe somewhere there's the seal on the document. Oh, it's the summons and the complaint.
State moves 4-17 into evidence.
Same objection plus hearsay.
I'm not sure this is. Would you approach regarding the hearsay objection?
That takes us up to 145 on the objections. When she says same objection plus hearsay, it's objecting to one document, so I only count it one time. I haven't counted every time she says same objection. That brings us to 145 on the counter. Quick little sidebar on the hearsay. I think the judge would let it in if it was just the same objection. Turns to the state to say, why does this overcome the hearsay rule? State makes an argument. Judge compares the document. I have to lay some foundation. He's going to go check something. Miss Nestor does not leave. Are they going to edit something out? Redact it a little bit? I mean, the hearsay objection would be sustained if that's the case. Blubber says, how's that? Is that better? Judge is nodding, looks good. Here we go.
We're going to move on from that one, okay?
Okay.
Can
The whole thing's
we
kept out.
please turn to tax analysis?
Yes.
Did you analyze Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' tax returns?
Yes, I did.
What types of returns did you analyze?
The married filing joint returns for 1920, 21, the business returns for C&E, and a separate tax return for that Kouri Richins self-prepared for 2019.
How do each of the business returns relate to their joint personal return?
So Eric's business, he had a business partner, and their earnings that he and his business partner drew from the company were reported on a K-1. It's a document then that gets filed with their personal return. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be succinct. And Kouri Richins, having it be a one-person entity, all of her income, whether or not it was reported on K-1, would just flow through to the personal return, usually on a Schedule C.
So one way or another, each of their business income or business loss would flow to their joint personal return.
That's right.
Did you analyze KRR's, Kouri Richins Realty's return?
Yes.
Were her tax returns helpful in understanding her financial narrative?
Yes.
If I answered that yes or no, it would require some explanation.
Let's start by yes or no.
Okay. Yes, it did help explain the lack of continuity and lack of reliable accounting. And no, because of that, the things that she reported to her tax preparer.
Objections, same objections we raised previously.
Would you approach for a minute?
That takes us to 146. This is the 401, 403, 404B. It's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. It seems almost too much. It does seem like too much. I'm impressed with the knowledge this lady knows and could just give it back in the questions. Oh, she's a genius. She knows the stuff inside and out. She's probably lived this for a couple of years. I believe the jurors are going to get disgusted with the defense attorney. I think they're okay with just the objection. If she were throwing an attitude and speaking objections, I can see that would be really bad. But I think they'll reserve, at least on this one, until she goes on cross and see how that goes. Didn't the judge say he didn't want her to object using the same reason over and over? I think they said that's what they were going to do, and just she has to put something on the record to object, but because she's not objecting to everything, and everything's a little bit different, it sort of has to go this way to preserve the record. This is going to be a longer sidebar. He should say, I object to your objection. Yes. I object to your objection. No, that's not going to happen. Shirley Knott says, I think all the objections are just bringing more attention to it for the jurors. I know when they say move to strike, that sort of highlights it in the mind of the jury. And they're like, whoa, you know what? And then the judge saying, please forget about X, Y, Z. That's them unringing a bell. That doesn't work very well. Did she only earn $14,000, Jody? This expert? Considering the work she went, I know she said she got paid her regular rate, but obviously she's not done getting paid. She's billing for these hours on the stand as well, I'm sure. Defense is going to need a really very long ladder to get out of this hole. An 11-year-old girl told me she liked my phone at drug court. I may need to update my color. Pink's pretty, Ivan. I mean, you do you. How's it legal to sell money at this level of interest? Nexus Lexus. These are predatory lenders, right? These are...
Gentlemen, there's a legal issue I need to discuss with the attorneys. If you would please take a break, we'll let you stretch your legs. All right,
Might talk to this witness outside of the jurors and see where this is going. Or I might talk to the lawyers outside the presence of the jurors and to the witness and see where this is going. But either way, we're going to figure out where we're headed from here.
All right, folks, have a seat.
She got $14,000 from the estate. That's for previous work.
Mr. Bloodworth, to help me rule on defendant's objection, would you please proffer for me where we're headed regarding the tax returns?
Yes, Your Honor. I think in response to that question and maybe the next one, Ms. Carrington will testify that K. Richins Realty's tax return were unhelpful for Ms. Carrington's analysis because Kouri Richins' expense reporting to her accountant was inaccurate.
Okay.
Do you need tax returns for that?
Where will we go after that regarding the tax returns?
The implication of the inaccurate expense reporting was that her tax returns showed a profit. Then there will be questioning on if the expenses were reported accurately, would they have shown a loss? There's a tax advantage to showing a loss. Why would you want to show, from a tax perspective, why wouldn't you want to take the loss? And then Ms. Carrington will testify that during these time frames, Ms. Richins was trying to attract funding, loans, and a tax return that showed a profit would help her attract loans.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, take it from there.
Well, now I have a new objection.
I imagine you have a couple.
I do.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, absolute speculation as to why, the loops you have to jump through to get that she's over-reporting her income to use it to get funding when there's zero evidence in this case that I've seen that she's ever produced her.
Pause there for a minute.
Pull the
Let's
microphone.
assume for the purposes of our discussion for the next few minutes that instead of opining about what was in Ms. Richins' head, Ms. Carrington, based upon her education training experience, talks about what real estate investors would need to show to attract funding and whether someone with a balance sheet that looked like Ms. Richins would need funding. So more general rather than specific.
Except that in this particular case, I know we have 10 terabytes of information that was produced, but I don't recall ever seeing any evidence that she produced her tax returns to any lenders, ever. And if she has seen that, please correct me, but I've not seen it. So if there's no evidence in the case to support this speculation, then it is speculation, it is prejudicial, it's harmful, and it shouldn't come in. But I also think if she's, to whatever extent, for whatever reason, if she's filing false tax returns, that's a crime. And that's
404.
Another crime, wrong, or bad act under 404B, and again has zero relevance to whether or not Ms. Richins killed her husband. And so I object on all those grounds.
Okay, one step at a time. Addressing these issues in the order that they were raised by defendant. Mr. Bloodworth asked the questions in a way that does not require or invite Ms. Carrington to speculate about what was going on in Ms. Richins' head, but speaks more broadly or generally based upon her education, training, experience about why real estate investors in Ms. Richins' circumstances might benefit from making their tax returns look a certain way versus another. Any clarification on that?
No, yeah.
Okay, that resolves the speculation objection. Next, moving to the 404B issue, the court determines that evidence regarding
fraudulent tax filings,
appearances that Ms. Richins was preserving regarding the success of her real estate investing business, circumstantial or direct, and evidence regarding the potential consequences that would flow if those appearances were shown to be without basis or not accurate, circumstantial or direct, are probative of a non-character purpose of showing motive. That is, that she, put bluntly, needed money to maintain appearances and to prevent the financial calamity that would show that these appearances were not accurate and the personal consequences that would flow from that. In so ruling, the court is summarizing the reasoning that it has already put forth in much more detail with citation to Utah law in its ruling on defendant's motions in limine and in its ruling on the state's motion for additional findings and conclusions regarding the intrinsic evidence issue. And the court incorporates by reference that reasoning of those authorities. However, to make sure that the jury does not inadvertently and improperly revert to a propensity-based drawing of inferences, Ms. Nestor, do you want me to make another instruction that makes specific reference to the taxes?
Yes.
Okay, so
it's all coming in, but the judge will tell the jury not to consider.
The court will give an additional instruction
parts of it
to the effect of, you are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to the tax returns of her business were not accurate, and then the standard form language after that.
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
All right. And then, can we just take a look together at Rule 103B?
Yes.
Which states that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before or after trial, a party need not renew an objection or offer of proof to preserve a claim of error for appeal. I respect genuinely that Ms. Richins disagrees strongly with many of the court's pretrial rulings. That disagreement has been preserved for the record. It will be reviewed on appeal. To the extent defense counsel is worried about having to reassert any of those objections, they need not do so under Rule 103B.
Totally respect what you're saying, Your Honor. My only concern is that as we litigated this, we did not go document by document and say, these documents are the ones we have problems with. These are the documents we're okay with. My understanding of our discussion earlier this morning, and I might be wrong, and please correct me, but my understanding was that I was supposed to let the court know when we get to the documents that I think fall under what we've talked about. There are documents in here, as I said this morning, that we don't have any problem with. Most of our demonstrative exhibits, you'll note, I'm not making objections to those. They're coming in sans objection.
But some you doubled down on regarding the Barney house. And so it's hard to tell whether you're just reasserting the objection every time or if you're choosing. And that's why on occasion I have to ask whether this is a new or different objection.
So I can try to do better about alerting the court if there's a new ground, but I'm still concerned because we don't have a ruling anywhere that I've said exhibit 632 falls under, we believe falls under the court's ruling and therefore falls under our objection. We've never done that. So the fear that I have, well, I totally agree that's what Rule 103 says, I understand I can have a continuing objection, but the problem with that is we've never, in any of our litigation, said this set of documents.
Well, your motion in limine certainly did. It listed about 20 documents, and then I denied it. So you know that those 20 are not a problem. But nonetheless, we are where we are.
Right.
So feel free to proceed as you are, but to the extent you want another specific ruling because you feel like we haven't discussed it before, you have to say more. Otherwise, I won't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely understood. So my intention, for the record, is to try to comply with the court's ruling not to have a speaking objection. When I say previous objections, I'm saying this document, we believe, falls under what you've already ruled on. If I have something that's new that I don't think you've ruled on at all, I will let the court know that.
I appreciate that.
Under 103B, if you think it fell under that ruling,
before we invite the jury
you
back
don't need to
Mr.
object.
Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your
Okay. Tasia, we're ready for the jury.
Tasia, bring the jury. In her statement there, she's literally saying that we think our objection falls under the ruling you've already made. If that's the case, you don't need to do it again under 103B. That's what the judge was literally saying. You don't have to do this every time unless it's something different. But she's like, but we haven't done it every time before, so we need to keep doing it every time. And the judge says, no, you don't. I made a ruling just now. I said anything that goes to the propensity of her to preserve this appearance financially so she can get the money that she needs, that's all covered under this ruling. All right, let's let the jury come back in and see if we can speed this up a little bit. She read the Murdaugh appeal where they waived the objection. She's worried. She wants to preserve it. Everything. That's a good lawyer. Mr. Bloodworth is going to continue he's looking around the courtroom, sees everyone drinking water. He's probably thirsty as well. He's done a lot of speaking lately. Maybe he can steal some of that that good tasting water that the defense is hoarding over by their table. The good stuff that Mr. Dramos is sitting next to. Let's see, still waiting for the jury. They might be, yep, there he goes. He's getting it. He's going for it. With everybody watching, he's stealing some of their water. Just fill her up. Take your time. Is it Rocky Mountain spring water? It might be. Might be the Colgan man. I don't know. Betty Swallow says he shouldn't have free range with this, in my opinion. The judge's ruling makes sense about that Kouri maintaining that image.
Please have a seat as you come in.
I'll take the counter down, though.
Okay, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, an additional instruction. You are about to hear evidence that defendant's representations related to her business's tax returns were not accurate. During the period of time before the acts charged in this case. This evidence is not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purpose of determining whether defendant had any particular motive. Please keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at some other time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, let me pick up with that last question. Maybe we'll just answer it again to get back on track. Were K. Richins Realty tax returns helpful in your understanding Kouri Richins' financial narrative?
And I answered yes and no, or yes or no. Yes, they were helpful to understand the fact that everything didn't match. The money that came out of the bank account that was spent was not reported the same on the tax returns. Well, let me say, was not reported the same to the tax preparer and therefore not accounted for correctly on the tax returns. And then no, because the same thing. If the accounting is not reliable, that doesn't help me understand fully and accurately what was going on in her business.
Does this relate back to how you had to calculate expenses as it relates to Kouri Richins rehabbing homes?
Yes, that's along the same lines, yes.
And it's those expenses, or is it those expenses that were underreported to her tax accountant?
Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that the whole body of those loans we've just looked at was not included. And in looking at the tax preparer's documents that he relied on to put the tax returns together, it's clearly missing. None of those loans is listed as a liability against the revenues. And the documents also show that the only loans that he understood that K. Richins Realty had and was obligated to repay were the loans based on that were related to the properties. So there's this huge category of $500,000 of obligation, or $400,000 of obligation that was completely absent from any of the financial records that the tax preparer put together, and therefore was also missing from the tax return.
What was the effect of this inaccurate reporting on K. Richins Realty's tax return?
So someone who, or a business that understates the expenses inflates the net income. So makes it look like there's more profit than there actually was.
Wouldn't there be a tax advantage to having a business loss?
Yes, or having a lower net income, yes.
Setting Kouri Richins aside for a moment, based on your training and experience as a forensic accountant, why would a business person want to inaccurately, from a tax perspective, want to inaccurately report their expenses and end up paying more tax?
Most, I don't know. If taxes, if expenses, revenues and expenses are reported correctly, there is a tax liability, assuming they made a profit. If those are understated and it makes it look like they made more profit, they would owe more tax. If the opposite were true, they would pay less tax. And so it depends on what that person's or business's objectives were.
She's only looking at it from an IRS perspective.
What would a business objective be to want to pay more taxes?
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
To avoid showing a loss so that the business appeared more successful.
Why would a business similar to Kouri Richins, a business with a financial position similar to Kouri Richins' financial position, want to appear more successful?
Well, if things had been reported accurately, she was operating at a loss. And so that would have been reflected, especially for 2021. That would have been reflected in an accurate tax return, would have shown a loss there. And during the time, especially the tax return that was prepared in the fall of 2021 that wasn't accurate, that's a time when she was actively seeking funding for, she acquired 3 new properties in November, and she...
Back to speculation.
Overruled.
Factually speaking, she acquired 3 new properties in November of 2021, adding $1.1 million to her debt. She didn't pay anything toward those acquisitions, so she borrowed everything to acquire those properties. And in December is when she put the offer in on that big house. And so these are months that coincide with the inaccurate tax returns in which new projects were being acquired or contemplated, and funding was being sought for those.
Did you investigate whether Kouri and Eric Richins had any tax liabilities?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Do you know about how much?
I know at least number.
What is the at least number?
Let me back up. State tax liabilities, tax liens were about $70,000. And federal was about $80,000 at least. So $150,000 at least.
And were those a joint liability since they filed jointly?
That's correct.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 5-36? Are we frozen?
It's possible. Let me fix
Unplug it.
that.
Plug it in again.
My apologies.
Or maybe it's a scroll down problem. Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the bank account statement from America First Credit Union for Kouri Darden Richins, the personal checking account 5244 in May of 2021. This is directly from the credit union in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 5-36.
Same objections.
5-36 is admitted.
Scott, if you could scroll down to the check. Yeah. Ms. Carrington.
Major redactions on this one.
This is a check from the C&E Stonemasonry account, and it's payable to Eric Richins, dated April 29th, 2021, for $36,000. And the memo on it indicates taxes TC-546, and that tells me that's a Utah State Tax Commission payment.
And based on your analysis, did C&E provide Eric and his business partner, Cody, for that matter, distributions in order to pay their taxes?
Check to hearsay.
I don't understand the hearsay objection there.
That's how she knows. They told her.
Why doesn't lay some foundation for how she knows?
Did in reviewing the C&E accounting materials show that C&E distributed to both Cody and Eric Richins estimated tax payments?
Yes, no one has told me that, but I can see from reviewing all the bank accounts that there are there are pairs of transactions, and they are for Eric Richins and his business partner habitually over several years, and they are for different tax liabilities.
One moment. The hearsay objection is overruled. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, did you trace this check?
I did.
If we can go back to the main document, Scott. Can you show your tracing of this check?
Sure. Scott, if you can scroll down, down, down. Okay. Right there. So mid-screen, you see April 30th, the deposited check item for $36,000 to go over there. And so that's that check. And they're included in this exhibit is the deposit slip, so I can match that up, plus the check copy came with this, so I know this is the same $36,000. And then Sorry.
At the time that was deposited, what was the account balance?
83 cents.
Okay. Can you pick up the tracing from there, please?
Yes. So in doing a tracing, I look at the balance at the time a specific transaction is made. And so then I have to match up, but for certain funds, other transactions would not clear the bank. So the following transaction is April 30th, that bank-to-bank transfer of $25,000 could not have been made but for the deposit of that $36,000. So I know those have to tie together. So then I'm looking for what other information will tell me that deduction of $25,000.
Kouri spent $2,000 on Garth Brooks tickets.
$25,000 land.
It's a wire out that goes to Stewart Title, to Stewart Title's Bank of Nevada, I believe.
Scott, can you go back to the main document and scroll down, please?
She wanted to hear him sing about
No, I'm
friends
sorry,
in low
down a
places.
No. Keep going to the wire. This one, please. Sorry.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this, you can see in the upper left-hand corner, it's a domestic outbound. So this is a wire that is going out of the account. If you go down the left-hand column, it shows you $25,000. If you go to the middle column, it's from Kouri Richins. Right above her name is the account number 5244. And over on the right, it says it goes to Stewart Title Company. And then go down to the bottom left, and it says earnest money, Kouri Richins. Earnest money being kind of a deposit on a purchase of a property.
Thank you, Scott. Can we turn now, please, to a property that you referenced as Legacy Way that others have referenced as the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the property?
I am.
How so?
I have been by it several times over the last 3 years, and I have researched the recorder's documents, the deeds affiliated with that. I have submitted a grandma request, which is a request for government records so that I could understand all the Wasatch County building permits, the inspection records over the years, the life of that property. I have interviewed the prior owner before Kouri Richins bought it. I've interviewed the current owners. I've traced all the, after Kouri Richins bought it, tried to sell it, I have reviewed each of those 13 offers to purchase the property. And I've also looked at the bank accounts and the loan documents for her purchase.
Let's please start with the drive-by. Scott, can I get 6-7? Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that the Midway mansion?
It is.
State moves to admit 6-7.
No objection.
6-7 is admitted.
Did they take their own picture, or is it a
Can you
Google?
zoom in a
What's a
bit?
Google Street? It's like a Google Street View. It's a big house.
Scott, can I get
enormous.
6-8, please? Ms. Carrington, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the real estate purchase contract, commonly known as a REPC, that K. Richins Realty submitted to as her offer to buy the property in December of 2021.
The state moves to admit 6-8.
No objection.
6-8 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom in, please, on that first kind of top section. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this tells us in the far upper corner, this is Sierra, and that's the Bates stamp that identifies that this came from Sierra West Capital, Matt Strong being the primary lender. It gives, and then if you go first line kind of over on the left, 2/23/2021 is the date. K. Richins Realty is the buyer. Douglas Roy Lance is the seller. And then a couple lines down on the right says the earnest money deposit of $50,000. And then as you go down, it gives the street address is 106 North Legacy. That's why I call it Legacy Way. It's in Midway. That's why people call it the Midway Mansion. And then the parcel number, et cetera.
Then it says C addendum. We'll get to that one in a minute. But Scott, if you can scroll down. What information does the purchase price paragraph provide?
So it tells us what the agreed purchase, well, the offered purchase price is $2.9 million for this property. And then the accounting on the left shows that there's a $50,000 deposit. And then the balance will be paid at settlement, and then the purchase price there. And then I know that this is accepted because it's got initials on both and the dates on both, the buyer and seller.
Scott, can you just scroll down all the way through the next page?
This witness pronounces things
Keep
very
scrolling.
precisely.
Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Let's stop there. Thank you. Let's zoom in on the contract deadlines through the signature. Yep. Thank you. Ms. Carrington, what information does this provide?
So this gives a chronology of different steps that need to be taken. It's very typical in every transaction, most transactions. Sellers have a duty to disclose any of the warts and problems with the house. Those are due by January 7th of 22. Due diligence means that's the opportunity for the seller, that's an opportunity for the potential buyer to do any homework, anything that they need to do as far as due diligence before they sign. That's due February 4th. Financing and appraisals, that's also for the buyer to arrange financing, funding, do any appraisals that they want to do, and they have until January 7th to do that. And the settlement deadline, that means this deal has to close by March 4th of 2022.
Does that March 4th date hold any significance in this case?
Yes, it does.
What's that?
That's the day that this property deal closed and Kouri Richins purchased this house.
Did she purchase it on March 4th or March 5th?
I'm sorry, March 5th. March 4th is the date that Eric Richins died.
Thank you. let's discuss the warts and problems, please. Scott, if we can go down to just keep it up, zoomed out, right there. Is that the addendum that was referred to earlier?
Yes, it is. Addendum 1.
Okay, I'm going to walk up and present you with a printed copy of 6-8.
Does list extensive
And
vandalism.
this is the addendum, am I right, that discloses all the warts and problems?
Yes.
I've circled a few of the paragraphs on that disclosure, that addendum. Can you please read those paragraphs aloud to the jury?
Okay. Bear with me. This is paragraph 2. Buyer is to acknowledge and affirm and agrees that these parcels, parcel 1, parcel 2, are sold as is. Buyer acknowledges, affirms, and agrees that both building structures have extensive vandalism, theft, as well as flooring and other structural concerns that may need or will require replacement or repair. Due to delays in construction and the permitting/approval process, the structures have been idle, exposed to the elements, and are not habitable, and are also suitable in many ways for continued construction. Damage has occurred because of the idle status of the projects. Buyer affirms buyer's intent in moving forward with the building project or abandon the project altogether based on buyer's own investigation of said structures in their state of idleness, disrepair, unfinished, and uninhabitable quality. Additionally, animals may have taken up residence in the ventilation systems for which there may be additional damage. Buyer acknowledges and affirms that buyer accepts the property in its unfinished, disassembled, unrepaired, damaged state and agrees to confirm through buyer's own due diligence which repairs and remediation efforts are necessary. Buyer acknowledges and affirms buyer's own actual or potential costs of repair, remediation, demolition, remodel, restart, reconstruction, and/or completion in moving forward with the building projects. Buyer agrees to purchase and accept the parcels, buildings, structures, and all aspects of the purchase of said parcels on an as-is basis and waives and releases any and all claims against seller or any deficiency, unexpected outcome, or unknown condition, cost, delay, failure, or liability. Paragraph 3.
Whoa.
Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that sale of said property is sold without all or necessary or desired permits, certificates, or allowances to build or complete the building process from Wasatch County or other governmental agencies. And buyer is and buyer is to be solely responsible for obtaining any required building permits from Wasatch County or any other necessary government entity. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that seller's building process was halted by the governmental permitting or allowance process, and as such, buyer intends to purchase these parcels as is with full understanding that buyer may also face challenges and costs in obtaining necessary or desired permitting allowances to build, rebuild, or complete the building and occupancy process. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the structures do not have certificates of occupancy, necessary approvals through all required inspections, and other indicators of structural habitability. Paragraph 4. Buyer acknowledges that seller has been working with the Army Corps of Engineers over a lengthy period of time and that this entity is currently requiring additional wetlands evaluation of various materials, including water, environmental, etc. The Army Corps of Engineers may require other tests, requirements, and certifications, etc., that are to be completed to their satisfaction. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps is an independent government entity separate of Wasatch County, and that the Army Corps may require its own permitting, which Wasatch County may also require in order to obtain building permits. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers does not monitor or collaborate with Wasatch County in any way. Wasatch County may or may not issue building permits independent of the Army Corps of Engineers.
Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer, not seller, is responsible for moving forward with the Army Corps of Engineers and all other governmental organizations that may have oversight or control of the parcel and occupancy certification processes. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the process of moving forward could take considerable time, present costs, delays, hardships, and burdens to buyer. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that buyer does not require any contribution from or assistance of seller with regard to obtaining all necessary permits, certificates, allowances, or approvals to restart the building process or complete said process and obtain all necessary inspections, approvals, certificates, permits, or allowances. Paragraph 5. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the parcels have sewer rights, but that the sewer is not yet hooked up, is below grade, and will have to be pumped. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms all necessary steps to obtain sewer function is the responsibility of the buyer and may be required to be on site on the subject parcels. Paragraph 6. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that additional or dedicated open space, i.e. wetlands, or other required remediation or mitigation may or will be required by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that to achieve mitigation or remediation, additional properties may be required for such. Thus, a potential off-site property may be obtained by the buyer. And if not on an additional off-site property, then remediation or mitigation may or will be on-site the subject parcels.
It's built in
There
a
is a
swamp.
mitigation process that will be need to be coordinated with the Army Corps of Engineers. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that there may or will be costs related to preparing lands to offset any disturbed wetlands. An outside consultant with BioWest has collected data and submitted data and recommendations to the Army Corps of Engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers still need to make its final decisions and will determine a mitigation plan with permits in cooperation with buyer. Paragraph 12. Buyer acknowledges, understands, and affirms that the Army Corps of Engineers may or will require further evaluation and study of wetlands underneath mounds of fill soil on the parcels. So seller will provide access to buyer's consultants or any other third parties related to studying groundwater or soils for the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Carrington, in your experience reviewing REPCs, have you ever reviewed a REPC like that?
No.
It's terrible.
Scott, can you please bring up 6-9? I will retrieve the exhibit. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Carrington, do you recognize Exhibit 6-9?
I do.
What is it?
This is the settlement statement for the Legacy Way Midway Mansion property, where K. Richins Realty is the buyer and Douglas Roylance is the seller. And this is the final version of the sale.
The state moves to admit 6-9.
No objection.
6-9 is admitted.
Ms. Carrington, what information does this present? And if it's easier to step down, please do it. I don't know what's easiest.
It might be, since I don't have a... Okay, this is not actually as complicated as it appears. So this is the property address here, the buyer, the seller, and the lender is Sierra West Capital. So that's the Sierra West Matt Strong stuff. So then over here shows the settlement date and the disbursement date as March 4th of 22. And then this is the internal file number at the title company. This shows the sale price. This is the buyer's version. There is a seller's version, but this is the buyer's version. This is the sale price of the property at $2.9 million. And then here shows 2 of the 4 loans on this property. So here's the original loan from Sierra West to this $2,624,850. There's another lender from the Burns, and that loan is $420,000. These are some prorations. This section here, are you all right if I keep going?
Please, what's that section there?
This section, these are the fees associated with these loans. So the first position lender is Sierra West Capital, this $2.6 million loan. They charged $124,850 at the outset just for the loan. And then on top of that, it accrues interest going forward. It's a 6-month balloon. So this being March 4th of 22, she has to pay that off by September 4th of 2022.
You can get a permit in that time.
The next two, the $150 and the $20,000 relate to this loan, the $420,000 by the Burns. And then Scott, could you please scroll down? Thank you. That's great. So then here, these are the title insurance costs that are paid to GT Title Services, who's the title company in this transaction. So these are the different costs associated with that. So the first one, the lender's coverage premium, that's for the first position, the Sierra West one. Second position is the Burns, the $420,000 one. The third position loan is going to be this. For some reason, this is down here. I don't know why. But this third position lender funds is $150,000. That's an aggregation of a bunch of people who got together and they pooled their resources to loan $150,000 on this deal. And here is the buyer's portion of the real estate commissions, the 2% at $58,000. The other side paid $1,000 per their agreement, and then some recording fees. On top of this, there's one more loan from David Cockerhands that came in before this. He gave her the money for the earnest money. So did Matt Strong. So they both gave her the $50,000 for the earnest money. But later, the fourth position lender of $67,000 recorded his deed. I don't understand why it's not incorporated here, but it's not. But it is still attached and recorded on the property. So this tells us that all in all, there needs to be $3,201,230 that the buyer needs to come up with. And as I said, there's also that other $67,000. So she borrowed $3,259,000 against this property to buy it for $2.9 million. And then there was a little overage, and so this $87,240 came back to her, and we can see that go back to her bank account, and that hits her bank account.
Oh, my goodness. And you have to pay that back in 6 months? In a balloon payment?
So does this show that she borrowed $3.2 million from other people to close on a $2.9 million house, and at closing she walked away with $80,000?
$87,000, yes.
On the day that the Midway mansion closed, how much was it worth?
$2.9 million, because that's what she paid for it. That was the agreed price on that for that transaction.
Is it worth? Is the real estate market like other markets in that the value of something, whether it's gold, oil, real estate, the true value on any given day is what a willing buyer and willing seller agree to?
Yes, and so in addition to the fact that that's what the market dictates, the IRS rules also say that a transaction is valued between a willing seller and a willing buyer, and industries function like that all the time. business valuation. A forensic accountant who conducts a business valuation of a business will use that same concept.
Did you use that same concept in valuing all the properties involved in this case?
I did, because that's what she paid for them.
Scott, can we get 5-114, please?
Sure.
Bless you. Ma'am, do you recognize this agreement?
I do.
What is it?
It is a loan agreement reflecting that large loan between Sierra West Capital and K. Richins Realty. And this was a response from the title company, Griffith and Turner Title, in response to a prosecution subpoena.
Your Honor, the state moves 5-114 into evidence.
No objection.
5-114 is admitted.
And just, Scott, yeah, perfect. So this is, am I right, is this the loan agreement between K. Richins Realty and Sierra West for the Midway Mansion?
It is.
And Sierra West was the biggest lender at $2.6 million.
That's right, yes.
Scott, could you just scroll down on page 1?
Why would Sierra West, this Matt Strong dude, keep
Scott,
loaning her
could you
money?
go to page 12, please? And is this part of what is, are we looking at what is known generally as a closing packet?
Yes, that would be consistent, yes.
These are the closing documents on the Midway Mansion, at least this, the closing documents for the largest funder on the Midway Mansion.
That's right, yes.
And is this the signature page?
Yes, it is.
And is that signature notarized on the 5th of March?
Yes, that's correct.
Scott, can you go to page 21, please? Is this another different signature page?
Yes, this one is basically acknowledging that the company that's buying this authorizes Kouri D. Richins to act on its behalf.
Scott, can you go to 27, please? Is this yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
Can you go to 32, Scott? I'm sorry, can you, yeah, let's just go to 32. 32. Is that yet another signature page in the closing documents?
Yes.
And 33, Scott? Ms. Carrington, is that yet another notarized signature page in the closing documents?
It is.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, based on your analysis, did Ms. Richins have the ability to service the $3.2 million in debt when it came due in 6 months from closing?
She did not.
Scott, can I get 2-14, please? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's an email string between Matt Strong and Kouri Richins that was returned pursuant to a prosecution subpoena from Sierra West Capital and Matt Strong.
And does this email string in part discuss how much money Kouri Richins estimated would be required to finish the Midway Mansion? We can scroll through it.
Yes. This is the one where she's asking him to loan her the earnest money, the $50,000 for the project.
In part, yes.
Right.
The state moves to admit 2-14.
No objection.
2-14 is admitted.
Scott, can you publish the part you had highlighted on our screens?
Told you it got worse.
Okay.
I'm going to give
Yes, Paul Benson knows his stuff. He's selling Park City property right now for $42 million, and he got 5 offers the first week. Insane. Yes. So this property is buying at $2.9 million and $3 million in Reno. ARV $16 million. Absolutely insane numbers. Approximate retail value. Someone's going to make a killing on this. That's where I need your help, thoughts, ideas. Realistically, obviously, I don't have $3 million for renovations. Coming up with $2.9 million is going to be a challenge enough. So what should I do with this? What do you think? I should wholesale it as a county assessed price? Do you think I should close on it, get it dried in, windows, doors, maybe exterior, and then sell it to someone to finish it? Do you want to partner on it and do something with it? Honestly, I'm open to any and all ideas with this one. It's definitely out of my league, but the margins are so insane. I had to pick it up and then figure out, haha, help. Let's do something with it, not just sure what. Maybe your Heber guy would want to buy it as is for me and have him remodel it with MCC. Double close or assign it over to him. Maybe he just wants to invest in it. Honestly, I don't know which with this one. Haha, something is there. Just finding the right direction to go with it. With the $50K, you can make it work.
based on your financial analysis, did Kouri Richins either have or have access to $3 million to renovate the Midway mansion?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not consistent with what he just admitted.
Sustained.
It's a different question. Can you please restate it? Make sure we're listening to the question that he asked. If you'd say it again.
Ms. Carrington, based upon your financial analysis, did Ms. Richins have or have access to $3 million for renovations of the Midway mansion?
Not that I...
Hold on. What was your objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. He's misstating what's in front of him as far as the evidence.
His question does not relate to this. Any other objections?
No, sir.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Not that I am aware of.
Thanks, Scott. Ms. Carrington, did you investigate or try to trace any money flowing to the Midway Mansion project once Kouri Richins closed on it?
I did look, yes.
Did you find any money flowing to that project?
I did not find any money flowing to that project. There's one that is a maybe.
Okay.
But no, nothing significant.
What's the maybe?
It's in the neighborhood of about $3,000, I think. It's in that, the reason it's a maybe, is that your question? The reason it's a maybe is it's during that time frame, and it's to an entity that, and I'm sorry, I really can't remember which entity, but there's one that I thought might relate to this project, looking for, what she usually does when she acquires a project, she moves forward. And so I'm thinking she probably does the same thing here. There's one that I recall fits that category, but it's minimal.
So at most, she, as best you can tell, invested maybe $3,000 into the Midway Mansion.
That's correct.
Did you investigate whether Kouri Richins tried to sell the Midway Mansion?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
When?
She listed the property on March 12th of 2022, so the week following her acquisition of it.
That's also a week and a day following Eric Richins' death, right?
That's true.
Did Kouri Richins ever sell the property?
She did not.
What ultimately happened to the property?
After 12 offers that were made and canceled for one reason or another, actually, let me restate that, please. After, I believe there are 7 or 8 that were offered before her note was due. And then after that, she continued to try to sell it unsuccessfully. And at some point, the lender, Matt Strong, foreclosed or recorded a notion. He recorded a document, notice of default and election to sell. So basically started the foreclosure process.
And did the 12 failed contracts all fail during the diligence period?
Yes, they did.
It means everyone who looked at it, who wanted to buy,
In
said,
the months
not for us.
leading up
I'm
to
out.
Eric Richins' death, what categories of assets did Kouri Richins have?
Categories of assets that Kouri Richins had. She had, she owned several properties. So that's one class of assets. She had financial accounts, and those were various balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway mansion, what was the value of Kouri Richins' assets?
Including the new property, was about 6.3 or 6.4 million.
In the months leading up to Eric Richins' death, what categories of liabilities did Kouri Richins have?
So liabilities are things that she owes. So she had a loan on the properties, each of the properties that she owned, and each of those was more than the property was worth. She also had all those payday loans that we've talked about, and she also had different lines of credit that were, by and large, all maxed out, not just the HELOC, but also she had some personal lines of credit associated with her checking accounts. Those were all maxed out, and she also had credit cards that had high balances.
On March the 5th, 2022, immediately after closing on the Midway mansion, what was the amount of Kouri Richins' liabilities?
Right around $8 million.
So netting that out, on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway mansions, what was Kouri Richins' net worth?
She was in the hole. She was negative 1.6 million.
As a forensic accountant, have you formed an opinion as to Kouri Richins' financial position on March the 5th, 2022, after closing on the Midway mansion?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
As of the date that Eric Richins died, Kouri Richins was in financial distress, and her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would have continued to collapse. It was imploding. Her debts and liabilities far outweighed her assets, and even if she had sold everything she had, it would not have been enough to get back to zero.
She was upside down in every home she owned. She was upside down.
To Eric Richins' estate, did you analyze the value of Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
What material did you study in this analysis?
The insurance policies, the life insurance policies, including there's a life insurance two life insurance policies that Eric and his business partner had on each other. So there's the company, the documents that relate to that, the bank accounts, the documents related to the house where the family lived, and his bank account statements.
Are the bank accounts de minimis in relation to Eric's interest in C&E, his life insurance, and his home?
Pretty much, yes.
let's set those aside then.
Right.
How is Eric Richins' interest in C&E, or how was Eric Richins' interest in C&E determined upon his death?
It's based on the value of those life insurance policies, so it's basically $2 million.
It's exactly $2 million, wasn't it?
It's exactly $2 million, yes.
Scott, can I get 7-28 Delta? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The insurance policies of each of these insurance policies, the applications for a couple of them, the claim information, and also the payout of these policies.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-28D.
Here comes the insurance.
7-28D is admitted.
Was there an objection?
Ma'am, what again is this?
This is just a simple list of the different life insurance policies. I have not included the buy-sell agreement policies, the $2 million that benefited Eric's business partner, but these are the others.
Scott, if you could please highlight the claim paid, the policy amount column. Does this show that Eric Richins had $2.2 essentially $1 million in insurance upon his life?
Yes.
Scott, can you go to the claim amount paid? What, ma'am, does this column, what information, ma'am, does this column present?
So for each of these policies, there was a specific amount paid. Like the top one is related to the house, and so it paid 70% of the existing mortgage, not the second, but the first. The things that I've highlighted in green are the 3 policies that were paid directly to Kouri Richins. The others were paid, the $500,000 was paid to the Eric Richins Trust.
We'll come back. So, well, summing up the amounts of insurance paid to Kouri Richins, was that $1.36 million?
That's correct.
Thank you, Scott. We spoke earlier about Eric Richins' premarital home.
Yes.
What was the approximate value of that home?
I think it was about $1 million, give or take.
And it was encumbered by the $250,000 HELOC that Kouri Richins signed for?
That's correct.
And was there an outstanding mortgage that was 70% satisfied by life insurance?
That's right.
We talked about the $1.3 million in life insurance proceeds that Kouri Richins received upon Eric Richins' death. Did you trace how she used those proceeds?
I did.
Scott, can you bring up 7-31D? Ma'am, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
I looked at Kouri Richins' America First Credit Union accounts, and also Kouri Richins' UCCU account where she deposited the $1 million. And I guess that's it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 7-31D.
No objection.
State 7-31D is admitted.
What, ma'am, does this present?
So on another schedule, I've listed every single transaction that I've traced back to the 3 deposits of insurance proceeds. And so the first line of this shows on June 16th, 2022, she got a little over $1 million from the auto owner's life insurance policy. And what I sought to show is before the money came in or as the money came in, how much was in her accounts. So she had $543,000. I'm sorry, let me back up. She got the $1 million in. And then the next one down on June 25th, the $251,000 that comes in. When that comes in, what was the balance in her account before the second policy was paid? And she had $543,000 in that account. So basically she spent about half of the $1 million between the 16th and the 24th.
Whoa. In a week, she spent $500,000?
On September 2nd, if you go to the third one that's paid, is that $100,000 policy got paid, and that's when she received those proceeds. And what was in her account the day before was $9,691. So that meant that she had spent the $1.2 million basically before she got that last $100,000. And then that final line on September 19th, she had $802 in her account. So that's just a look at the balances. And then I have looked at every transaction in these accounts to show, to try to understand how those proceeds were used.
We'll turn there next, but let me just make sure we understand this.
Okay.
So does this show that between June and September, 3 months between June and September, she received $1.36 million in life insurance proceeds and spent $1.36 million in life insurance proceeds?
That's what the bank account shows, and this is drawn from the bank accounts.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 7-29D, please?
Your Honor, we're froze up again.
My apologies. Let's reset.
Unplug and plug it in again. Holy smokes, this money is going in and out like crazy on this. I keep trying to hide my face so you can see all the documents. I want you guys to be able to see
I
everything.
need you to unplug and plug back in, Scott.
There it
Oh, there
is.
you are. I apologize.
He was one step ahead of
All
me,
right,
Judge.
one moment. 7-29D is visible to the witness.
Ms. Carrington, did you prepare this document?
I did.
What material did you use to prepare it?
The bank accounts that I just spoke of, the America First Credit Union accounts and also the UCCU account.
Your Honor, the state moves 7-29D into evidence.
I'm sorry, can we just blow up the very tippy top of it? Just so I can see
This is
the
a
label on
technical
it?
term, the tippy top.
Thank you. No objection.
And, 7-29D is admitted.
And then, Scott, can you split screen the 2 pages? Now, Ms. Carrington, am I right that it doesn't really read left to right, it reads top to bottom?
It's a vertical, yes.
So this page on the right is really right down here.
That's correct.
Okay. What information does this demonstrative present?
So I wanted to portray the funds that came in from Eric's death, and I've highlighted, or I put in bold the different life insurance policies proceeds that came in. And then the way those were spent, I have taken everything over $1,000 to try and be brief. Obviously, this isn't brief, but so there are a lot of transactions for, whatever, $700 or $43. Those are not on here. So anything over 1,000 is on.
And Scott, if you could go down to the very bottom, so the very bottom of page 2. What information does this present?
So this shows even without putting those de minimis transactions in there, there's 1.3, almost 1.4 use of the proceeds, or that came in, and she spent the 1.2, so she spent it all. And then my footnotes here, I attempted to do the same thing that was in that other section, my footnote 2. These are the different accounts that she had, and these are the account balances when the new insurance comes in.
Now let's just highlight, Scott, maybe the far left column on the first page. Perfect. So that shows where, when she gets a $1 million life insurance payment into the account, you then detail where it goes.
That's right.
And those are all the transactions below it.
That's right. And so you can see the money comes in, and there are some expenses for projects. There are expenses to pay debt, figure lending, green grass holding, the One Main Financial. But I can see things that do relate to what I'm thinking are projects like Rocky Mountain Dirt, Home Depot, Lowe's, et cetera, et cetera. And then you see on 6/4/22 those 5 transactions to the Utah State Tax Commission. And especially on the right, Scott, can you see that bottom one? 6/4/2022 Utah State Tax Commission, and go over, and it's $50,000, $342.
That's a big
Thank
one.
you, that one. That matches one of the tax liens, the state tax liens that I was talking about earlier. So that's one of them. And those other amounts could be for the other $20,000, or it could be for something else. But one way or another, those are tax payments.
And then she withdrew $9,000 at the bottom on the same day.
Entry on 6/24/22 to Robert Grossman for $25,000.
Yes.
Are you familiar with who Robert Grossman is?
Yes, he's Robert Josh Grossman. Josh Grossman, I understand, was Kouri Richins' boyfriend during this time.
Thank you, ma'am. When you analyzed how the $1.3 million in insurance proceeds were dispersed, approximately how much of that $1.3 million were used to pay debt?
About $600,000, somewhere in there. So about half, a little less than half, was used to pay debt.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's all I have for now. I suspect we're going to take a break, and the defense will have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, any objection to taking a break?
No, sir.
Okay. Please rise for the jury. Let's take a break.
Wow. That is nuts. I can't imagine that much money coming in and out that quickly.
Ms. Nestor. Would you like 10-3?
Just taking a break.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Carrington, walk around, use the restroom, grab some water. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Thank you. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Wow. Are we into the forgeries yet? Not really, no. I mean, sort of, but not really. We'll get more into the forgeries and some of the insurance policies and stuff. We've gone to the insurance payouts. We need to go backwards and see the insurance policies themselves. Spicy cross incoming. That's how we're going to end the day. Did she pay back her friend at least? I did not see it on there. The $45,000. I don't know. Last we heard, the friend was just hanging and possibly lost the house. Need to know why she paid her boyfriend $25,000 and $10,000 to her mom, and then $1,000 and then $1,000 and then $2,000 and then $2,000 and then $2,000 to herself, all in the same day. Did the juror get dismissed? No, they did not. Nestor is about to throw it down, says JT. It's going to be spicy, I think, for sure. She has to bring the spice. And honestly, there's a couple mistakes, I think, that this witness has made. And if nothing else in how she set up the report, she left some things out. Maybe you can point at that. But, I mean, overall, this is just like facts. We just put the facts on the paper for you, ma'am. I'm not saying it was right or wrong. This is just what it was. And so I don't know how bad their cross can hurt this witness. Oh, my goodness. Nestor best behaved. Judge is so over defense nonsense. Their best bet was to try to keep this evidence out. I'll tell you that 100%. They would have preferred to have this not come in at all instead of having to try to explain it away, as they said they would do. You know, we don't dispute the facts. We just dispute what the facts mean. That was their whole open. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that in a funny voice, but that's they're going to tell us what this means and how it means something differently than what the state pictures. And the state has, I mean, they drew the map of where the money went. They followed every dollar. In here, out there. In here, out there. Sloth Life gifted 5 memberships. Sloth Life, thank you very much. I agree. What can cross do to damage this witness testimony? Not very much. Unless... What, she did some work for Kouri or for Eric's company before, right? So she's got this previous tie, and I'm sure they're going to go into that on defense to maybe say that she's biased or something. But I'd like to know a little bit more about that. It doesn't sound like it was anything other than professional, and they went to her because she's the best. So, spice incoming, says Tequila Mockingbird. How do you impeach this witness? She literally has the receipts. Okay, I would say the worst thing that came out with this witness, aside from just the overall financial picture, was the documents that Kouri submitted on her loan applications as supporting documents for her financial state, where she would list her header from her America First account, and then the bottom, instead of her accounts listed, it lists her husband's companies and their balances. And she did that 3, 4, more times that we saw and got to see those. And it was literally just copy and paste. The number of accounts didn't even match up. And it's so very bad. Very, very bad. I can't wait if her boyfriend testifies. We get to ask him what the $25,000 was for. Selena Kay is in the courtroom today. Yes, she is. She'll be calling us afterwards, as will Nicole Goodman, who is not in the courtroom, but is one of our legal correspondents. Kouri would have got more life insurance over Grossman. Let's see.
Call from
Ayden Loan Shark.
Ayden Loan Shark, LLC. How are you doing, Ayden? Welcome.
Better than Kouri's loan officer.
Your girl is having a rough day. Yeah, but the loan officer, explain to me this. Why would Sierra West, and what's the guy's name? Matt Strong. What was going on there that this guy just kept loaning her money? Was he like the first person that got paid back?
I want to know who approved that monstrosity of a house be built on a swamp.
Not the Army Corps of Engineers, I can tell you that much.
Listen,
The government
if the Army
stops the
Corps
building.
of Engineers needs to approve my buy, I'm out. Okay,
No.
I'm out. I'm out.
This is basically If you have to purchase other land to offset your impact on the environment for how much you have to change it from its current state, which is wetlands. Okay, first of all, wetlands and homes, they don't work. You're literally building under the water line, right? If there's going to be any rain whatsoever, it's going to flood. And then you've got all the sewage issues and everything else. It's just very, very expensive.
You can't even flush the toilet.
No, it has to go uphill somewhere. You've got to pump it somewhere. Oh, and the idea that she had this on a balloon $3.2 million loan with a 6-month term. She would have to renovate and sell it in 6 months. You couldn't sign a deal and close on it that fast with somebody who was
You couldn't get the contractors in there to even do the work in 6 months. I mean, you couldn't make the place inhabitable in 6 months, let alone flip it for a profit. That's why I say here, at some point, the banks really enable all of this. I
see this.
Speechless.
This is the banks do have some blame here. They should be more selective in who they loan money to and the terms, and maybe do a little bit more due diligence on their part, right? Because they are, in fact, loaning out other people's money.
Take a walk through the place. I mean,
if you have to take a canoe to the front door, there's your sign. Yeah.
If you need a tetanus shot when you open the front door, maybe don't borrow.
It's like there were raccoons in the AC. It's not even dried in. It's not even finished with the windows. I know. I've got an old house here. It has 33 windows. It's going to cost me like a year's salary to replace all the windows in there. I can't afford to do it. I can't imagine a house that has 8 bedrooms and 12 bathrooms, and who knows how many other rooms. How many windows they have and how much those would cost to if they have to be replaced. There's extensive vandalism throughout. Theft has occurred, so if there was any wiring, it's gone.
Can you imagine 12 bathrooms and you can't take a dump in any of them because you can't flush the toilet? I mean...
Oh, my goodness. And it wasn't a money issue that shut it down. It was, hey, I got a package. It was the government. It was the government saying, no, hold, we can't give you a permit. You can't proceed now. We have a problem. So, yeah, that's just terrible.
Welcome to your new house that you can't live in, buy, or sell ever again. Congratulations. Pay us $3 million in 6 months, lady.
And she looked at this thing and she's like, diamond in the rough, snap it up immediately. Yeah, she bought it and she's like, now what? And she starts writing a letter, a week and a day after her husband, after she closes on the deal, she's like, anybody you want to go in dip halvesies with me on this? Because I just had to buy it because it's such a good deal. But
they should have just had a good old-fashioned Italian fireworks show and burned that place to the ground. I mean...
AJK Consulting, I've seen this house. I've been there in person. I used to live there. I've been back to Utah, so I know about this house. I haven't been in it. I haven't been on the property and in it. But anyway,
I want a selfie of RA in front of the mansion.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be the new Karen Reed selfie picture. Like outside the house.
Yeah, right. I just want a selfie in front of the Midway mansion.
I'm not going to call it a mansion anymore. I mean, I was giving it the benefit of the doubt. I realized it has a little bit of a water flow next to it. I didn't realize it was in the water flow. That it's
sort of like buying a zoo. You can just open it as a zoo.
Man.
All right, I'll let you go. Love you guys.
Ivan, thank you. Appreciate it. Bye. The Midway Swamp. This was a swamp castle. Is what it was. It was a swamp castle. The Army Corps of Engineers would have required you to offset basically the equal amount of lands that you impacted by building somewhere else. That's probably how they would do it. Just noting, as I followed other Army Corps of Engineers projects in Utah while I lived there, say like the Legacy Highway and the impact it had on the wetlands and things like that, and them requiring to have an offset and everything else. So the cost would just skyrocket. It would just go up because you'd have to purchase lands that could offset this. No, I'm AJK Consulting. I'm not saying I've ever been in the house. I have no clue what the actual conditions are. I can only tell you what we heard as you all sat here and listened as we had the seller tell us what the conditions were, with like 8 pages of warning. Do not buy. Let's see where it was all in blueprint. Let me see if we can pull these up here. That's not the one. Okay, let's go to 6 here. Let's see. This is what they just told us. The Army Corps of Engineers may require other tests and requirements and certifications to be completed to their satisfaction. That's a good one, but there's a better one. Hold on. Okay. Army Corps of Engineers. Wetlands. Sewer rights. Sewer's not hooked up yet.
We're back on the record at 231-500-139. May we invite the jury in, please?
Where's the part that says they have animals living in the attic or in the ventilation? It's bad. AJK, it's bad. And she had no money to do this. It was everything she could. There's Selena standing up there, doing a little back popping. I wish mine did. It was so bad that she needed other people to come in and do the rehab stuff. She did not have the money. So she probably spent some of this money on it, like the Rocky Mountain gravel. You're bringing in soil to raise the ground so you're not in swamp. Okay, that's what you do in those sort of areas. So Rocky Mountain gravel or Rocky Mountain soil would probably for that one. She's an experienced flipper, terrible businessman.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
Defense is ready. Here we go. Let's, Miss Nestor, bring your A game. I want to see where this goes.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Carrington, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Ms. Carrington.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
You and I have known each other for some time. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about how you got involved in this case. Is it fair to say that you were brought into this case by the gentleman who was working as a private investigator for the trust for the estate?
Absolutely, yes.
And his name is Todd Gabler, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Gabler is also someone you've known for a really long time.
I have. Professionally, yeah.
Right. Well, of course. I should have said that. I'm sorry. And you guys even share office space, or did at one point?
No, never.
I thought you did. Sorry. And so initially when you were brought into this case, Eric Richins' family was really your boss in the matter.
I wouldn't look at it that way. I was hired by their attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter, after Kouri initiated the lawsuit. That's when I came in.
But the work you were doing was designed to assist Eric Richins' family in the litigation. Fair?
Fair, yes.
All right. And during the time that you were working for the family or the estate or the trust, did you also do some witness interviews with Mr. Gabler?
No.
You didn't go to any interviews of witnesses with him?
No, I did not go to any with him. No, I don't think so. No, I didn't.
And then at some point you stopped. It sounds like your work kind of trickled off for the estate or the trust when they got a new lawyer, right?
Right. I've known that firm for a long time, and I'm usually on the other side. So they use other people for their forensic accounting, and so I was not surprised when the estate got, when the trust, the estate, got new lawyers, that they didn't adopt me as well, which is fine.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And then how is it that you became associated with the prosecution team?
I don't know how that happened.
They reached out to you?
They did.
And are you aware of whether Todd Gabler recommended you?
I have no idea.
And Mr. Bloodworth asked you on direct, he mentioned that they've retained you at your normal rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it looks like you've done quite a bit of work.
Here's the money question.
I have done a lot of work.
Binders worth of work?
Yes.
And so how much have you been paid by the state or by the county?
Get ready.
I don't know exactly, but it's probably about $200,000,
Woo!
which is a lot.
It is. That's by the state.
All right, now I want to talk to you a little bit before we get into details about it, the nature of the house flipping business.
Okay.
I think you talked a little bit about this on direct, but the idea of someone who's in the business of flipping houses is you want to buy a property that appears to you to be undervalued for sale. Is that fair?
You want to get a good deal on it. Is that what you mean?
Sure.
Yes.
So you look for something that maybe is a little below the value of the property.
Fair enough, yes.
And the idea is you do just a little bit of rehabbing, right? You don't want to sink a ton of money into it or you're going to not make a profit.
Well, it depends, right? It depends. I mean, it depends on where where it's located and what's the upside. Miss Richins' properties spanned a lot of those. Some of them were very small, easy fixes and flips. And then like the one that we were talking about, the Mill Creek project, that was enormous. The Provo project was enormous. So it could be any of the above.
Sure. But if you want to make money, the goal is to do as little rehabbing as you need to flip the property. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, sure.
And as I would say, put a little spit and polish on it and then get it ready for sale, right?
Fair enough.
Okay. And then the goal is to flip it as quickly as you can for more than you paid for it.
That's correct.
And enough more that it covers whatever you paid to spit and polish it.
That's the idea.
All right. And the nature of this business is the goal is to hold that property for as short a time as you possibly can before you flip it.
Absolutely, especially because of the way the financing works.
Right, and let's talk about that.
Okay.
So because you know the goal is only to hold that property for just a really short time, you often use what are called hard money lenders, right?
That is true.
And we did hear you talk about that on direct, but just as a quick refresh, because I think that was 20 years ago, the hard money lenders lend money without all of the formalities that a bank requires to lend money, right?
For example, that is correct. For example, the underwriting process is almost nil.
And to sound really kind of juvenile about it, it's basically wealthy people that are willing to loan you money short term for a short period of time at a super high interest rate, right?
Right, and they assume the risk of that, and in exchange, they have very strict zero-tolerance default clauses that make a loan just skyrocket in cost and interest if it's not met, if those terms are not met.
And the reason for that is this is a risky business, yes? For both sides.
I'd say it's risky for the borrower.
And for the lender, because they're not putting someone through all the vetting that a bank would. They're just trusting them that they're going to show back up in 90 days and pay them off.
But you're missing a key piece. They secure that property with their trust deed, so they've secured their collateral.
Totally fair. That's absolutely right. So riskier for the person that's doing the flipping by far than for the hard money lenders.
Yes.
But the hard money lenders generally do not expect to get paid monthly payments in between when they loan the money and when they get paid back. Fair?
Well, it depends. And I think that that's usually a true statement. Kouri Richins had most of her loans that were like that were 6-month balloons. There was nothing expected. In fact, when the subpoenas went out, I expected to get all these ledgers back, and nobody has a ledger because they didn't care. They just knew what they when the balloon was due and they were going to get their money or their property.
Exactly right.
Miss Richins had 3 property, well, she had 2 lenders that had monthly payments.
And because of what you just said, the hard money lenders have what we call a promissory note, just a promise that if I don't pay you like I promise on this note, you can get the value, you can get the property and sell it yourself and recoup your money, right?
Yeah, there's a promissory note on any kind of a loan.
So when you put all those loans up there, they're backed by the collateral, the house.
Can you clarify which loans I put up where?
Sure. And that was a broad statement. So
I just want to make sure we're talking about because the loans I put up there are the payday loans, and those are different.
I'm talking about the hard money lenders.
Okay.
When you showed some notes, for example, where I think Matt Strong paid
he was
a couple
primary
million
lender.
dollars on one property. Somebody else paid $300,000 on another property. All those loans were backed by the property. They were totally secured.
For the first position lender, they're totally secured. The others are secured with the property, with the caveat that they are in second, third, and fourth position. For example, the Midway house, the Legacy Way house, the second, third, and fourth position lenders did not recoup any of their funds on
Okay,
that.
we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But if Kouri were to default on a promissory note and they went after the property and took it and sold it, Kouri would owe $0 because they would have recouped their note from the sale of the property.
That's true. She'd owe $0 and she would have made $0.
Right, but she'd owe $0.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. It's probably. She would probably owe $0. I don't know. They could go after her for the residual. I don't know of a situation where that happened here, but.
Okay. Did you do any analysis of the average length of time Kouri held the properties before she would flip them?
No.
Okay.
I do know. I do know about every property, but I haven't compiled that into a schedule.
Did you mentioned you interviewed, I believe, some of the hard money lenders, is that right?
That's right.
And prior to Kouri's, actually, let's do this. Prior to Eric's death, every one of those hard money lenders got their money back from properties they gave to Kouri, or properties that they lent money to Kouri on, correct?
Let me think about that. Prior to Eric's death.
Yes.
No, that's not true. There's one of her early projects, I think it's Casperville, where she ended up $28,000 in the hole.
Okay.
On that project. So she walked away with no buyer proceeds from that, and that was not a successful project. And I haven't looked to analyze who got what, but that would be a situation where not everybody got their money back.
Do you know whether she made them whole with her own funds or in some other way?
I have not seen anything that reflects anything like that.
So you don't know?
I don't know, no.
Okay. So except for one occasion, on all these other deals that were done before Eric's death, all the hard money lenders got their money back from the deals they did with Kouri, plus interest.
I would say that's probably true, but I may come up with another one. I try not to deal in absolutes.
All right, now I want to talk about these bank accounts.
Okay.
And I appreciate that you were trying to, excuse me. Sorry. I appreciate that you were trying to track insufficient funds, things that popped back. I call them in my parlance bounced checks. That's what I know them as and have done. When you were tracking these, did you ever go back and see how or if or when they were made whole?
They weren't made whole.
Okay. So the bank continued to keep open accounts where $300,000 worth of checks were bounced And you're saying there's no resolution of that on either side? The bank that sent it, the bank that got it, it's just, they just let her continue to have checking accounts where she bounced over $300,000 in checks.
So can I answer your question
Sure.
with a description? So the Navy Federal accounts really never had any significant money in there at any time that I looked at. So there was no like deposit that came in 2 days later that just missed. There was never an attempt to try and cure that check on the Navy Federal side.
Let me stop you right there. Did you ever follow up and find out if Kouri made the person she wrote the checks to whole with another check out of another account in another way?
Well, we're talking about a couple of different things. The checks that I'm talking about are the ones that she wrote to herself.
Okay.
She's the payee. So then, can I come back to that question? I'm trying to answer the prior one. Okay, so on the Navy Federal side,
This witness
no,
is running the show.
there was never an attempt to cure that.
Okay, but wait, stop right there. On the Navy Federal account, she was writing checks to herself.
That's right.
So did you track whether she actually put money in the account where she put the hot check, as I would say, to cover it later?
Well, and that's what I'm getting to. Okay. So she writes a set of checks to herself, and they get deposited into either the K. Richins Realty 6577 or that Kouri 5244. Those checks go in, and eventually, they're returned unpaid by the bank, and so that makes the balance go way in the hole.
Sure.
Eventually, there are funds that go back to the account.
That's my point.
And my understanding of how banks work, banks and credit unions, they work, in answer to your question or your wondering about why would they allow her to continue going if she's bouncing all these checks. Financial institutions don't look at just this account or just the accounts by this person. They look at the relationship. And so we've also got Eric and C&E Masonry and whatever else. And so they will look at it from a business point of view. They don't want to kick her out because they've got another account that is making them money or is being dealt with differently. So that's the answer to your question, why they wouldn't just cease and desist and kick her out of the bank.
Because somewhere in these accounts, there's enough to cover these bounce checks, or they would shut that down.
The way you're stating that is not correct, and that's not what I just said.
Okay.
They will look at the totality of the relationship, and they want to honor that relationship. There's not a scenario in which they would dip into C&E's account to pay Kouri Richins or K. Richins Realty's checks. So that's an important distinction of where
Okay.
I would quibble with what you're explaining.
Okay. I never saw anywhere in your myriad of check statements that we went through that there was one where she was a negative $300,000. So those checks were covered. Yes?
No, they weren't. Okay. No. Could I please explain what the negative $300,000 is? So it's a simple exercise where I looked at the bank account statements and I just added up the transactions that she tried to pay. And not all of those were paid. A lot of those were returned unpaid. So I'm not making any judgment call. I'm not making any conclusion other than looking at that K. Richins Realty account 6577. That is what she tried to pay unsuccessfully without a fee.
And then other funds went into that account subsequently.
Right.
Every time.
Well, eventually, yeah.
Okay. That's
Yes.
it. All right. Now, I also noticed when you're putting up all these accounts, I didn't see any of Eric's. Did you analyze how much money Eric had?
I did look at their family account, and their family account, when I'm looking at an account, it's really easy to try and get kind of a cadence or an understanding of how that account is used and the characteristics of that account. The family account, as opposed to the K. Richins Realty and Kouri's personal account, was consistent. It always had a balance. That's where
Let me
Eric's
s-
paycheck went in.
Let me stop you right there. Apart from Eric's paycheck, where else did all the money from the family account come from? Apart from Eric's paycheck?
There were distributions that came in from Eric's work, and there were occasional, I know you've asked me this question before, and Kouri Richins did not put more money into that account than Eric Richins did.
Did she put a lot of money into that account?
She did put a lot of money into it, yes.
And that account was used for family, for paying mortgage, for paying trips, all their personal expenses, right?
Not all of them, but that is the family account. That's where the kids' expenses were paid. Not all credit cards were paid from there because not all credit cards were family credit cards.
And Kouri was regularly contributing to that account out of her business accounts.
I would
Yes?
not agree with that statement.
Okay. So we know Eric's paycheck goes into the family account.
That's
What
right.
about the other accounts you mentioned for Eric? You said Eric had a separate account.
There was a personal checking account, and I had reviewed that initially. It looked like it was squarely Eric's account, and the 5244 was squarely Kouri's personal account, and so I kind of set those aside. She used her personal account for her personal expenses, and he used his for things that appeared to be his.
And you do not know the arrangements that Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had as a couple about when they would make money available to each other, did you?
I don't.
Okay, so how much money was in Eric's personal account?
Habitually, there was enough to pay whatever was attempted to be paid from it. I know that my recollection is it had, 10,000, 20,000, something like that. I don't recall it bouncing checks, and I don't recall it going into the negative.
Okay, but you did not provide that to the jury to review in terms of assets that were out there for this family?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Based on.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
So no speaking objection, but objection launched finally by the state. They've been awfully quiet here, knowing their witness can handle herself on the stand. She doesn't need any help from them. What's impressive, yes, this witness has a binder on the stand with her. She has not opened it once that I've seen. Everything, even the account numbers, she's going through and rattling off the 6577, the 5244, and then we had the 2204 and the 7664. She
Your
knows
Honor.
all this like the back of her hand.
So just to be clear, we have not seen today, in the multiple hours of your direct, anything about that account that Eric had?
No, that's correct.
And you also mentioned you looked into C&E accounts.
That's right.
And C&E is the name of Eric's business.
Eric and Cody Wright, his business partner.
Right. And that's where he kept his business profits, correct?
They kept theirs, yes.
Okay. And I didn't see those accounts today. We haven't talked about how much Eric was worth while he was alive, have we?
No, Kouri didn't have any control or access to the C&E account.
You understand they're married.
I understand that they're married, but that's a business account that was shared between two business partners.
Okay, but business owners can do something called a draw, right? What's a
That's right.
draw?
Your Honor, objection. Scope.
Scope.
Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out. Do you want to approach for a minute?
Mr. Bloodworth's like, I hate to bring this up, but this just, it's outside the scope of the direct, and she has to stay within that scope. So let's let the judge ask you a couple probing questions here and see what happens. That is objection number 155 on the day. Well, not on the day, on the trial, but nearly, 50 or so today already. The witness is looking away as to not pay attention. I'm not listening, I'm turning away. I'm not hearing this. If you go, I posted a link for the realtor listing for this house, for this Midway on the Legacy Road. If you go to that page, even in the realty photos that are there, I think there's like 58 pictures of the house. one of the pictures shows standing water in, I guess, an area that might be adjacent to the house, like right up against the foundation. It's frozen, but it's standing water right there. It's so bad. It's so bad. You don't want that, just for the record. Standing water on your foundation, not good. I'll post it again really quickly here. Let's see. There you go. That's the link that'll have a few pictures. It has indoor pictures. This is just the frame. If you look closely at the pictures, no electric has been run. There's limited plumbing that's been run, basically just what you need to run for the foundation before you pour the concrete. But as far as pipes and vents out the ceiling, none of that. It's just a shell with some windows and doors, and so concrete, some studs and a few windows, and that's about it. I prefer Swamp Castle. Oh my goodness. Shrek would be proud. He would be proud of this thing. Maybe they were going to put in an alligator moat. It's not unremediable. You can fix it. You can fix these problems. But I don't know why you would choose to start with those problems when there were other options. Long sidebar here, still continuing. We've got probably at least a minute or so left at a minimum. Okay, keep an eye out. Keep an eye out in the gallery. I'm just looking. Eric's dad and Katie are whispering something. I think that's Katie, to themselves. The media row all have their head down as they're tweeting about what's happened so far, giving everybody updates, writing stories, and updating their newsrooms, respectively, as the case may be. See, Scott is sitting there just looking good with his mustache. And it does look good, Scott. That's impressive. You can see the reflection in the window there in the back. That's the window into the media room where the media will not fit during this trial. You can see the reflection of Miss Nestor and Mr. Bloodworth up at the bar talking to the judge still. They still look quite involved in discussion. The witness has maintained this posture throughout the... She's not listening. Is that Brian Enton on far right? No, that is Nate Eaton. Nate Eaton from East Idaho News is on far right on the media aisle. In the blue. Brian Enton, to my knowledge, is still on site in Tucson area, the Guthrie investigation. All right. It was definitely not a property to flip, especially not in the time frame she had. It's crazy.
Okay.
Here we go. Bottled water makes its first appearance.
The C&E accounts, that's the business accounts that Eric and his partner put money in for their business, correct?
That's where their revenues and their expenses were paid, yes.
And the jury saw multiple examples of C&E checking accounts today during your direct, did they not?
That's right.
And routinely, the dollar amounts in those accounts were in the strong six figures, correct?
Routinely, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you don't know what arrangement Kouri Richins and Eric Richins had about whether or not he would invest in her business, whether or not he would be a silent partner, whether or not he would help her fund her business. You don't know that, do you?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to talk a little bit about the Barney house, Chelsea Barney's house. You guys spent a couple hours on that, or about an hour and a half on that today in direct. And as I understand your testimony, Ms. Barney was going to provide $45,000, or did provide $45,000, which you traced all through Ms. Richins' accounts, to Ms. Richins to be used at a closing in the future, correct?
To be used at a closing that day.
Thought they never had the closing.
Well, they didn't.
Right.
My understanding of that whole text string is that there was this closing that was going to happen imminently, and this was the $45,000 down payment that Chelsea was paying toward the house to then be in her name.
Right. And the $45,000, well, strike that. Let me back it up just a little bit so it's not confusing. Kouri Richins Realty had already purchased the Chelsea Barney home prior to all this, correct?
That's right.
And you went through all the efforts she was making to try, well, let me ask it this way. When it's first purchased, the idea was probably to flip it, right? Like she does all her business.
No.
She was going to keep it.
She was going to keep this one.
Okay, but she had hard money lenders the same way she did on her other flip properties originally.
Well, remember, she's got those two different kinds. You know, she's got the hard money where she's got a 6-month balloon and she doesn't have to pay anything in between. And then she's got the other ones where she has a due date, a maturity date, and she has to make those monthly payments. This was one of those. And so her original loan was due January 8th of 2022, and that's about the time that this transaction with Chelsea's going on.
Okay. And as you explained in your direct, she was trying to shop around for a long-term mortgage to get better terms of the mortgage, right?
Right, with David Ige and Excel. She was trying to refinance a few things.
Right. And while she's looking for a new mortgage package, Chelsea sends her this $45,000, right?
No. I think I could be wrong about this. She had been dealing with David Ige since August and September of 2021. It was right about this time that everything just fell apart because he needed wet signatures from Doreen and he never got those.
Okay,
And
so
everything
try
fell
to
apart.
focus on my question if you can.
Okay.
While Kouri's looking for a new mortgage lender, a new mortgage package, during the time that she's shopping for people and you kept putting up all the ways she's trying to get new lending, that's when Chelsea provided to Kouri the $45,000.
I don't know. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know what she's doing. What I can say in response to your question is that I'm aware that she had been dealing with David Ige on a number of properties over a number of months. I don't know who else she might have been shopping, looking for a new loan. I know that she had a deadline and she had extended that loan.
Okay, I thought you said she was shopping with Excel.
She was.
Okay, so that's one person she's shopping for, right? You brought that up.
I'm not trying to argue with you.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand and answer your question. You said she's shopping to all these lenders. I don't know that. I know that she was consulting with David Ige and had applied for a loan to refinance a number of properties through him.
Okay.
And there were 3 different phases with him trying to get that funding. Doreen was brought in trying to get that funding, and it did not come to pass.
Exactly. So the $45,000 was not put in a trust account at a closing firm, right? It was given just to Kouri.
That is true. And
wait, please wait and let me just ask my questions.
My apologies.
So the $45,000 is given to Kouri, not in trust, not to be held, was given to Kouri, correct?
That's right.
Okay. As long as Kouri Richins shows up at the closing, whenever it's set, with $45,000, she's complied with her agreement with Chelsea, correct?
I suppose that would be true.
So if Kouri knows that she's got money coming prior to that closing that will more than cover the $45,000, and she uses the money quickly to pay some quick debt, she still hasn't violated her agreement with Chelsea if she shows up at the closing with $45,000, correct?
You're on her foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I believe some of that requires a legal conclusion. I'm not a lawyer, and that's for the jury to decide.
She objects.
If in that scenario that you've described, that would be her kind of floating that money.
Right.
Just saying, I know eventually I have to come up with $45,000.
Right.
So in your scenario, okay.
Okay. And then what happened before they got to the closing? Do you happen to know?
I'm sorry, that's a big ambiguous question. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know what you're after.
Do you know whether Kouri was arrested before they were able to do the closing?
Kouri was arrested 14 months later.
Are you talking about the closing on Chelsea Barney's house?
I think what you're asking me is, so Chelsea Barney gave her the money in January of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Eric died in March of 2022. Kouri was arrested in May of 2023, coming out of the title company in which she borrowed $95,000, using that home as collateral.
Okay.
Along with the Roy house that Kouri also owned. And then she used that $95,000 for debt payments of her own.
Okay.
So is that the closing you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So then I want to talk to you about the HELOC. Katie, can you please bring up 5-89D? This is in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
This woman can charge anything she wants.
All right. And that's where you kind of kept track of the balance on the HELOC, right?
This is correct.
And
yeah.
Katie, can you blow up the dates on across the top line? Make them bigger?
And biggin, Katie.
That's good. So this begins in March of 2019 when the first 50,000 or so was drawn down out of the HELOC, correct?
Yeah, 60,000. Yes. And can I say something about the dates before you continue?
No, I
Okay.
appreciate you waiting on my question. So from
That's where it's gun shy now.
2019 until 2020, there was a significant amount drawn down on the line of credit, correct?
That's correct.
And then it looks like in November or December of 2020, there was a nice little payment made that made it smaller.
It was in October.
October, thank
Yes.
you. Looks like November on that, but I believe you. If Eric Richins' sister testified that Eric became aware of the use of this HELOC back in 2020, and it precipitated his creation of a trust, would it be fair to say that if he knew about this back in 2020, for the whole rest of that chart, Eric is still utilizing the HELOC, Eric and Kouri?
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation.
Sustained.
She already said no.
Is it fair to say that there's no more significant payments made by either Eric or Kouri all the way up until Eric's death?
There's never evidence that Eric made a payment. So,
All right.
yes.
So is it fair then to conclude that if he knew about this in 2020 and never made a payment until his death 2 years later, that he was aware of this and could have checked it at any time? His name is on the account, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation.
Sustained.
His name is on the HELOC, right?
That's correct.
So is, in all your experience and your expertise, if he calls the bank and says, hey, what's the balance on my HELOC, and it's in his name, as you said on your exhibit, they're certainly going to tell him, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation.
It lacks foundation.
Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Okay, let me ask it another way. Eric's name's on the HELOC. You put that evidence in yourself, right? Yesterday.
That's correct. Yes.
As an owner of a HELOC, do you have access to your own statement balance at any time you want to look at it?
Yes.
Okay.
This is going to be cleared up so quickly with the state on redirect.
All right, now I want to talk about, you can take that down, thank you. I want to talk about the tax returns. And I just want to make sure I got this right, because I hear the word tax and it's not my favorite word. You're basically saying that she over-reported her income on her taxes. Is that fair?
No. Well, the net income. What I'm saying is the accounting that she gave to her tax preparer, her CPA tax preparer, for the expenses on her properties did not match what her own notations in her bank account.
So because of that error, she paid too much taxes, in your opinion, like a lot too much taxes.
She had a larger tax liability. And remember, I also said there's that big category of loans, all those payday loans are not on the CPA's financial statements. Like for 2021, for example, there's nothing.
Well, and if she'd have reported the loan, she'd have paid even less taxes, right?
Absolutely.
So she way over-reported her taxes and paid too much taxes.
Whether or not she actually paid them, that's a different story, but the tax liability was significantly larger than it would have been had she accounted for everything correctly.
And you stated through Mr. Bloodworth that it's possible she did this just to look successful to people.
That is not what I said.
Okay.
And a note about the 2019 tax return, I don't know if it was ever filed.
Well, that's a good point.
I do know that she prepared it, and she did submit it to the government as part of her PPP loan forgiveness.
Did you ever review the packet of information of what she actually did submit to her accountant?
Yes. I've looked at every page.
And do you have any evidence as you sit here today that she ever provided proof of that tax return to any of her hard money lenders?
I don't know which, other than giving, submitting it to the government and through UCCU Credit Union for that loan forgiveness. I don't know if she ever showed that to anybody else.
So it's fair to say that if she never did, it's pretty hard to argue the whole reason she way overpaid her taxes was to look successful to people if she never shared it with anyone. Fair?
No, because you're talking about just that one tax return. Greg White did not prepare that tax return. Greg White prepared other tax returns for her.
Do you know how Greg White is related to Eric Richins or to Kouri Wright? I'm sorry, his business partner?
No, I don't.
Did you know they were family?
No.
Okay, so now I want to talk about also, just very quickly, because I'm about to wrap up and I don't want to leave this behind. When we were talking about the bank statements that you put on, you don't know, you don't have any personal knowledge as to how Kouri got the C&E bank statements, do you? You know how she got them?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that?
I've interviewed Kouri Wright, and he has...
Hearsay.
There was a time when, well, there are two reasons why she would have had access to those.
Okay, let me stop you. So you're speculating on how she could have gotten them, right?
No, I'm telling you what I understand from my work.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a time when Kouri Wright and Eric Richins, being the business partners, had their wives associated with the back office kind of stuff, you know, doing the books for the business and that sort of thing. And there was a time that those responsibilities were shifted only to Cody's wife and taken away from Kouri Richins.
When was that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay,
I don't.
So stop there.
Okay.
The statements you introduced today from C&E were all in 2021. Do you know whether or not Kouri had had those responsibilities taken away from her prior to 2021?
I don't remember what he said.
Okay, so if her responsibilities were taken away from her by 2021, do you have any knowledge of how she would have gotten those C&E bank statements?
My understanding is the family computer at the house was actually the C&E, a C&E laptop, I should say. And I don't know if it was the C&E, but it was a C&E.
So she could have pulled it off her husband's computer, right?
That's possible.
Or her husband could have pulled it off his computer and handed it to her.
Right.
He could have. That would have been a really curious thing for him to do.
Okay. But you don't know.
No.
Mr. Bloodworth's
All right.
gritting.
Now, I want to talk about the
profit and the taxes, the profit and loss analysis, all of these things that you were doing. Is it fair to say that someone who's not a you, someone who's a me, who barely can balance their checkbook, that we judge our success on what we report to the IRS every year? Did we make money? Did we lose money?
Objection,
Is that fair?
relevance.
1 second, Ms. Carrington.
Cutting calls for speculation, not sure foundation, not sure where we're going, really.
I'll give Ms. Nestor some limited latitude. Let's see where this goes, Ms. Nestor.
Is that fair that the average person that's not a financial expert, if you said, did you have a good year financially, you look at your taxes and say, yeah, I made money this year?
I think first it would be, do I have money in my bank account? Can I pay for groceries after I pay my car payment?
Okay.
That sort of thing, if you're talking about just the average kind of concerns that a person or family would have, I will say yes, that what you're talking about does play into that. I don't know if that's the first place I would look. I'd look at my day-to-day, but I think I understand what you're saying, and I would say that that's part of it.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that there was that there was some forensic financial person back in 2020, 2021, 2022, reviewing Kouri's business for her and doing what you've done here today?
I doubt very much that there was much of any of that. There's no QuickBooks evidence that I can find. I don't see any. I have not seen any ledgers. The stuff that Kouri Richins submitted to her CPA was on spreadsheets, and it was very, very detailed. It just wasn't correct.
Okay. So, and you certainly concede that what you're doing here today is looking backwards in time and trying to analyze things that happened in the past with someone you've not been able to talk directly to, correct?
That is correct. I have not spoken to Kouri Richins.
So you don't see in all the hundreds and thousands of documents that you reviewed to come up with your conclusions today, you never saw any suggestion that there was someone auditing her business?
No, I think that would have been a benefit to her.
Sure would have. You never saw anybody doing a profit and loss analysis by property?
It would just be loss.
In her company, in her business, for her?
You know, her tax accountant was doing that based on the stuff that she gave to him.
Yeah, and you said he got it wrong, right?
Based on the stuff that she gave to him, sure.
And you didn't see that she was conferring, you didn't see emails with financial advisors or business advisors?
No, there's an email string between her and Matt Strong where they talk about how to reduce tax liability by retaining rental properties.
And she was getting advice from him, right? Because she didn't know that stuff. And he was helping her.
I don't know why.
You read the email.
In that specific instance, but I'm sorry, I thought your question was a little more general. No, I think she was so busy running her business, acquiring properties, trying to fix them up, acquiring funding, capital, wherever she could grab it, that the tracking of finances was completely just not on the priority list.
And you don't have any personal knowledge as to how involved Eric was with her, if she talked with him about it every night, if she talked with him about it every morning. You don't know.
No, I do not.
And did you even know that the day he died, he was out working on one of her properties, spreading gravel? Did you even know that?
I do know that.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not she got advice from other people besides her husband, Matt Strong? You don't know?
I don't.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
It's number 160.
The jury can hear both pieces of what Ms. Carrington just said.
And speaking of Matt Strong, there was one thing I did want to bring up. Katie, just for the witness only, Your Honor, could we please pull up Exhibit 1066? Did you review this when you were looking at all of your documents?
Yes, I did.
And you relied upon this in terms of making conclusions about potential rehab of the Midway mansion?
I did, absolutely.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 1066.
I can't, Katie, can you zoom in? I I can't see what it is. Okay, from Matt to Kouri. Will you
state?
So the bottom half is from Kouri, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you seeking to admit the entire thing or just the top half?
Yes, sir, the entire thing.
State, do you have an objection? Hearsay? Does somebody have their... Oh, it looked like they had their hands in their shirt. Looks like Nate Eaton had his hands in their shirt like this. Get a window into the whole Sierra West thing here. If we get this whole email in, the relationship that she had with Matt. By relationship, I'm talking business.
Objection, hearsay.
There it is.
Can we approach?
Sure.
I imagine they're going to say to the judge that this is not for the truth of the matter, but I think it is. I think they want that email. I mean, they even referenced it already. You read the email, right? You know about the relationship issues, why they were getting advice, or why they were talking about these issues with a lender about how to reduce your tax burden to the IRS. So I don't know what hearsay objection would fly here. Effect on the listener? We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Let's see. We'd ask everyone to be respectful in chat. We do appreciate varying opinions and help us look at this in a different light. Just ask everyone, please be polite to each other. No name calling, things like that. Don't make my mods work hard. Realize I don't pay them, so don't don't make them work too hard. Please, please, they're amazing. Maybe she's pulling a Crumbly. Oh my goodness, that would be crazy. Nate looks tired. I think he came straight from he was doing the Gray case, right? I think he was covering that one and this one. That guy works some incredible hours. When do we get to the boat part of this trial? Which part? Which boat part? Like who owned a boat? Ladybug's mom, thanks for gifting a message. That's awesome. Okay, mods, you've got the go ahead. Who wants to be the batter? Swing batter, swing batter. Thank you. All right. Would request that comments about the mods work be left out. Let's not talk about that. They have enough to sort through without doing that. Here, we're back. Let's see what the judge says, if this is allowed or not.
The state's hearsay objection regarding Kouri's side of this conversation is sustained.
Without revealing what is in this email or commenting on what was said in the email, once you read this, plus the email that we put up on the screen that showed Ms. Richins did not have the $3 million available to Rehab, is it your understanding as you were doing your analysis that there was never an intent to do a significant rehab on the Midway property?
I understand that's kind of where she landed.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I'm very close.
No problem.
How many of you think Ms. Nestor probably would have been in a better position with her client in this trial if she had said no questions for this witness, Your Honor? That was brutal. And it was cordial. It was polite throughout, probably because they have a good relationship professionally outside of court. But Ms. Nestor was outclassed on that one.
I do want to talk about one more thing before we wrap up, and that's this concept of valuation.
Okay.
You made a statement that a house is valued at whatever someone's willing to pay it for it, right?
That's not just my definition, that's the IRS, and that's Business Valuation 101.
Certainly, if I had 2 houses and I decided I wanted to give you one for a great deal, because I think you're great, and I said, you know what, Miss Carrington, I'm going to sell you my house for $5. Doesn't mean that my house is valued at $5. It means that's what the value you put on my house or that I put on my house, right?
That's the value that you put on your house, I suppose. Yeah,
Right.
sure.
And the county, every year, we get a little letter from the county telling us what they think our house is valued at, and that's what they tax us at, right?
That is the
Tax
assessed
value's different.
value. That
Right.
is not what they actually think it's worth, but that's the assessed value.
And it's kind of a rule of thumb that the county actually does us a break and usually values it way below what it actually is, what you could sell it for.
Yeah, they at least in Salt Lake County, which is the county where I'm most familiar, they do it every 4 years, and they draw it from comps, comparable properties.
Right. And so you're certainly not suggesting to this jury that the Midway mansion was only worth $2.9 million, just because that was the purchase price, right?
I think every indicator is that it wasn't worth a whole lot more than that.
Do you know what it actually ended up selling for?
I do.
How much did it actually end up selling for?
It was about $3.4 million. Matt Strong sold the note. It's a complicated transaction, but Matt Strong foreclosed on it.
And wait, stop right there. He foreclosed on it after Kouri was arrested, correct?
It was in the works already. I think the actual notice of default
Versus
was filed shortly after. But
After Kouri was arrested.
Right, like 4 days after, but it had been coming for many months. I mean, we have to look at the totality of the circumstance. She had defaulted on this many months before, and there were indicators that this was coming one way or another.
If Kouri had been able to stay till the very bitter end when the sale was made, they would have made $1.5 million?
No, nowhere close.
What did you just say they sold it for?
He sold it. He sold the note. So this.
Not the note. What did they sell the house
for? But this is part of the transaction. Okay. He sold the note to the current owners. So what that meant is he sold the rights to collect on this debt from Kouri Richins. And at the time, he sold that for $3.7 million. And then it went into the trustee sale because it was foreclosed. And the Harns, the current owners, paid $3.4 million for that property.
So the current owners that live in it now bought that property for $3.4 million about 2 years after Kouri bought it for $2.9.
Let me do the math. They bought it so she bought it in March of 22. I think it's a year and a half.
Better. 18 months later, they made
somewhere like that.
About $500,000 in profit flipping?
No. Because they bought it from themselves.
Okay. What was the purchase price that it was ultimately sold for?
$3.4 million, but they bought it from themselves.
I understand.
This is so good.
Do you know the condition of the property when they bought it for $3.4 million?
I do.
Okay. Had they rehabbed it?
No.
So they hadn't done anything to it, and they sold it for $3.4.
And they also hadn't dealt with the Armored Corps of Engineers.
So had they been able to do all that, it would have realistically sold for more.
Yes.
Okay, let me understand your question. If it's completed, finished, and all the issues with the wetlands and having to grow the new plants and all that stuff, if that's all, I would think it's worth more.
Okay.
Thank you, Sloth Life. Appreciate it. Mods are
You're here today to give a snapshot of a financial condition at a certain moment in time, right?
No.
Okay, let me rephrase it. You're here to look backwards at Kouri Richins' financial situation, right?
Could you please restate that?
We're
What
here-
time frame are you looking?
Backwards, the past.
From
We're here-
today?
From today, backwards from today, you are here to evaluate in the past what Kouri
Yes.
Richins' financial situation
Okay, no
was.
projections for the future.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
But certainly, and you're here to do that, to come up with your conclusion that at the time that Eric died, she was financially, I believe your words were, in distress. That's your conclusion.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly you would agree with me that every single person who's in financial distress does not opt for a solution of murder to fix their distress.
Objection.
Is that fair?
Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay.
Kelsey, thank you. That was objection number 162.
If in fact Ms. Richins was in financial distress, that does not, you're not here to say she killed her husband, are you?
That's for the jury to decide. I am not making any conclusion about that at all.
Because you don't have any knowledge about that at all.
Well, that's
Objection, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
Just like, actually, I do, but no, that's for the jury.
Do you have any knowledge personally about whether or not on the night of March 3rd, Eric Richins voluntarily ingested
Ms. Nestor.
fentanyl?
Ms. Nestor,
Asked
judge,
and answered.
stops.
That question that I just asked?
When she said she doesn't know anything about that, she meant she doesn't know anything about that.
Okay.
She can't even get an easy win at the end. She's trying to get a end on an up note, but
And nothing in all the 100 and some thousand pages that you reviewed, did you ever see any statement by Kouri Richins written down to anyone, to any of her investors, to anybody, saying, I know how I'm going to fix this problem. I'm going to kill my husband and then I'll have plenty of money?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you ever see any of that?
objection.
Overruled. Ms. Carrington, you can answer the question.
There's an email between her and Mount Strong where she talks about the inconvenience of being married.
Okay, so does that answer the question I just asked you?
You've asked, I'm not trying to create anything, but you said, is there anything that indicated anything? And, I don't talk like that.
So apart from an email that she sent saying it was inconvenient being married, have you ever seen any suggestion in anything in writing that Kouri's financial plan was to collect on life insurance and pay all this money off? Have you ever seen that?
Don't think she put it in writing, no.
To collect the life insurance to pay everything off. No.
Thank you.
Well, she got her win. She can walk back with her head held high. Miss Nestor.
Mr. Blood.
Oh, Mr. Bloodworth is going to fix any issues that may have come up. This was so good. Today was so good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carrington, in analyzing Kouri Richins and K. Richins Realty's finance, did you see any evidence that Eric Richins or C&E was investing in her business?
Not really. There's the Franson Lane house in Oakley, where I can see some checks that were paid and they indicate a draw. So they're from C&E. They get deposited into Kouri Richins' bank account. And then when she sells that project in March of 2021, that's that big spike in my graph, that orange line that's bumping along the bottom and it spikes up. As soon as she sells that Franson Lane, the Oakley house, she pays C&E $217,000. That's about what they had paid in. And the memos on the checks say, draw number 1, draw number 2, and they indicate that house. And I have talked to Cody Wright about that, and he said, he's explained to me what the arrangement was for that particular house. It was related to the fact that Eric had just learned about the HELOC, and he was afraid of losing his house. And so that's why C&E was involved with that particular project. Absent that, I don't see any indicator that C&E or Eric was an investor or a participant in any of the transactions. He's not on any of the bank accounts. He's not on any of the real estate documents or loans or anything like that.
Does the accounting suggest that that C&E money put into the Franson Lane project was a bailout?
I don't understand what you mean.
Was that money needed to see the project through to completion?
It spanned the rest of the project, if that's what you mean. And it was significant, you know. And then they were paid $217,000, which was about. So Kay Richins Realty and Kouri Richins got $406,000 from that, and then Kouri got $60,000 in commissions from that project. And then once that hit the bank account, other expenses, let me say that, were paid for that project, and then the $217,000. So whether or not that was a bailout, I don't know if that's how they would term it, but it's my understanding it was not expected as she went. Eric Richins and C&E did not expect to be participating in that project at the outset. It was somewhere in the middle.
Other than that Franson Lane project, any other C&E or Eric Richins involvement in Kouri Richins or her business activities?
No.
Turning back to the Midway mansion, she closed March 5th, 2022.
Kouri's feverishly writing on Post-it notes and sending it to her lawyer.
Value was $2.9 million, but she took out $3.2 million in loans. You said at some point through various trust sales, trust auctions, the house sold for $3.4 million.
That's right.
And before that, it was foreclosed on. Do you know when it was foreclosed on?
It was foreclosed in May of 2023.
So between purchase March 5th, 2022, and foreclosure on May of 2023, did the $3.2 million in debt on the house stay static?
No.
Did it grow?
It did. The clauses in the lending agreements, for example, the loan, the $2.6 million that the Sierra West and Mount Strong loaned to her, that loan agreement says you've got 6 months to repay this $2.6 million plus 15% interest. So it's due on September 4th of 2022. That's 6 months. And then the loan agreement also says if that does not happen, then there's a 2% default fee. And then that's about $50,000 tacked onto it. And then every month after that, it's another 2% that is tacked onto it. And it's still accruing interest. So, and it's capitalized, which makes a big difference. It's not just something else that's out there. It makes the loan principal larger. So that also increases the interest. And upon default, it goes from 15%, which is already expensive, to 28%. So the whole thing just kind of blows up.
So at the point Matt Strong and Sierra West foreclosed on Kouri Richins, how much did she owe on the Midway mansion?
Let me think back. I think it's about $3.8 million at that time that she owed, that she owed on that note, and then it grew after that, continued to grow after that.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Ms. Nestor, within the scope of redirect, please.
She's going to try.
You just testified that you were not aware of Eric being involved in any of the properties other than the Franson Lane. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Katie, can you please bring up 5-93D2 just for the witness?
This was a note from Kouri, I think.
So, actually, this has been admitted, Your Honor. Can we show it to the jury?
Of course.
So here, you have Eric and C&E Masonry as a funding option for Kouri Richins. Is that correct on your own exhibit?
That's correct. So that's the 2020 to 2021 time period.
Right.
So she bought that France and Lane project, and she was working on it in October of 2020. She ended up selling it in March of 2021. And so that's why during this time period, that's what I mean. It's the one project. I'm aware of a real estate schedule that she submitted to many of her lenders, and she includes projects that were Fox Lake Investments that are Eric and Cody's, his business partners, and she included them as her own, but they were not her own.
Okay, so I'll get to Fox Lake in a minute.
Okay.
But are you aware that Eric was a lender on the Mill Creek property, that he lent $40,000?
I did not see a trust deed or anything, so no, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I want to talk about this Fox Lake business that you just mentioned.
Okay.
This is a business that basically was a flip business as well, right?
I think that was the anticipation, yes.
So Eric started his own flip business with his business partner. Is that right?
And they had a third partner as well.
And who was that?
It's like BlackRock and I'm sorry, I can't remember, but it's an LLC. It's a third party, not related to anybody we've talked about. So it's just completely separate and distinct.
Okay. And do you know whether Fox Lake would have been a separate entity from CNE?
I mean, like, were they a DBA or were they separate?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? I have looked at that. I believe that they are separate, but
So
not sure.
Did you evaluate Fox Lake and the value of it?
The value of the company?
Mm-hmm.
I've looked at their bank account statements and I've traced their projects, and they had nothing to do with Kouri Richins.
Okay, but just bear with me. What was the value that you came up with on Fox Lake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please give me just a little bit of leeway here.
A little bit.
Go ahead. What was the value of Fox Lake?
Okay, let me ask you to clarify your question. Are you talking about valuing their business?
Just how much assets did they appear to have in your analysis of them?
I know that they had a few projects, and I'm going from just their bank account statements, and my 14 schedules that you have, the fours, those are every account I've looked at, and you can see that I have looked at them. The Fox Lake Investments, I know that they had a few projects. I really don't know much about them because they had nothing to do with the family, Eric and Kouri Richins. They had nothing to do with her.
So if there's a prenup that prohibits Kouri from recovering any assets from C&E, it wouldn't apply to Fox Lake because Fox Lake's a separate entity, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Scope.
Foundation.
Sustained.
Is Fox Lake a separate entity from C&E?
I honestly can't remember. I know that they have a separate registration, but whether they are a DBA, a doing business as, and so they're under the C&E, or whether they're separate, I just don't remember.
Okay. And at some point, was Kouri Richins listed on the Fox Lake paperwork?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you check that?
I did.
All right. And you also mentioned that you traced, strike that.
I need to say also, she's not a signer on the Fox Lake account.
On the
bank account.
statement, right.
She's not.
Okay. And did you, just to make sure on the accountings that we're talking about, did you ever account for cash?
I'm sorry, which
Cash on
accountants?
hand, like cash that the Richins actually had?
I believe that the original inventory, but this is not in the confines of this case. Let me answer it this way. I understand that there was a safe in the garage, and I understand that there may have been a lot of cash there. That's outside of the scope of looking at the financial statements and things.
So if someone testifies to how much cash was in that safe, that is not accounted for anywhere in here in your asset evaluation?
No.
Okay. And you also,
I know there was like $10,000 or something in a backpack, or something that was part of the search warrant.
okay,
And
that cash isn't in here either?
no.
And also,
I don't know anything about where it came from, whose it was, so no.
okay. And also, did you account for Kouri Richins' life insurance policies and their cash value anywhere in your asset evaluation?
No, because she's alive.
Okay, but you understand that some life insurance policies you can draw down out of, right?
I understand what you're talking about, but I think
So can you answer my question? Anywhere in your evaluation,
No.
did you include life insurance value that Kouri Richins holds on herself?
No.
All right. Did you also check on Eric Richins' life insurance policies if they were if they were like whole life, where you can draw down out of them?
They're not whole life.
Okay, they're all term.
Yes.
And the dates of those policies, with one exception, all predated 2020 when he purchased those policies.
Well, they purchased the policies in 2017, I think.
Okay.
Except that last one.
The $100,000 one.
Right. That
Okay.
she got right before he died.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Where were you
Ms. Nestor,
when you heard the
may
best
we
expert
release this witness?
ever testify?
Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carrington, you are free to go. You're
Stop-
released from the subpoena.
Stop
Thank
billing
you
the
very
state.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we approach on
But whatever
schedule?
it is,
Of course.
it was worth it. What a day. What a day. This was... Brooke Carrington, when this is all over, man, I'd love to just pick her brain and understand not necessarily what she looked at in this case, but on the big picture, how she just did what she did today. That does she possess the photographic memory, instant recall? How does she prepare for a full day of questioning, cross-examination, direct, otherwise on a very complex case financially with numbers, details, dates, and just do it all from memory? And the number of times she's like, I don't know. You can count on one hand, and it was insignificant. Just incredible. Oh, wow. Superhuman for sure. Witness needs a crown. She is so good. She's been doing it since before I graduated high school. So she's got some years on her there as far as experience. That's got to be photographic memory. Great conversation for a podcast. I might try to reach out to her after the case is over. I mean, I don't know why she would want to come on, but I'd love it if she would consider. Laura says she's been doing this since before I was born. Brooke Carrington with the trophy there looks great. Give her a hand of applause for sure. She's leaving glitter in her wake as she leaves.
Gentlemen, appreciate your patience today. We're going to recess for the day.
All right.
As noted, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. I appreciate your patience with my calendar. Same warnings. These require diligence, so please be thoughtful. You have to affirmatively avoid any information regarding the case. So please affirmatively avoid watching, listening, or reading anything about the case. Please don't speak about it. Don't let anyone else speak to you about it. And please don't do any research of any kind. See you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Please rise for the jury.
Extra hour of sleep tomorrow, and I'll take it. I'll take it. Man.
Yes, thank you for the reminder.
That was amazing. I feel honored to be able to watch that. Seriously.
And you're okay with end of each week? Okay.
The highest paid expert.
Folks, have a seat, please.
I can recall.
One administrative
Worth every
issue.
penny.
This applies only to the state at the moment, but will apply to the defense to the extent that you put on a defense case in chief. If you would please, at the end of this week, Mr. Bloodworth, have your team provide to Brittany a physical copy of the exhibits you've admitted so far, and then just do that at the end of each week through your case in chief?
Yes, sir. Easy.
Okay. And then once the defense is in their case in chief, if you would plan to do the same. That way we're not leaving it until the end. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record today? Anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience. The court's in recess.
Yeah,
Of course.
That was absolutely incredible.
We're off the record.
Oh.
We're off the record. That means we have to kill the live feed. With that, we're going to shut down Top Mark Media, their live stream. We'll let that play out. And let's see, masterclass in being expert witness. I would put Brooke Carrington in the same class as Dr. Joe for the Maya trial, which, by the way, had a huge hearing yesterday. I didn't talk about it much, but if you followed the Maya case, that went up on appeal and overturned and kicked back to court. Judge Carroll is chomping at the bit trying to set the new trial date. It looks like Jay Hatch is interested in possibly at least looking at a settlement this time around because they've pared down the charges a ton. Nick Whitney and Mr. Anderson from the Anderson law firm hate each other. It's sad. It's consuming the case for them. But anyway, oh my goodness, what a day! What a day! Brandy says, "I love this judge, but he resembles Chris Watts to me." So, oh no, he looks like a bad dude. That's terrible. That's terrible. I love it. At least the voice is different, right? All right. Let's see. Anything else we need to cover today? Late start tomorrow. Let's see. Dr. Wolf from the care trial was equally amazing. Honestly, she is just incredible. Probably the best at not just doing what she is paid to do, but being able to handle cross-examination with the same demeanor, with the same, truth-seeking, honest, and just accurate. The feed's done, so we're done with all that. It's just, I can't say enough good about her. I really can't. All right, let's see. What happened with Nick and Mr. Anderson? They had a falling out. They had a disagreement about money, about how money was being handled or paid or treated or something like that, and Nick got fired. Nick is currently the Kowalskis, is on the team representing the Kowalskis in the new case. The Andersons are the former counsel who are trying to look after to seek the money that they are owed for their work in the first one. And it's just, there's a lot. Ivan says, Maya owes me a mullet. All right, let's see. It's late. It's 6:14 right now. It's time for me to be done and maybe have dinner with my family. So I never would have guessed that the financial part of this trial would be as gripping and interesting and amazing as it was today. I'm running out of adjectives to describe it. This was the day to watch. Absolutely incredible. Even the parts that were slow were handled so well. The timing, the pacing, the answers, the depth, the objections. I loved every bit of today. We're hoping that Selena calls here in just a minute if she gets out of court. So I'm sort of stalling, and then maybe if Nicole's going to be on the phone as well. So this was a great day. I can't wait to also watch some of our great friends across LawTube who will be doing some analysis on this at the end of the day. I know Runkle's been paying close attention today. Obviously, Emily D. Baker is. You've got Peter Tragos from The Lawyer You Know is all over this one, and many more. Andrew Shires, what happened to what? What time tomorrow? An hour later. We normally start at 10. We're going to be starting at 11 tomorrow. I would trade like 3 HDMI cables to rewatch today. It seriously, it was so good. Here's Selena. Just one second.
Call from Selena.
Selena. Oh my
goodness. It got hot in there. It got hot.
Probably on two fronts. I'm not sure if the temperature's bad or not, but
both
wow.
fronts. I'm like, oh wow, yeah.
I have to say, from our front, that was probably the best witness we've watched in a long, long time. What was your take in court?
Yeah, I think she was very, very good as well. Yep.
What was the jurors as you observed them? I mean, at some point did their mouths just hang open in astonishment that this woman can just recall dates, figures, facts, account numbers, and names and emails just off the tip of her?
They never lost. She never lost their attention. Zero, never, ever. And then even when she was being crossed, they were checked into that as well. And so, yeah, I thought it got hot, but I think she was a good witness. She held her own. She did.
Yeah. On cross-examination, she sort of controlled the conversation. And
she did.
And had Miss Nestor sort of playing catch-up. And she tried with a couple gotchas, but she was prepared for everything Miss Nestor brought at her.
Yeah, absolutely.
She almost had to ask her stuff about things that were outside of scope just so she could get, a win in a question that she said, get the answer that she wants from the witness.
I agree.
Wild.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was like, whew, you could just almost feel the steam coming out of Miss Nestor's ears,
I have to ask you, did you get the gumption or the opportunity to ask who the gentleman was?
Yes. That is my favorite thing I wanted to share. So he didn't come back this after lunch. So I sat down by Kouri's mom. I got really brave. And her sister, because they're all alone and it's pretty sad. But anyway, I said, "Can I ask you a question?" And she said, "Sure." I said, "Who is the gentleman that's been here with you that was in a blue shirt today?" And she said, "He is a friend of Kouri's." And I said, "Oh, I only asked because he was very kind this morning to me. And, I just didn't know quite who he was." And she's like, "Oh, no problem." And Kouri's sister was very talkative. She said she has 2 other siblings, and I haven't seen either one of them here.
Yeah.
But they both said, this is super hard.
Yeah.
I said, I can't even imagine putting myself as a mother, and they said, yeah, we have to just sit here and listen to whatever is said. And I wasn't going to, I was being very, very respectful. And I just can't imagine how hard that would be. So they're like, well, "You've been here a lot. Why are you here?" Because I'm a trial watching fool. And sister said, "Oh, I used to be until this happened." And I'm like, well, I could relate to that as well. I would probably stop too. So
that is amazing. Thank you very much. Appreciate the little insights. I know today you're going to have to go back and rewatch because there was a lot of exhibits.
Oh, I am totally. We did not get to see a lot, and I want to.
It pains my soul because you've got all the media, the people we normally rely on for insights as to what's happening, and you guys can't see. It's just It's not set up for the gallery to really get a good eyeball on that little text on the screen. And a lot of it's blurry as well. So.
Yeah. There's only one time, I think it might have even been the opening day, I could see one of the attorney's computers and could kind of see some of what they were showing on that. So I was able to like see it, but not today, not at all. And it was just like, so I am going home to do a rewatch. Absolutely.
Awesome.
And then listen to, I just, because I have so many questions that I feel like I missed. So, but so when I don't know what type of friend he is of Kouri's, but this is another interesting little tidbit that I'm going to share because I feel like Kathy gossip, rumor, innuendo. But anyway, I saw the gentleman that I asked about speaking to Mr. Ramos too when he pulled up this morning. So,
all right, I have to say it would be very difficult to be charged with a crime like this and walk into a courtroom every day when there wasn't at least one friendly face.
Well, and that's how I felt really good after I had my conversation with them, and I'm going to have more, I'm going to say hello, and I'm going to, because the rest of the, there's 3 against the world usually. Yeah. So and I that would be really hard.
Did they give any indication of if some of them are potential witnesses and thus on the sequestration list so they can't come in? Is there any idea?
She said, no, she said no, but like you did notice today there were a couple experts that were able to sit back there with them. That I think that there was 2 guys and a lady. Yeah. And I don't know. They must have something to do with this, the financial end. So.
Yeah, it was a fascinating day to watch. I know I would have loved to be there in person, but I'm so glad I also got to see what was on the screen. So Selena, thanks for giving us your take.
Yeah, you would have been disappointed because the morning was like, I almost put me to sleep, and then because we just really couldn't see anything, and then the afternoon the building got warm, and of course it heated up across, and I'm just glad I got out early. I'll be getting home fairly.
That's awesome.
Soon
How's the weather out there? Is the snow all done? It's not.
Oh yeah, it looks good. We're supposed to have another storm on Thursday, but right now it's just partly cloudy, so I'm looking forward to my drive home. So
that is cool. I won't tell you how warm it's going to be for me later this week, but it starts with an 8. So
oh gosh,
it's going to be toasty here.
I picked the coldest place to have to wait outside to get into a courthouse too, because Park City is at least 20 degrees colder than where I live. And by the time we have gotten in there, we're just frozen. It takes almost until lunch to get warmed up. So
I have to ask you a question, and this is a personal question, which might be a little bit weird. Do you save your wristbands every day? Are you a wristband saver?
Okay. I sure do.
I save my lanyards every time I'm a cameraman for something. So I've got like a hanger that's just draped with lanyards from every sporting event, from every fight or whatever I was filming. It's just a blast. So I can relate. I was hoping you were saving them.
I do,
That's
and
a cool memento.
especially my first one that had a number 1 on it. That was I was proud of that one. I have them all, and they're all different colors. And the notebook I have, I'm going to have to probably bring another one. I've written on the front of it, Selena and the KR trial. So it has lots of notes, and I can keep that too. So yeah, and then pictures. Every day my sister sends me a screenshot that she.
I've got a few of you as well. I've been saving them up. So.
Save them. Yeah, that's kind of fun. I've had people that I haven't talked to for a long time. Were you in that trial? So anyway.
Yes, I was. That is
so
awesome.
Tomorrow I'm going to go home and do the rewatch, I think, and then I will be in chat tomorrow, hanging out in my comfy chair and my jammies. So.
Awesome. I highly recommend checking out one of our, if you get a chance also, depending on how late you stay up. So some of our friends and some of the other LawTube channels around the YouTubes getting reviews of what happened today, because this was a great, incredible day. So whether it's Peter Tragos or Ian Runkle or, Emily D. Baker, whoever it is.
I will. I think Peter has one at 6:30 because I listened to it right after I got home yesterday, and I just liked. So I will check one out because I definitely need to get more information. So
awesome, Selena, thank you so much. Have yourself
You're
a safe
welcome.
drive.
Tell everyone bye, and I will talk to them tomorrow and chat. Okay.
All right, we'll see you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm not sure if Nicole is able to call right now or not. We'll give her just a minute. Let's see. I don't see Ian. Don't see Ian Heaven's video up yet. But I do see Peter Tragos's. Okay, I think this is Angela. I think.
Call from Angela.
Angela, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. And the reason why I'm calling is because we have one expert in the chat about something which I know he does not want to be heard, but he did post in Recovery Addict International chat. His work has to do with wetlands, and he knows quite a lot about wetlands. So, but he does not. If he hears this, which I think he will,
he can out himself.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I can. But he is an expert, and I mean, it's his work, and that's all I'm gonna say because, yeah. But he did say, I'm gonna read for people that are not in the chat in the server. According to the waiver agreement, the Army Corps of Engineers had already found that there were impacted field wetlands. What be that we heard that? I'm going to read the whole thing. So even if we heard some of it during the trial, so there were impacted wetlands as well as unimpacted wetlands on the Midway mansion property, and the agreement stated that the Army Corps had not finished their investigation. So the extent of these field wetlands had yet to be determined. The Army Corps should decide that the entire property was built on an illegally filled wetland. The Army Corps will require that those wetlands impacts are offset. The agreement stated there was a mitigation property that the buyer of Midway would have the option to purchase. Basically, whoever buys the Midway mansion is inheriting a huge enforcement case with the Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah. I don't want to get too far in the weeds with the Army Corps of Engineers, but let me, and I say weeds sort of tongue in cheek, but the reason why wetlands are protected so much is because they're so crucial to the whole water flow and the ecosystem. There's so much that happens in wetlands that actually, filters water and strains water and just cleans it up and makes the water good again in a natural way. Instead of having like a sewage treatment plant, the wetlands just does that naturally. And so when you take wetlands away from an environment, an ecosystem, you're harming the entire system, and that's why they do it. So it's important. We mock it a little bit, saying it's a swamp. But it's a very, very important swamp for the environment.
And I'm going to say that there are Florida, he may kill me for saying this, but in Florida, although this is kind of also like public information, in Florida there are lawsuits going that has to do with protecting wetlands. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure in other states that has wetlands, which I am not aware of which one, someone who is better in American geography can answer that question. But to protect those, because people misuse them. And I don't know if how this ended up and is there like a... did they finish the house? I don't remember.
What we heard today is that there's a family who owns it. The family that ended up buying it after it was sort of foreclosed on, and then It got some complicated deals and auctions that went on, but the family that bought it is currently living in it, which means that for it to have, approval for occupancy, it has to pass all those permits, which means they did all those steps necessary. So it would have been possible to do it, just probably expensive. That family paid for it once when they bought it, and then probably paid for it again when they built it and jumped through all the hoops.
Yeah. I am hoping that if he hears that he may call in and just get his perspective from all this, because he is like one of the experts. We have him in the chat, like this expert. So, and by the way, my heart, if I love this expert, can I have her job? Is she hiring?
So many people said this was their favorite expert. It is a fascinating job. I mean, you get to dig, and she could tell the state, subpoena everything from this and that, and she pulls it all together, and then she builds the puzzle. Okay, because nothing comes. It doesn't come pre-attached with strings showing where it went. She's got to dig and look for things, and then put the pieces together. And she did such a good job on this, just so amazing.
And I love it. I want to do her job. Seriously,
Angela,
I want to do her job.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
Tomorrow should be great as well. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I'm not sure if Nicole is still with us or not. I think it is music time. So if she doesn't call in the next little bit, we'll give her just a couple seconds here. We can stall for just a minute. My accountants are boring, says Virginia Little. Deidre Tyler, have a great night. I'd like to see a current photo. I might be able to get you a current photo. Since I still have family in the area, I might be able to get them to drive by and take a picture. Let's see. In New Jersey, we have a huge section of protected land. I think most states have it. It might be called something else in other states, but the idea that you're protecting an area of natural environment the way it is, because of what it does for the environment, I think it's pretty much exists in every state. Couldn't find a current photo. I know it's off market right now. It's not for sale, but I would love to see how it got transformed. All right, I think we lost Nicole, so we're going to go ahead and say that's where we're going to end it. Let's see. Maybe John Davenport. John, you don't work on Friday. John, I happen to know John Davenport, who's in chat. Is in the area, at least lives in Utah. He's been in a court. He's been to court watching for us one day already. No court on Friday. He doesn't work on Friday. Maybe we can get him to go just survey safely from a distance, not causing any problems or breaking any laws, but let us know what it looks like now, especially the wetland condition. That'd be interesting. All right, we're going to portal over to the lawyer you know, Peter Tragos. I think he starts at 6:30. It says 8:30. Might be starting right now, but either way, the link is going to pop up there. If you click there, you can jump over there. I'd recommend watching him as well as Ian Runkle and EDB tonight. I'm sure they all are going to have some great things great reactions to not just this witness, but the lawyers and how they handled this witness and how they were able to use it or not use her to further their cause. So tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. It's almost tomorrow afternoon. We're going to start at 11 o'clock tomorrow because of the late start in court, but we will be here covering from gavel to gavel on this entire trial. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you to our amazing mods for everything you do. You make it all possible. I could not do this without you. You know who you are, and thank you. I really appreciate you. You guys have a good night. Love y'all. Bye.